Okay. Thank you very much. We're going to bring the special meeting of the Budget and Finance Committee to order. We have a quorum, Mr. Zine, Mr. Smith, Mr. Koretz, myself, Bernard Parks, as the chair. We're going to go forward on the agenda as posted today in that order. Also, we'll start off the meeting with a presentation by the CAO to give us a verbal update on where we are currently as we move towards the last day of the presentations.
Good morning. There really hasn't been too much change from what I reported on Friday. Our target continues to be approximately $70 million if you assume the use of the general city purposes $10 million that your committee took action on last week. And so at the conclusion of these hearings, we'll be working with the CLA to identify a solution to that $70 million.
Okay. One thing I think would be helpful to the committee is if you could give us a report back on, there was discussion about the city attorney's office with 18% versus 10%. If you can give us some idea of what each one of those incremental percents means in dollars, so that we'd have some idea of what the overall cost is, or the overall cut is at 18%, and if it were to drop by 1% or 2%, what would each one of those mean? Because again, although the mayor's office commented that they reevaluated that cut, I don't believe that the committee is in a position to accept that 8% drop without a lot of consideration as to what the dollars are.
Not a problem. What we could do is provide a menu to allow the community sort of the opportunity to establish a new target, not just for the city attorney, but for a number of the other items as well.
Yeah, and I think the thing is we're not looking necessarily at positions or programs. It's just a matter of what each percentage, if it's $1 million per percent or whatever, we can have an idea of what those cuts are and what we'd fill the gap, or not fill, add to the gap if we were to drop that number.
Right.
Okay? Thank you. First department is CRA. I was going to say fine Jan because lots is coming up. Let me have the record reflect that Mr. Rosenthal and Ms. Perry are here, and we have 6 of the 7 members of the committee. Good morning.
Good morning, Karen.
Let me just ask, we've kind of dispensed with opening statements. Could you give us a quick overview of where we are on the last 2 years taking by the state of the CRA money as it relates to prior lawsuits or current lawsuits, and just the current status?
Yes, sir. The current status is that the Superior Court in Sacramento took up the lawsuit against the state. The state passed legislation to take $2 billion from redevelopment agencies statewide. That's $85 million from the redevelopment agency in the city of Los Angeles. $70 million of that is payable this month. The other 15 is payable next year. The court is scheduled to make their ruling this week. So we are waiting for their ruling.
Okay, and that's a total of $70 million?
$70 million for FY10 and another $15 million for FY11.
I'm sorry, I missed the last number.
$15 million in FY11. So our draft budget assumes that that payment will be payable in FY11.
Okay. Now, the prior suit, I guess, would be 0809, or I guess 910. Did we win that suit?
Yes, we did. That was for $14 million. That money was reprogrammed, treated as carryover in the FY10 budget.
Okay. All right. And so what have we have any sense of whether this current lawsuit, is it on the same basis as the prior one, or is it a different theory, or where we might have a sense of whether we were going to be successful?
It is a similar theory. The state tried to, in the revised legislation, tried to make a better connection between the use of the money and the schools. Although the governor has since said that he's going to use that money for the courts, so we're not too sure how strong their argument is. But it's a similar theory that that money can be used by the state to the benefit of redevelopment project areas through enhancing schools. That's their theory.
Okay. Do we have a timeline of when that case might conclude?
Again, the court is expected to rule this week. It's a $2 billion impact if it rules in favor of the redevelopment agencies. That puts the state behind in their budget by another $2 billion. I would anticipate they would appeal. We would continue to sequester those funds if the state, in fact, appeals.
Okay, so we have not released any of the funds. It's a matter of we held them until the conclusion of the case?
Yes, right now, the legislation requires that those funds be paid on May 10th, Steve, is that correct? On May 10th. So if the court rules in favor of the state and there's no stay, then we will write a check on May 10th for $70 million. And that was reflected in our FY10 budget.
Okay. So May 10th is a big date then?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then could you also give us some sense of where citywide we are on our AB 1290 funding or funds?
The FY11 budget estimates $9 million in AB 1290 funds. Our budget merely sets that money aside pending direction from the council. So we have $9 million in the FY11 budget. We have not programmed that money for any purpose.
Okay. Very good. Mr. Zine?
How much does CRA have in their pool of money?
Our FY11 budget is $586 million.
And the projects that are teetering, is there any commitment for any of the projects other than possibly, not possibly, probably, maybe, on the projects that in different districts where they've petitioned for funds from the CRA?
The FY11 budget does assume that we are using some general revenue money of the redevelopment agency to support various project areas. That's a number for you.
100 what million? 172 million.
Carol, let me just get one clarification. When you say FY11, are you talking 10-11?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. the
As of
FY
July 1st?
Yes, as of the July 1st budget assumes approximately $4 million in our general revenue funds will be allocated to the two project areas to either support their staff as operating costs or to support their programs.
So that $4 million will cover staff in addition to programs?
In addition to programs, that's correct.
And what's the annual budget for staff?
In those
Citywide project areas?
for all project areas, our administrative costs, Steve, will you help me?
It's Councilmember Steve Valenzuela with CRA. Our total operating budget, which includes staffing, is $49 million.
$49 million?
$49 million. That's staff, fringe benefits, and overhead.
So CRA is not in every district, as I understand.
That is correct.
And the ones that have staff, projects, coordinators, we're spending $49 million?
That is correct.
How many districts have CRA projects? Or CRA identity? out of the 15 council districts?
I think there are 7 or 8.
7 or 8? So the 49 million comes from where? If you're going to spend 85 million to the state, where's this money going to come from?
It comes from property tax revenues, and it comes from carryover funds from previous years.
Well, the property tax revenues are down. Is that affecting the allocations? I mean, property tax revenue is throughout the state is down, and Los Angeles is down, and the areas where it was earmarked at a higher level, it's been reduced. So how we come up with this money just to pay the staff?
We have $220 million of new resources for FY11. That's down 18% from our current year.
Okay.
We are anticipating that those revenues will continue to decline in the near term, particularly from commercial properties.
Right.
And our budget, our overall budget is down 14% from the FY10 budget.
Okay.
So we have anticipated those reductions. Our work program is down 18%. Our operating budget is down 8%. So we have reduced our budget to reflect our anticipated reduction in revenues.
And what about personnel assigned to the areas?
Personnel, we have authorized 270 authorized positions. We have 263, I believe, that are currently filled. Our board has directed that our salary costs be reduced for the FY11 budget by 10%. And our budget assumes a reduction in salary costs by that 10%. That's being accomplished through, we are working with our labor partners for an employee-paid early retirement plan. We have managed hiring in effect, and we have taken a very hard line on discretionary spending in the administrative budget.
Well, it sounds like you're 7 below your authorized strength for personnel.
That's correct.
Now, are they going to take a voluntary pay cut, or are you going to cut staff in order to meet your budget?
We expect that the early retirement plan should result in us being able to meet our 10% salary reduction. We have also, this last year, when we have had vacancies, we have only filled 1 vacancy from the outside. That was a technical engineering position. All of our other vacancies have been filled from internal candidates, so we have not increased our staffing, and that's what we expect to do going forward.
And if we don't have to spend this money on the state lawsuit, that would then go into projects
Yes,
in the city?
that would be if we get a final decision, that money will be reprogrammed within the budget.
For some of those projects that are teetering?
Yes, some of that money would go to those projects. That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Christensen? Bill?
Don't understand the CRA. You're in 12 of the 15 districts, correct?
That's not what he said.
Well, that's what they are.
Okay.
What did he say?
He didn't say they were in 12 or 15.
No, it's not true.
7 or 8.
No. Go look at your numbers. There are 3 that don't have it. It's the 11th district that doesn't have it, the 5th district that doesn't have it, and the 12th district. And I don't know about yours, Mr. Zahn.
I have it.
You have it?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, we're the 3 who don't, okay? There's 3 who don't have any CRA projects, okay? The 11th, the 5th, and the 12th. Want to check your numbers on that? Mm-hmm. Second thing I want to know is how many projects are we under right now? It used to be 32, then I heard it was 35. This is years past. So how many different projects do we have going on in those 12 districts?
Councilman, there are 32 active redevelopment project areas.
32?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When will projects go online and go on the tax base? When will they sunset? Do you have a calendar? 'Calendar of the 32 projects, and when will they sunset? the sunsetting of these projects or what the anticipated or timeframe. I have been wanting projects to sunset since I've been on this council so they can get back on the tax roll. And I don't understand why some of them have never sunsetted. Does anybody know?
Yes, sir. Councilman, 10 of those 32 project areas will expire between now and 2015. We'll be happy to report back with a schedule that shows the retirement date for all 32 project areas. But 10 of the 15 will expire by 2015. In fact, 5 of them will expire in 2012.
Great. Okay, I would like a report back on that to have the complete appreciation of it. Because it's one of the most powerful development concepts in the city with very unclear understanding of how they operate. So the more we know about it, I think the better all of us will be. Thank you. That's it.
Ms. Perry?
No.
Mr. Kretz?
Yeah, why do we contribute general fund monies to the CRA? Why doesn't it operate on its own?
Let me, Councilman, the city does not contribute general fund monies to the CRA. We have a fund called General Revenue, which is agency revenue. It is not city funds. Actually, it's just the opposite. We provide funding to the city for services that the city provides to the redevelopment agency.
Okay, yeah, I've dealt with it in another city, and I just didn't think that sounded right, so that was my misunderstanding. Thank you.
And you know you need more money. You have anything for CRA?
I don't see their budget in HCD.
Okay. Mr. Rizar, you have anything for CRA?
No, not right now.
Let me just ask, one of the things, and I think going along with Mr. Rosenthal's comments, I think there's been a lot of discussion, particularly as tax increments decrease and a variety of things as to whether there needs to be a reconsideration of the current management of CRA. Please, thank you. A reconsideration of the management of CRA in the sense of whether at one time the council basically had, I guess it was a separate agency, but the council was acted as the board, and whether there's a need to look at the issue, particularly when we look at $49 million in administrative overhead, particularly with tax increments dropping, whether that's a better use in the sense of cutting some of that administration. The concern, and the reason I bring this up is that in the 8th District, for the first several years I was in office, we were constantly told that we had just enough money to have staff, but not enough to develop. And you say, well, then why do we have CRA if we can't develop? We have just enough for staff. But we need to, and I think, Mr. Smith, did you have a motion about consolidating CRA in a whole redevelopment issue? The thing is that we need to look at that and see if we're getting a bang for that almost $50 million in administrative overhead that's coming out of that irreplaceable and shrinking tax increment, and whether there's a better way in which we get more dollars into the actual development stream, and whether some of those responsibilities that are being paid for could be better dealt with either in the council offices as far as staff or in other parts of the city that currently address it. And so it just seems as though we need to evaluate whether particularly in light of the moving forward on the potential, was it 2012, extending CRA areas, it seems like it's more than appropriate to talk about how they should be governed before we get to the decision of expanding.
I'd just like to add a comment to that. I think as we are still recovering from the vestiges of the previous administration, and I know, Cal, you came in as an interim head of the agency just as recently as last week. I know there was a request, one of the transactions that you're working on, to use some of our tax increment, and I didn't realize that there's still an economic development fund over at the redevelopment agency used for development, and, you know, I'd like to work with you, Mr. Parks, on developing a motion to probe deeper into the way money is being used, tax increment versus whether it's being set aside for economic development issues, and if so, how that process occurs and how the money was amassed, because I know that I had indicated to the agency, to my staff last week, that no, don't take our tax increment, go ahead and use your economic development money, and you know, I was kind of surprised that you had as much as you did. So I think we really need to, I'd like to join with you on developing a motion to ask for a report back on that. And
We're with you, too.
Yeah.
The thing is, I think we, Miguel, on this verbal report back, do you need something more formal? We can just articulate what you want, and we won't need to do a motion, we could just ask him on a report back.
I think it's fairly clear. I assume that it's separate and apart from the discussion around the budget. You laid out a deadline of ensuring that prior to the extension or consideration of an extension of those that expire 2012.
But we don't want to
Wait
get
till
right up to
then.
that date.
Yeah,
but
I
understand.
understand,
It
but
seems like it's appropriate time to address it.
I think last year I proposed that in the budget, that we have a consolidation of CRA, CDD, and a few other elements into an economic development department, which the city of LA doesn't have, when cities one-third of our size do. The mayor had told me at that time, and in our discussion, that he was supportive of that concept. We were going to go forward with it. Bud said we were going to do that in the last quarter of this last year, and we never did. So I think we should ask the relevant policy committee where that discussion is, talk to the mayor's business team about where that discussion is, because I thought that was on track to do that, and that would have resolved that issue, I think.
I think we need to pursue this with great vigor. Cal, again, you're the interim, so, you know, I don't hold you responsible for any of this. But I've grown really kind of tired of this, and it's in some ways analogous to the same kind of behavior that we experience out of the Department of Water and Power, you know, where we need to have much more disclosure about funding streams, sources of that funding, what funding, or what accounts have which balances, and why they are asking to use one rather than the other, tax increment versus sitting on a couple $1 million in economic development money that they might put to more effective use. And I just think we need to put that on the record and, you know, come to some understanding. And if it means that we end up consolidating the redevelopment agency with other departments, I'm at the point now, but I was at the point in the previous situation to, you know, collapse the agency and start over again because it had gotten so egregious we couldn't get anything done. And I'm probably the one district that has more redevelopment areas than anyone else, so I have a major stake in this. But you know, record will show that there was no one probably much more supportive of the redevelopment agency than me when I was first elected, because I was able to, you know, get all the real estate transactions done through the agency, and the situation changed. And while it's still extremely difficult for a number of reasons, which I don't have a problem going into with some of the commission appointees, and you know, you're still in an interim state, I really want to do this, and I want to do it in great depth this time till we get to the other side of the issue, and I hope that, yeah, great, okay.
We'll ask for that report back, and you can do that after the budget's settled.
Got it. Thank you for that.
Let me ask also for, I don't know whether we have enough information now, or we ask for CRA to report on the LAUSD lawsuit. Is that something that should not be dealt with in open session, or is that an issue that you can give us an update on?
I could just tell you, Councilman, that the result of that lawsuit is that there will be a recomputation of the AB 1290 dollars that have been allocated to the city.
I kind of give a background of how this came about.
The county over the years has done the calculation to determine where that 1290 money goes. The 1290 money is property taxes from certain project areas, where 20% of those property taxes are allocated back to all the taxing entities, including the city, the county, the school district, flood control districts, and the like. the county was responsible for calculating what those shares were. The school district disagreed with the way that the county was making the allocations and went to court. The court ruled in favor of the school district, and the court has not yet said how any refunds will be paid and over what period of time those refunds will be applicable. So we've provided the CLA's office with an estimate of what we believe the impact to the city of Los Angeles will be.
So the lawsuit is basically by declaring that the county basically undercut them, that other people ended up with some of their share.
That is correct. So
Over what period of time?
I don't know the period of time, Councilman.
But the key is that if the court decision stands, the likelihood is we'll have to go some retroactive period to refund money to the county so they can then refund it to the LA Unified School District?
That is likely. Both the city and the county will have to make refunds to the school district.
Okay. But we don't have an idea of dollars yet?
No, the court has not said how much and for what period of time.
Okay. And then could you give us just a brief overview of, I think you have two programs, one Economic Development Opportunity Fund and also the Industrial Incentive Program is that proposed for this fiscal year?
Yes, sir.
Okay, could you give us an overview what the intent of those are and what the benefit of what we'll see if they're implemented?
The intent for both of them is job creation. The Economic Development Fund is approximately $4.2 million. It is coming from our general revenue sources. It is not tax increment. It is general revenue dollars. It is proposed that money be placed into a fund. It's called an opportunity fund, such that when a project comes forward that is good job, as a good job creation opportunity, we will be able to use those funds quickly to implement that project within any of the project areas. We will have an internal process, a set of criteria for those projects. If a project is awarded those funds, the approval for that project will go through our standard approval process. So it'll be an individual project, it'll go back to our board for approval, and that project would come to the city council through the oversight ordinance.
Now, that fund, either one or both of those funds will be a percentage of tax increment that comes to the 7 or 8 areas, so they'll be taken off the top to create this pool of money.
No, sir. The $4.2 million is not tax increment.
Okay.
It is general revenue funds from the redevelopment agency.
Okay, now that's the EDOF fund?
Yes, that is correct.
You said that's
That's $4.2 million is in the proposed budget.
Okay, and it comes from what source?
It comes from general revenue, and that general revenue includes income from ground leases. It includes income from that was released from a housing bond financing where we had put other general revenue into that project. It comes from a variety of sources. It is not tax increment dollars.
Now how was the initial amount of funds that, in the sense of creating the ground leases or the purchase of that land that now gives us ground leases or that bonding, was any of that initially created by tax increment?
Most of those ground leases were funded as a result of federal programs.
So both of them are job creation activities, and the primary issue of the job creation are within the 7 or 8 CRA areas?
Well, within the 32 project areas, but
32.
Yes.
So that's the primary focus of where these two programs will go?
Yes, those funds would need to be spent within a redevelopment project area. The Industrial Incentive Program is really to assist smaller businesses. It will be a loan and grant program. We envision it as being similar to our commercial rehabilitation program, although these funds would be used by businesses for such things as financing of capital equipment.
Okay. And then what's the source of those funds saying?
Those will be implemented by the individual project areas, so the individual project areas will use their tax increment as part of their budgeted programs.
So the TI, okay. All right. So the difference is that they're both job creation, but the industrial will be TI on a local basis, and the EDOF will be from general operating funds that come from another source.
That is correct.
Okay. Colleagues, any other questions on CRA? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Department will be LASA. Ms. Perry, will you lead that discussion?
One of these days.
Ms. Perry? Jan?
If there's anybody here. Is there?
Mr. Arnold, why don't we take your presentation first, and then I have a number of questions I wanted to ask. I'm sorry.
Go right to the questions, Jan, because we don't...
Oh, go right to the questions? Okay, great. In the discussions that my staff has had with LASA, I wanted to remind my colleagues and appreciate what they have done in the past, the support you've provided for the emergency homeless shelter system of care that has helped our entire city in a number of ways. One of the biggest ways is that it's enhanced our continuum of care with housing and urban development, and it has served as an excellent leverage source. It has also linked hundreds of chronically homeless people with permanent supportive housing, so that meant people who were permanently taken off the street and into a continuum of care. It's also been a critical link to services for people who are homeless, including Social Security advocacy, linkage to housing, job training, health, and mental services. In no small way, this program has finally placed the city of Los Angeles in a position to leverage our dollars with HUD and done what should have been done for decades, which is actually deal with the problem. So we've strengthened our continuum of care with this service. And quite frankly, through Safer Cities Initiative, the Los Angeles Police Department, the community, not just in Skid Row, but the homeless community, even beyond Skid Row, have come to rely upon it. Now, this year, the mayor's budget has moved this program off GCP funding and proposes a brand new neighborhood and community fund using AB 1290 and land trust resources. Homelessness is a citywide issue, whether people believe that or not. These resources are not available from every council district. Not every council district has 1290 money. They just don't. And so, in some cases, the districts who do have it may have obligated 1290 money. And so by taking this from a general fund obligation is the equivalent of unfunding a program. This is critical, this is important. So the questions I have for LASA are the following. This is for LASA, and then I have some questions for the CAO and the mayor's budget people. Now, to LASA, it looks like the mayor's budget wants to fund these expenditures, at least in part, with AB 1290 fund. Now, are you aware of any restrictions associated with AB 1290 funds that would impact the delivery of homeless services funded by these dollars? Mr. Arnold.
Good morning, council members. We have in the past used this type of funding, I believe, for 2 years in swapping dollars out in the consolidated plan. At the time that those dollars were used and came through the consolidated plan, there are certain expenditure types that were not supported, and we had to go through a weaving of those dollars, particularly around the service dollars. And as you're probably aware, the service dollars are what enable our homeless individuals and families to link up to social services, benefits, and things that move them on the way toward more stable housing. So we've had to weave it with other general funds and other consolidated plan dollars.
Go back to the service dollars and the AB 1290 linkage. So you're saying that AB 1290 has a restriction in the way those funds are used as service dollars, so you had to make a swap on that particular issue?
We had to weave those dollars in the past with other dollars that would pick up the service costs when we funded programs, yes.
So then would that be the most critical aspect of taking someone through a continuum of care, the service dollars?
The service dollars are really key, and I think the big paradigm shift that we're seeing in homeless housing is a real focus on the goal isn't simply to provide them shelter and a couple of hot meals. The goal is to get these folks so that they can get sustainably housed, and the service dollars are what enable that to occur.
Now, when you have to swap or patch together other types of funding sources because the AB 1290 monies don't apply to the service component, do you lose time too?
Well, it certainly makes the administration of the dollars more complex for both the agency as well as for us in terms of trying to administer it. The timing issue, I'm not quite sure what is meant by that, but I do have a concern about the timing on this particular new fund. Our programs start July 1st. And as I read the proposed budget, the new fund would not be funded until November, would not be fully funded until
that was my
November.
next question. I was going to ask you to tell us for the record, your fiscal year begins when?
Our fiscal year begins July 1st. These programs begin July 1st as well.
Okay, so the programs begin July the 1st, and the November funding date referenced in the budget creates a gap for you?
Well, it creates a gap for us, and probably more importantly, it could present a gap to our agencies. And as you're probably aware, this down economy has significantly adversely affected nonprofits who provide these vital services. And frankly, many of them depend on this money and live very close to the edge.
Yeah.
I doubt that they would be able to sustain the cash requirements to keep the program running till the funding became available, if it didn't become available until November 1st.
So if funding isn't available, what's the outcome for these homeless programs?
Programs that have resources may be able to stay open. I think one of my big concerns is that once a program closes, the likelihood of it ever being able to open again for the variety of reasons that make, I think, shelter and homeless programs viable in a community get challenged. And so we've got some real concerns that if we lose these programs, we may lose them forever.
And then the long-term effects of losing programs that were forced to close because of this year's budget would be what?
Well, there's the immediate effect of the loss of these beds and these shelters for individuals who are currently living on the street. And I do want to just point out that even with these beds, we have a significant shortage of emergency shelter beds in the city. Based on our latest homeless count, about 2 out of every 3 homeless have no shelter every night. So any bed that we lose obviously has an immediate impact. I think the longer-term impact is something that you referenced a little bit earlier, and that is these shelters are actually working with the folks who are on the streets, connecting them to benefits and social services, and getting people housed. We had almost 2,000 folks that were housed out of this emergency shelter program last year. So it has a big impact on getting people back into housing.
Okay, thanks. Thank you very much. This is for the CAO or the mayor's office. Does the mayor's budget anticipate that the neighborhood and community fund will be fully funded by June 30th, 2010?
It's our intent, it was our intent to make sure that that would be the case, that the funding would be available by July 1st.
Now, how many, Mr.
And as it relates to the timing of the AB 1290 funds, it's my understanding that those funds become available once the CRA budget is fully reconciled, and so at that point, that's probably what the delay is in time.
How many, Mr. Santana, do you know how many council districts have 1290 funds and land trust funds?
I don't know from the top of my head, I don't know.
Ms. Perry?
Yes.
What the CLA is going to be asked to do when we get the GCP money is to reevaluate some of these prior allocations and also this triple flip that occurred between the homeless money and the movement of that money into that new account. And so that's going to be dealt with as part of GCP discussions.
All right. Why don't I just put this on the record, and this may be redundant, and you can tell me that. I'd like to get a report back from CAO and CLA on this proposed fund, and specifically the CLA on how resources from maybe 1290 and Land Trust are committed to projects at this time, and how that would impact the use of these funds for the year-round emergency shelter program. The other directive I'd like to make is I want this program placed in the unappropriated balance. I think we need to look at all GCP funded programs and see that this program is funded in a fair and balanced way as it relates to the overall health and human service budget for GCP. This is a discussion we need to have when we look at the overall budget. And Mr. Chair, I just want to say thank you to LASA and Mr. Arnold for the work that you've done to strengthen the emergency shelter program. And I believe that is worth fighting for, and I believe that it needs to be funded with GCP. And Mr. Arnold, for the record, this is my last question, or no, I'm sorry, Mr. Santana. What health and human services programs are currently in the budget and are proposed to be funded with GCP? If you would say that, just tell us for the record.
We could go back to the schedule. Do you have a list? Okay. We have 3 items. Council District Community Services at $1.22 million. Homeless Shelter Program at 10.20, and the Bureau of Engineering, Alley River positions at a .11.
Okay, that's it?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
And also, Ms. Perry, the committee has not approved that new fund, so that's another discussion as we get to GCP. So
Great.
those are all, the CLA will be asked to reconcile a great number of things that have been proposed that the council has not agreed to at this time. Okay. And then let me just ask a couple of questions. Could you give us a little update, and I don't have the exact title, of the funding that came from the federal government that dealt with rent protection, how that program is going?
Oh, the Homeless Prevention and Rapid Rehousing Program.
Okay.
That program is actually doing, I think, extremely well. I think we're planning on a report back to the council shortly. Just to refresh everyone's memory, there was about $29 million that was made available under ARA and the Homeless Prevention and Rapid Rehousing Program. Within the city of Los Angeles, there are 3 rapid rehousing centers, one in the Valley, one in Metro LA, one in South LA. A vehicular outreach program which was specifically designed to identify people living in their cars, motor vehicles, mobile homes that are canvassing the city and trying to connect those folks with resources and get them housed. And then we have the eviction prevention program, which is administered through a coalition of legal aid organizations who are providing landlord outreach, eviction prevention, and rental assistance to help ensure that folks who are precariously housed and may become homeless if they lose their home to remain in their housing. So the program is going very well. Steve, you might have the statistics on the program, but I believe, Steve.
To date, we've served...
Your name for the record?
Steve Andrzejewski, CFO, LASA. To date, we've served approximately 500 households since the program started on November 2nd.
And then let me ask the one question I asked during the time we were talking about in committee. What efforts have we made to have a direct liaison with the Apartment Owners Association and such, people who would know who's going to get evicted, as opposed to waiting for them to come into legal aid?
Actually, we've done really, the Legal Aid Foundation of L.A. Has done significant outreach with the, I believe it's Jim Clark with the Greater Los Angeles Apartment Owners Association, and there's been good liaison between those two groups. The apartment owners, I believe, published a number of articles in their monthly brochures that made the program available and aware of what the requirements for the program. So I think that's gone very well.
Well, thank you. Let me ask you a few more questions. I appreciated your enthusiasm. We're very enthused in my area in Venice about what we saw up in Santa Barbara. Santa Barbara, we saw a car and camper program. Roughly 350 cars and campers are there in the city of Santa Barbara, a town of about 80,000. And they created 21 locations with the county, the city, not-for-profits, private industry, as well as 5 different groups got together. Churches, not-for-profits, county and city government, and private business, and they have there 105 cars and campers in 21 locations. So we're in the process of working with you. We brought on board Sapphire Heller to help put together an RFP. Tell us your involvement with that, how the county and the city can work together on folks living in cars and campers.
We share your enthusiasm on that program. It's a safe park program that also has the ability to link folks who are currently homeless living in their vehicles with case management, which allows them to link to greater resources. So we're really excited about that as well. I think we've got a great opportunity. I think homelessness obviously is not only a city issue, it's a county issue. The beach communities, I think, are particularly hard hit by folks who, if you're going to be homeless and live in your car, you may as well live at the beach. I think that what we're doing with your office is working to design the program, take the funding that you set aside to get it out there. We want to involve the county in terms of bringing on connections to services, connections to mainstream benefits, involve folks like DPSS and Department of Mental Health to get folks the services and the care that they need so that they can get stably housed. So we're very excited about that.
And I might say that both Supervisors Jaroslawski and Mark Ridley Thomas and Don Canalby, who are the 3 I deal with in my neighborhoods, are very much aware of it and want to help. So I think there'll be the political support and the financial support from the county. But let me ask you a few other quick questions. The year-round emergency shelter program. We have an issue in my district where we have 2 shelters open from December 15th to mid-March. And it's very sad for me to see the 200-plus folks, 300 actually, all of a sudden they're no longer in a location. What happens when they go to the location, the social services try to connect with these folks and create relationships enough to move them through various processes. I would like to have the stability of the winter shelter program, but I'd also like to extend at least one opportunity for a shelter to continue, not just in those 4-month period. Where are we with both the year-round emergency shelter and the winter shelter program?
Well,
and I want to report back on this stuff.
Oh, you want to report back? I'll report back on that. Fine.
Okay. I mean, I don't want to, but in the next time you come here, lay that all out to us on both the year-round shelter and the winter shelter program. I'd like to ask the questions for the CAO and the mayor's budget team. How is the city doing relative to the creation of more permanent supportive housing on the west side?
Let me have my staff person come in and try to respond to that.
And then, in the same breath, I want to also ask, what is the status of the homeless prevention and rapid rehousing program? These are also for the CAO and the budgets team, but you can come back with this, okay?
We can report back on both of those
Report back
questions.
on these. First, how is the city doing relative to the creation of more permanent supportive housing? What is the status of the homeless prevention and rapid rehousing program? What is being done to address the close to 1,000 homeless individuals and families living in Venice? I might say, just in a public sense, that when Charlie Beck came on board, Charlie's been extremely supportive of the issues I have of not just the car camper issue, but the issues of homeless folks coming in and out of the neighborhood and the region because it's Venice Beach, and some of them causing issues. And he's given us a sensitized group of folks who will be working with community groups. And he's also, John Peters, who's the new captain, has relationships with church-based, religious-based groups. So we're working on ways to connect people. But I'd like to know what the city specifically...
We'll have our policy team report back to you on that, but I'm sure some of those questions may actually be answered by the housing department when they come up to the table.
That'd be great. So then I just have two more questions. What is the status of the cold weather, wet weather shelter program for 2010-2011? It is a fully funded, are the sites confirmed? I'll give you these questions afterwards so you can take them with you. Is the outreach response team fully funded for the fiscal year? Will we be seeing an increasing in staff? How many staffers are on the city's team? Could these outreach teams reach out to our RVs dwellers as well? And here's the last one. And can federal funds be used for a program that specifically works with vehicle dwellers by providing safe parking zones and supportive services? But I'll submit them to you for report backs as well.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Perez.
Just one question on homelessness. How do you allocate homeless resources throughout the city, and will the cuts impact how individual council districts are able to access resources?
So I think the best way of saying this is that most of what we have in terms of service providers are service providers that have sort of evolved over time. So there's, I don't think we think of it in terms of allocating it around the city so much as particularly these programs as maintaining the shelters that we have. So cuts. I mean, one of the policy issues that I think is always concerning to me is that for both the city and the county, unfortunately, because we have NIMBY issues, i.e. communities who just do not want homeless service providers in their communities, and I think where we've looked at creating emergency shelter programs on the west side, where we've looked at creating emergency shelters in the valley, that severely limits the ability to, I think, site locations. Having said that, there hasn't been a lot of new money to support increased number of shelters. So until we've got new money, I think that issue sort of works itself out. The cuts obviously would affect the shelters in terms of their ability to operate. These are really slimly funded programs. The average rate per night for an emergency shelter bed is between $15 and $18. That barely covers space and food costs. So these cut to the bone when there are cuts in these programs.
So for homeless on the west side, how do they access resources? How do we get them to shelters, or how do we find resources for them the most easily?
Well, the homeless continuum, the city funding, I should point out, as Councilmember Perry pointed out, is highly leveraged. So we receive about $75 million annually, the Los Angeles Continuum of Care, to provide permanent housing, transitional housing, outreach, supportive services. So there's a continuum that's geographically located throughout all of the spas within the county, including the city. And this program weaves into, the emergency shelter program weaves into those programs through outreach, through access to housing, through the HPRP program, the Homeless Prevention and Rapid Rehousing. So no single funding source funds all of the needs of those who are homeless. So we build programs that are woven together, creative leveraging of funding that allows folks to get basic services and then receive the support, the benefits, the social services, the medical services that help them regain their ability to be stably housed. So it's all woven together.
Now, is it geographically focused around the shelters? Because I certainly notice a lot of the same people on the west side that have their spots and they're there and not much changes. So I don't know if much outreach goes on, if they're able to pull people into those facilities, or is it just in the geographic areas where those facilities exist?
Different geographic areas, I think, have had different responses. So one of the things that has happened on the west side is that Santa Monica has built a fairly robust homeless delivery system. Within the city of Los Angeles on the west side, I think the primary outreach provider over there is St. Joseph's Center in Venice. And again, we don't services aren't provided necessarily by jurisdictional boundaries. So most folks on the west side will either go to Santa Monica for services or they will go to St. Joseph's Center in Venice for services. And again, that's part of our challenge, is how do we distribute access to services and access to housing so that people can stay in their local communities when they become homeless.
So that sounds like mostly on the far west side, closer to Bill Rosenthal's district. Is there anything that provides access more on the west side in the 5th Council District?
Culver City has, they have a transitional housing program in terms of site-based providers. I think Dee Dee Hirsch is over there as a mental health provider. But we have geographic concentrations that we know have occurred, and part of it is where can you put up services, where can you put in housing, and where can you put shelters, that has sort of driven how they are geographically dispersed around the city and areas around the county. So we're fairly constrained by neighborhood concerns about homeless services in their communities.
Okay. Thank you.
If I could come back to a couple of more questions, and I'd like a report back on this. As we all know, Prop 63 was a measure that the public in the state approved. It said 1% of a person's taxes who make over $1 million a year would go into a special fund. The fund was set up for mental health issues across the board, rich and poor alike. But it is to fund those programs. Obviously, we know that a good number of homeless folks have drug and alcohol issues, addiction issues, and mental health issues. In fact, mental health issues and drug addiction go hand in hand. And this is a major opportunity with major monies to do major things. Literally hundreds of millions of dollars of taxpayers' money have been sitting in silos throughout the state over the last couple of 3 years. One of the anecdotal stories I hear is that the bureaucracies of the various strategies have had difficulty in their own abilities to flush that money into the system where it so vitally is needed. It could help us tremendously in our city homeless issues. I'd like a report back on the status of Prop 63 monies in LA County. How much have we taken in? How much have we spent? What is on the docket to be spent over the next couple of years? We also know there was a push at one point when the Sacramento leadership were trying to balance that budget to rob the money from that. I mean, I was furious. I call it robbing it, actually, because the people voted for a particular reason, but they didn't. It didn't get touched. So I'm literally saying there's hundreds of millions of dollars of unspent money that should be spent out in the streets of Los Angeles County now, and I'd like a real report back on that. That's my biggest question, but here are a couple of others on AB 1290. Can anybody clarify for the public what AB 1290 funds are? What are they?
Certainly. It's AB 1290 funds are property tax increment funds that are generated in CRA areas, and by that state legislation, AB 1290, these funds are passed through from the CRA back to local entities like the City of LA, like the school districts and other county agencies.
Okay, I appreciate that. Are you aware of any restrictions associated with AB 1290 funds that would impact the delivery of homeless services funded by these dollars?
It's our understanding that AB 1290 funds are in essence general fund dollars that have remained in the CRA under council policy. But to our, it's been our understanding that any restrictions that have been placed from a council policy perspective.
Has LASA ever utilized AB 1290 funds to provide homeless services in the city of Los Angeles? And if so, what are some of the challenges posed by the use of these funds?
I'll ask Steve to address that.
We have, for the past 2 years, through the Community Redevelopment Agency, utilized AB 1290 funds to backfill our emergency shelter and services program. And in dealing with those funds for the past 2 years, and there have been some restrictions placed upon the uses in terms of providing services. The dollars can be used to provide housing, but not services. So we've had to weave the funding together with other dollars so that we could provide total services for our agencies.
Okay, I'd like a report back in writing on that question and to get a better sense and just to both of them actually thrown together, if you could just put them in writing.
Councilmember, just to clarify.
Sure.
The AB 1290 funds really are general funds, and by policy, the council had determined that those would go to the CRA. And
when did council make that policy?
Timing-wise,
7 or 8 years ago. Well, we're a new council, and I'd like to visit that issue.
right, but just by way of background, and then by having them go through the CRA, they were used in project areas or near those project areas, although that was a policy determination. And then just jumping back to Councilmember Perry's question about how many council districts receive them. Roughly 10 council districts have AB 1290 funds in about 25 different project areas.
Yeah, that's why I want to shed light on the whole thing. I want to know that it was 8 years ago. I want to know what potential flexibility we, the policymakers of 2010, I'd like to know what our options are with that money.
Councilman, if I can just point out, those funds, you have maximum flexibility. I think that the problem that has occurred is when the CRA retains them, they apply their same regulations, requirements, and other restrictions on the funds. Technically, though, those are general fund monies, and one way of handling it would be is to bring it back into the general fund and allocate it back to CRA. The CRA is really the one that has put those restrictions on the use of
understand that,
funds.
but we're talking about the CRA in general right now, and Mr. Perry and Mr. Parks and others, we're talking about getting a better handle on that. And this is one of those issues that is a policy issue. I want to know the amounts of monies we're talking about, where the monies have been spent in the past, and what options and flexibilities the policymakers of 2010 have with us. Better time is now to get a better understanding of it. That's what I want to report back.
Let me ask, Miguel, can we just add that to the earlier report back as a general discussion about CRA?
Absolutely.
Anything? That's it. Jose?
Report back on the AB 1290, but real quick, two questions. One is AB 1290 dollars, they are not tied to, or do they emanate from a project area?
That's council policy, I think.
No, I know they're distributed according to project area increment financing dollars that are realized, but these AB 1290 dollars are not realized from the project area. Do they emanate from it, or do they come from a separate pot from the state?
They're the tax increment from the specific...
So they are tax increment from those particular areas?
But they have the flexibility so that the council could allocate where they're targeted.
Okay.
So they're not limited by law to those specific areas. It's council policy to do that.
Okay, but the
These are
tax,
unrestricted
it's
funds.
coming from it's realized that taxes that otherwise would have gone to the general fund that now get put into AB 1290, and the policy has been, well, let's put that back in to those project areas. But it is money realized from those areas?
That is correct.
And the policy has been, let's put it back into those areas?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
So regarding the 1290 and the CRA, the 1290 funds, general funds as you state, the CRA generates those tax increments. Is that generated from a separate tax? Is it all one and the same? Is 1290, in essence, what funds the CRA, or is it separate?
This is the funding that AB 1290 basically allowed the municipal entity, that's the taxing organization, to receive a portion for administrative purposes. So this is technically the administrative portion that the City of LA, as the taxing entity, is entitled to. So roughly speaking, of all of the tax increment dollars that were generated by all the CRA zones, there is a certain portion that's eligible. And over the years, it's been somewhere in the range of, anywhere ranging from $15 million. But because the amount of revenue that's generated in those project areas is dwindling, the amount has actually dropped. I think next year CRA is anticipating somewhere in the range of $9 to $10 million next year from these AB 1290 funds that are the property tax administrative portion that's due to the local entity.
But that other property tax goes into the CRA
Yes, that
for that
remains.
particular project area.
That's correct.
This is additional from those same tax dollars that go in for administrative.
Right, it's a portion that's generated. So there's a total amount that's generated, and then there's a small piece where the local entity is entitled to a small administrative portion.
To that, Lisa Johnson-Smith, City Administrative Officer, there's a taxing formula. So 20% of the dollars that are created in the year from that particular project area, 20% is set aside of AB 1290. And it was a law that was passed, Assembly Bill, and it started in 1994. So any project area that's created after 1994 or amended after 1994 falls under the 20% formula. And of the 20%, the city gets a third of that, and the rest goes to the other taxing entities like the county, the school district, and so forth.
And then the 80% goes to the CRA directly.
The 80% remains with the CRA.
For that project area.
Right.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for the clarification. It's been confusing.
One more question on that. Their administrative dollars, historically, they've been used for a number of things. I mean, at least in my area, once we realized there were AB 1290 dollars, no one really told my office when we first got elected here. Most of those dollars are going to actual capital projects, so they're not going to administrative purposes. So although they're intended for the administration of these dollars, at least in my area, we're using them mostly for capital projects, and that's allowed.
Just to add to the 20%, prior to 1994, as the project area was created during the process, the percentage that would go was negotiated, and then the 20% came as a standard percentage. For all the other taxing entities, once the agency closes their books, usually by the end of August and by October, they're able to determine how much is AB 1290 and how much the other entities are receive. They write a check, and they just send the entities, the school district, the county, and all the other entities, their money. The only place where they hold the money is for the city because of our policy, and they hold it in their account.
But some of those AB 1290 dollars do go to administrative costs for the agency. correct? And then some of that money is returned to the actual, under current policy.
The direction of the council members is how it's used, and this is various directions. And if a council member chooses to put it towards administrative costs, then it would be used for that.
I guess the best way to consider those dollars is general fund dollars, and they have maximum flexibility. So if, in the same way that you could use general fund dollars for capital purposes, you could do that. If you want to use it for direct services, that's sort of the best way to consider it.
Yeah, well, even, I got you on that, but let me just say right now that for me at least, if we are realizing these dollars emanating from a particular area under that law, I believe they should stay there. That's my belief, but I know the conversation's kind of seeing what else we can do with these dollars. But if we are taking them from very low-income areas where these dollars were realized, that have a lot of need, I think it makes sense to keep them there, at least from my point of view.
And I think that's probably the broader question is, as contained in the proposed budget, council had already adopted a policy whereby the monies would remain in those project areas from which they were generated. And the proposed budget actually takes it out of the project areas and instead allocates it to fund the home LASA program.
And then one more follow-up on that. The CRA said it was a $49 million administrative cost for their staff. Does that 20% go into that, or does that $49 million come from another source?
The $49 million is coming from the project budget. So to the extent that the tax increment of the 80% remaining, they generate sufficient funds to pay operations is coming from property tax increment. There are some resource-restricted project areas, and in those cases, sometimes the agency general revenue will be used to supplement the operating budget. But primarily, it's all tax increment from the project areas.
The 80% would go in to take care of that $49 million.
Right. They have a formula for every dollar they receive, a portion of it goes towards housing, 20%, a portion of it goes towards debt service, a portion of it goes towards operating expense, and then the balance, of course, just goes towards whatever the priorities of the project area are.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Let me ask Ms. Swartz to come up. Well, just hold tight. We have one public comment speaker. Ms. Ruth Swartz. Okay. Okay, Greg, go ahead and ask your question. We'll put this in file.
Thank you. Question, last year you had funding in here for the Streets of Services Program, SOS you call it, and it looks very good. Are you doing a good job of getting people away from misdemeanor arrest and recidivism into more productive contribution? How is that working for the money that's spent on that?
Well, just to refresh everyone's memory, the Streets of Services program provides dedicated housing. I believe it's about 36 beds that will divert homeless folks rather than going to jail. They have the option of opting into this program, which provides them with shelter as well as case management services to again, link them back into the broader continuum. I think initially, the program evolved over time. It started out with a case manager at the jail system, but no dedicated housing. Without dedicated housing, it was very difficult to find places for folks who fit the diversion program. With the dedication of housing, I think they've had some great successes, and the program has been essentially full since it ramped up. It's administered by the Weingarten. There are 5 nonprofit shelters downtown that provide a piece of their beds to support the program. I think it's done really well. I think the funding on that program, I think we found some additional funding to carry them forward for a little while, and we'll continue to look for funding as we go forward. But I think the program, after getting ramped up, after sort of figuring itself out, has done a really good job of getting folks out of the jails and into programs.
And how long do you keep them in the program?
The program, I believe, is a 21-day program. A lot of folks, so once they get into the programs, they transition into other programs that are within the continuum. So again, our goal is, when we look at homelessness, is not to just provide them shelter, get them off the streets. It's really to get them housed.
Mm-hmm. But if you're only there for 21 days, then you have to transition to something else. Are you getting them jobs? You're finding
Part of the case manage that occurs is job training, getting them linked in with service providers that can deal with if they have substance abuse issues, dealing with their substance abuse issues, if they are interested and have skills, job training and resume writing and all of that. So it's really designed to focus on what their needs are, identify what resources can be added to what they currently have, and again, try and get them into the channel working toward sustainable housing conditions.
So in 21 days, you can't fix a lot of those kind of problems. So you're taking them off going to jail. You're giving them on a first step, and then the second step is to push them into other agencies that take them to the next level.
Yeah, all of the agencies that are participating in this have much broader program offerings. So the first goal is just help them understand there are options to being on the streets and committing crimes and getting them into programs that help them realize their potential.
Sounds great. Thank you very much.
Any other questions of LAHSA? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Before we bring up housing, I overlooked we have a handful of cards for public comment in general, and I'll call those up now. Ankur Patel, Steve Kramer, Sean Simmons, and Dr. Clyde Williams, and Jim McQuiston. And this is general public comment. So you have 2 minutes.
Okay. I apologize for my want to participate. I am very glad to hear you guys holding the CRA's feet to the fire. But there are many departments that need that same type of go get 'em. The information technology department, you don't need 30 programmers to do a website that my 13-year-old brother can make available to the people. And Councilman Cardenas was defending the FMS project. That was pretty bad. Anyway, I would like to offer a solution, right? That's what I'm trying to do. So, Los Angeles City's budget, $6,700,000,000. Perspective, there are 100 billion galaxies in the world, in the universe. Each of them have 100 billion stars. These numbers we can't comprehend. The derivative market was worth $600 trillion, right? The derivative market was worth $600 trillion. Only available to financial institutions. We as a city need to get into this market. We get a crumb of that. We are looking good because the name of the game is revenues. We can generate revenues with plastic bags and selling parking structures, but the financial instruments these guys use, the house, it's worth something. The piece of paper that says you own the mortgage to the house, okay, that's worth something. The next piece of paper, the first derivative, that says you own a piece of that first piece of paper that says you own that house, that's maybe worth something. The next derivative that says you own a share of 1,500 homes spread across the United States and you have a small slice of that. They were using the French word for slice. That has some value. As a city, we can put that kind of financial instrument to use on anything that has revenue streams. Right? If there's a revenue stream, you could put that into something like this. And the best place to look at this is the DWP, right? Each homeowner pays electricity bills and water bills for 20 years. You can turn that into a derivative, more or less, with some finagling. And this would be a huge tool for the city to use. Because this derivative market, again, it's been closed to the private Lehman Brothers and these financial institutions. We as a city can get involved in this and solve a lot of our financial problems.
Thank you very much. Next, Steve Kramer, Sean Simmons, second time. Dr. Clyde Williams, second time. Mr. McQuiston, second time. Mr. McQuiston, you have a public comment?
Jim McQuiston. I put in two statements, one on the parking lot meter sales and one on the CLA budget. I don't want to talk about them too much. You all have that, and this is just to make a record that those were submitted.
All right, thank you. Next department, that concludes public comment. Next department would be Housing Authority. Hakala? And And we have no public comment cards, so we can... So you can lead, Ms. Perry will lead the questioning. There should be room for staff on the wings here. Good morning. Yeah, Ms. Perry's going to lead the questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and some of my questions are rather specific to activities taking in or about my district, so I'll just cut to the chase. I wanted to know why the homeless, housing, sorry, why did HACLA withdraw from the joint NOFA Notice of Funds Availability with the Los Angeles Housing Department?
That's an inaccurate statement. HACLA issued
It's not a statement, sir, it's a question. I'm just asking you a question.
We issued a NOFA in conjunction with LHD. We have received proposals, and within the next 4 weeks, in conjunction with LHD, we'll be awarding project-based vouchers.
So you're going to continue to do a joint NOFA then with LAHD then? Is that correct?
We did issue a joint NOFA with LAHD.
Okay, and then that will continue. There will continue to be a joint NOFA. I just want to make sure that that's correct so that I can be accurate in my understanding. Is that correct?
We issued a joint NOFA, Councilwoman. I'm not sure I hear the distinction.
That's okay. That's fine. Now, it's the intention that, you know what, why don't you just tell me this? Where are we on this Bonnie Bray project?
The Bonnie Bray project is being reviewed by the LHD group in anticipation of trying to do a workout. I understand that LHD has issued a preliminary notice of default. We have received a request from LHD to redo a waiver request to HUD to issue the long-term vouchers that would support the project. And we are willing to do that as soon as the deal is structured by LHD.
How long is it going to take to resolve the issues that I have with homeless seniors at the New Image Emergency Shelter that have to go through an application process again and have been waiting since last Christmas for housing at Bonnie Bray?
Because the waiver request has not yet even been submitted to HUD, the secondary waiver request, and because the workout plan is in the hands of LHD and they'll be up next, perhaps they can give you more of a time frame. I would suspect it would take a few months after the process is completed on the LHD side to have approvals from HUD and people living in the units.
So we don't have a time frame yet, really?
The time frame, we're totally dependent on what LHD does as part of their workout plan with a new developer, or the replacement developer.
There's nobody here right now from LAHD, is there, Mr. Chair? Is anybody here from LAHD?
Mr. Cervantes, I think, is in the
somebody
audience.
back there. Since we got this issue on the table, maybe we can get something on the record now. Mr. Cervantes, head of HACLA has indicated that they're totally reliant upon LAHD to be able to give me a time frame in response to my question about moving homeless seniors from the New Image into the housing that they've been waiting for since last Christmas at the project referred to commonly as Bonnie Bray.
Yes, Mr. Montiel is correct. This is a two-pronged approach. We do need to request a regulatory waiver from HUD in order to approve the 92 vouchers for the project. On a parallel track, the department is working with the developer and another entity to work out a plan to take over the project. So the negotiations are taking place right now, and we meet several times a week Time-wise, we're not quite clear yet. It could take several weeks, could take upwards of a month to get that workout. Any workout that would be completed would still be subject to the availability of those project-based vouchers. With no vouchers, there's a whole different type of project we're looking at, and it could be very costly to the city. So we're working as expeditiously as possible to get the two parties to agree to some form of a financial transaction where it can be acquired by that new entity, and at the same time, I know that the Housing Authority is looking to request that regulatory waiver.
And then has LAHD confirmed its participation in the issuance of the joint NOFA?
I'm sorry, I didn't quite understand.
Has Housing confirmed its participation in the issuance of the joint NOFA that I asked Mr. Montiel about in my first question?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question initially.
I was under the impression, and maybe I was wrong, that HACLA had withdrawn from a joint NOFA with the Housing Department. And Mr. Montiel corrected me, and I wanted to make sure that from the Housing perspective, Housing Department perspective, that that was accurate.
The initial NOFA was a joint NOFA. Is that the one you're referring to, or are you talking about subsequent NOFAs?
Is there a subsequent NOFA where you're not together?
We have two NOFAs that are working on a parallel track right now. Okay. So that the Housing Department released a NOFA, and we had conversations with the Housing Authority. We let them know what we were issuing, and the Housing Authority issued their NOFA in parallel.
Now, why do you have two NOFAs on a parallel track, separate and apart from HACLA?
I can answer that.
Well, let me finish with him, and I'll come back to you. I'd like to get you both to answer that.
At this point, it felt, I think both parties, and at least the House Department, felt that it was be more efficient to be able to have that separate NOFA, just to have it run its own course through its own selection criteria.
Okay. Mr. Montiel?
Yes. Councilwoman, because they're separate governmental entities, ours is a federally funded one, we were advised that we needed to issue a separate NOFA, but they are linked in language and in submittal dates, and within the next 3 to 4 weeks, we'll actually be sitting with LAHD to arrive at the results.
And what agency or department or government entity gave you the advice that they should be separate?
That they should be linked together, but they had to be on a separate NOFA. That's legal counsel, actually.
Legal counsel for?
The authority.
For the authority. So who's your legal counsel?
City attorney.
Okay. Who's the assigned person to your department? Just for the record.
Yes, it's Craig Takanaka's office.
Craig who?
Craig Takanaka is the attorney for LHD and for...
This is the wrong number.
Okay.
It's 1641.
Okay, and then next question is about AB 1641 and how it will impact replacement housing requirements at Jordan Downs. Thanks, Mr. Cervantes.
1641 would actually enable the production of additional housing. As you know, at Jordan Downs, we have made the commitment to replace one-for-one the public housing units. So 1641 provides the tax increment financing if CRA redevelopment areas are overlaying to public housing sites. It would provide additional funds for production of more housing.
More replacement housing or more housing?
More housing. The replacement housing is already something that we are planning on doing anyway.
One-to-one?
One-to-one.
Okay. All right. Mr. Chair, that's all the questions I have.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Just for the edification of the public more than anything else, explain what your mission is.
Our mission is provide safe, decent, and affordable housing in Los Angeles, primarily through two main programs that we operate. One is public housing, where the Housing Authority holds 14 large public housing sites where we own, operate, manage approximately 7,000 units of public housing. Our occupancy rate there is 99.9%, and we collect about 99.8% of the rents. Our second large program is Section 8, and Section 8 has some sub-programs in the homeless arena, but we have a voucher allocation of just shy of 52,000 units. of which right now we're just about 100% leased up, and that includes units for special programs such as Shelter Plus Care and our homeless set-aside. We have a homeless set-aside of nearly 4,100 units of Section 8.
And how has Section 8 been under the Obama administration? I knew in the beginning they were being held up for other situations. We desperately need that Section 8 voucher system. How have we done this last year, and what do you project in the next fiscal year?
We've done very well in public housing, as you know, because of the stimulus monies. We received a lot of capital money.
Yeah, how much did you get from stimulus money?
Stimulus, we received $25 million of stimulus monies, and those funds have gone to re-roof 7 of our communities, and also we set aside $7 million to work with LAPD. We're putting in public safety cameras at Nickerson, Imperial, and Ramona Gardens, operated and managed by the LAPD.
Do you expect in this fiscal year coming up increases in those amounts, same amounts? What do you think?
In the public housing, we'll probably receive flat or slightly lower funding because of the stimulus money that we already received last year. In Section 8, we have competed very effectively for some additional set-asides. In 2009, we received over $22 million, and in 2010, we just received notification within the last month that we received an additional $10 million, which allowed us to then issue the NOFA with LAHD for permanent supportive housing. We exceeded LAHD's request. And secondly, we're about to announce the release of additional homeless vouchers, because we've got about a backlog of almost 600 units of requested homeless vouchers.
And do you have enough to cover that?
We believe that we won't do all the 600, but we may do about half of that. And we're kind of keeping our finger on the pulse, but the funding seems to be, our forecast, I think we'll meet it in 2010, such that we will not have to cut a single family from Section 8. We will be able to do permanent supportive housing, and we will be able to release some homeless vouchers.
Okay, and for the public, explain what Section 8 is.
Section 8 is a monthly rental subsidy that covers the cost of rental for the low-income person or household. Typically, that household has to pay up to 30% of only up to 30% of their income in rent, and if their income is zero, obviously the voucher covers their entire rental cost for the month.
And that's a very successful program, obviously, and there's always long lists for that. Update on Mar Vista Gardens. About a year ago, the post office didn't want to deliver the mail anymore, and we really fought that hard, and thanks to a lot of support from various folks, it happened. How are we on that whole concept of the post office relationship to our public housing?
Well, I'm very happy to report, Councilman, thanks to your efforts and those of the mayor and Congresswoman Maxine Waters, the Postal Service has continued to deliver the mail. We have not had any incidents, and the residents there have actually a much better relationship with the post office today. So it's a good story.
It's a good story. When we talk about private for-profit groups and we talk for non-profit groups do affordable housing, in my district we have several projects going on at the same time. You've been involved over the years with the Venice Family Housing Authority there. Steve Clare, can you give us an update of your relationship with them?
The relationships with Venice and Ocean Park and St. Joseph Centers are very good. All their units are full, and that's what we expect of our nonprofit partners, complete utilization of their resources. We're also very pleased that we're pursuing some additional development deals on the west side that will provide senior housing. We have a project, the Delray project, that is going through funding process now at the state level, and that would produce additional almost 100 units of senior housing west of the 405, which is a very big accomplishment because of the access to that marketplace for seniors.
And so the exciting thing is that people don't understand that a for-profit private sector developer is also eligible for Section 8 and other kinds of supports to build low-income affordable housing, as well as not-for-profits. And I just want to thank you for working with both the Delray Plaza and with the Venice and with the St. Joseph Center in all of those projects.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you.
Mr. Zine? Great.
One last question then is Holiday Venice. I'd like you to look into this. This is an issue. There are 200-300 units there. The folks have had very low income opportunities for years. There seems to be some rattling going on that might cause huge concerns for some of them, that might even double their rents or up their rents substantially. I'd like you to take a look at it and give me some insight as to what we can do to preserve and protect that affordable low-income housing in Venice.
Certainly, Councilman, we'll get the written report back to you very quickly.
Good, thank you.
No still. Let me just ask our annual question. What are we doing with pilot money this year?
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, we provided a letter on August the 31st, 2009 to your office. It was essentially as a result of the last Finance Committee hearing which we attended. And in that, we requested that for 2010, $2.1 million of federal payment in lieu of tax money be waived such that HACLA can continue to spend on $980,000 for transformation of all our sand-based playgrounds to the rubberized in all our public housing developments. Trash bins, we are continuing to roll out the very successful metallic trash bin program through all our public housing. That replaces the plastic ones that typically get burned in the summer. Literally set on fire is what I'm referring to. And continuing to work on concrete and asphalt repairs in our public housing developments. We've made a dent in that based on some prior pilot fund expenditures, CAP fund expenditures, and even a little bit of the stimulus monies. But as of today, we still have 6 miles of sidewalk to replace in our public housing developments. It's just a huge deferred maintenance need that needs to be addressed. And finally, we've been improving some of the fencing and gating at some of our communities. In fact, one of the ones that we really upgraded was Mar Vista Gardens, where we redid all the locks, upgraded the entry cameras and the automated traffic arms, so those are working much better now.
And then what is the plan for 10-11?
For 2010-2011, we would continue to work on asphalt and concrete. We would complete the playgrounds. About 20% of our playgrounds are not finished yet. We don't have the funds for it. And we would also continue to complete the trash bins. I believe they're still required at Mar Vista Gardens, at Rancho San Pedro, and I believe those are the 2 communities that still don't have them.
Okay, so that will take up the, what, again, $2-point-something million?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then we'll get, if you can get that 10-11 memo to the CAO so we can have that as part of this year's file, I'd appreciate it.
Indeed. We will probably be able to issue that towards the end of July, early August, when we know how much pilot's coming from the federal government.
But if you just get that to them so we can reflect that and we can track that. But thank you for that transition in using it within for the purposes of the pilot money, and we appreciate that.
Thank you for your guidance.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you very much. We'll move now to Housing Department. Good morning.
Good morning.
Will you lead the questions on Housing Department?
Yeah, I can do it now, or...
Yeah. Why don't you get started?
Great. Thank you, Mr. Cervantes. Does the department feel it has enough staff to properly administer the REAP program?
We do. We feel like we have sufficient staff, and we've come up with some streamlined approaches to addressing the REAP accounts, and the actual number of properties go into REAP have actually reduced over the last several years, and that's primarily as a result of the systematic code inspection program, which just recently finished up its second cycle. And as a result of that systematic inspection program, it's about $2.3 billion of reinvestment into property. So a combination of the reinvestment in the community through the SCEP program, as well as actively working with the landlords in the REAP accounts, we've actually been able to reduce numbers significantly. Right now, it's about a 4-month turnaround from point of entry into the time that they're out.
It's great to hear you say that, and I appreciate the fact that you have risen to the occasion. I just want to say that.
Right. I may want to add, I just do add one thing to that, Councilwoman, is that we've been asked to come back and to address the concerns relative to the mom and pop properties, and those are designated between 2 and 4 units, and that consists of about 60% of the inventory in the city of Los Angeles, and those typically are the ones that have the most difficulty as far as cash flow to be able to get themselves out of REAP. So we're looking at potential programs that would be able to assist those types of properties where they don't have sufficient cash flow to be able to get them out of the program.
I know staff levels to administer the Affordable Housing Trust Fund have been low the past year, and the last 2 rounds of the trust fund, the council has not been able to review the NOFA prior to its release because of staffing levels, although I think you had some position restoration and timing constraints. Can we expect that opportunity will be afforded us, again, now that you had those positions restored, that we can review a NOFA prior to its release?
It was a combination of both staffing as well as just ensuring that we are ahead of schedule. A third part of it was the state rendering last-minute decisions, so we're kind of under the gun when it comes to getting information before the council by virtue of the fact that the state takes some time to release its guidelines. But we have staffing in place now. We've got approximately 2 vacant positions that we'll still need to fill to get us up to speed, but by prioritizing the workflow, we should be able to afford the committee and the council ample time to be able to review the NOFA before we have to submit it to the state for tax credit purposes.
Great. You had 5 CDBG fully funded vacant positions, I think due to ERIP, and they're going to be eliminated. These positions were housing-specific classifications and support functions within the department. And I know this results in the general fund salary savings for the city and would help us save jobs. I wanted to make sure, I'm going to ask for a report back from CAO, CLA, on whether we are going, what's the status of those positions with general funded city transfers. So if I can get a report back on that. And then Mr. Cervantes, 2 years ago, LAHD stepped in and helped us administer the city and federal funds to LAHSA. How has that relationship been working?
I believe that the relationship has improved considerably over the last 2 years, and certainly we've worked arm in arm in implementing the homeless prevention rapid rehousing program that was discussed earlier at their committee presentation. But by and large, our staff is working very closely with their staff, and we feel that we've got a good working relationship, and we have better oversight of what they're doing in the community.
And then my last question, Mr. Chair. The city, through the Housing Department, has received a large allocation of neighborhood stabilization funds from the federal government, and I understand it's been difficult to have staff in place to administer this program. Does this year's budget help resolve that issue?
Well, under NSP 1, the department chose to try to absorb the staffing support through existing funded positions, and some of the positions you'd referenced, Councilwoman, that have been earmarked for elimination are the very positions that have been supporting the NSP 1 program. And that NSP 1 program was approximately $32 million. We will be coming forth, actually a transmittal should be released this week on NSP 2, which is $100 million. The department is taking a different approach on this, and that will be requesting funding for admin support within the department. So that will be resolved outside the budgetary process.
Okay. No further questions, Mr. Chair.
Rosenthal.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Just for the overview, what is the mission of your department?
To provide affordable housing and livable spaces throughout the entire city.
The ERIP process, how many positions did you lose?
We lost a total, I think, 45.
And how has that impacted your mission?
Actually, the department is blessed in that it is special funded, and we've been able to backfill the majority of the positions, and we still continue to move forward. To date, we've backfilled a total of 52 positions, and we'll have another 49 positions that we'll be filling between now the next few months as the additional ERA positions that are slated to come off in May as well as in June leave the department, and we'll be able to backfill those positions.
And where do these special positions come from, and how were you able to do that?
Well, we're actually targeting city general funded positions, so we take transfer opportunities from around the city and interview and select the best candidates for the position.
Very good. There's been some increases and decreases in different funds. For example, last year the housing for persons with AIDS was $270,000. Mr. Parks talked about that the other day. And this year it's down approximately $40,000 to $230,000. Is that true?
That's my understanding, correct.
Why is there a drop in that, considering the issues around people of color and kids and all that kind of stuff? Why are we cutting back on that particular funding? It's not much, but it's a cutback that I don't think is warranted.
You're referring to the Hopwell program, is that right?
Yeah.
Primarily, it was a reduction in prior year savings. The entitlement amount actually from the federal government increased, but we had just a small amount less available to roll over from prior years. But overall, the entitlement amount from HUD has increased to the program.
Okay, I'd like to report back specifically on the AIDS issue, okay, and how you're funding it and what you're doing. And then also the Rent Stabilization Trust Fund.
Yeah.
Yeah, include the block grant money as well.
Mr. Chair, I have one more question I wanted to add back.
Go back for it, and I'll come back.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, and then there's 200, then the Rent Stabilization Trust Fund increased by approximately $352,000. Can you talk about that Rent Stabilization Trust Fund?
I think this primarily increases to obligatory changes, staffing increase. No, there are no additional staffing, but some of the costs, just obligatory expenses, have increased.
Okay, I'd like to see a breakdown of that $352,000 additional costs. That's it for the moment.
One additional request for a report back to the CAO, total number of units in the REAP program, and if you could break it down by council district, and the average time a unit is in REAP based on the total number of units by council district, if you would.
You've got a program in here where you're doing a vendor program for ITT services. You had a program in your budget where you're doing some outsourcing of vendors for ITT services. Has that been very beneficial dollar-wise to you, or just efficiency-wise, or both?
It's both cost efficient and efficient from the standpoint of expertise. We have quality staff within our IT division of the department, but also by bringing in the programmers from the outside, we're able to maximize their expertise in areas that our staff don't have the ability to implement.
Just personally, if you give me some information, I'd like to see, because we propose doing a lot more of that as far as the contractual services for council, office, mayor, et cetera, where we have to rely on ITA, and quite often they can't even provide that service anymore.
We've found the balance of the contractors and city staff working side by side has been very effective, and ultimately what they turn over to the city department thereafter, our city staff understand how to then modify the program down the line.
Great. I see in here a request to increase fees, SCEP fees. Was it SCEP fees?
No.
Inspection fees?
No, not at this time.
Okay, I thought I saw a notation in there. So you're not asking for any increases this year in fees?
No, we're not.
Okay, never mind then. Thank you.
Yes, did we have a request for a report back on NSP? Was that one of the requests of the committee?
Councilman, 1 or 2?
I think, don't we have a report coming into the council for one?
For one, and the request to receive the monies on NSP 2 will be released this week. So
So both of those items will be coming to council very shortly?
Correct.
Okay, all right. And then let me ask, give us an overview of where we are on the RSO study, and then also, there's been a lot of letters circulating regarding this motion to have a moratorium on the 3%. Has housing looked at that at all?
Yes, we have, but I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Aldape, who is the Assistant General Manager over the rent section.
Good morning. Good morning. As you know, the rent study is involved with the ACD review currently. The Economic Roundtable, which was a consultant that was hired to conduct the rent study, concluded the study. We released the report to the mayor's office back in June of 2009. The landlords have made a presentation, the tenants have made a presentation, and we're waiting for instructions from HCD.
Last piece.
We're waiting for a review from HCD currently.
As far as the RSO study?
That's correct.
Okay. And then what about the issue of the ordinance? Are you evaluating that before it comes to committee? Not ordinance, the motion.
The Abaco motion?
Yes.
I understand that's before the HCD this Wednesday.
Okay, has housing looked into that?
We're currently reviewing it in consultation with the Economic Roundtable this week.
Okay. And then let me ask you, recently the rate increases on utilities, has that been looked at as far as a pass-through, or is that going to be part of the discussion for the rent stabilization study?
That is part of the discussion on that study.
That specific, the most recent increase?
It would be discussion relative to authorizing the pass-through, irrespective of what fees may be charged or what rate increases there may be. It's just the language is relative to authorizing landlords to pass those fees, those rate increases on to the tenants.
Now, I just looked at the rate stabilization study, and it was a bit disappointing in one regard, is that one of the reasons it took, we put so much energy to find the money for the study, is the constant complaints from both tenants and landlords about the lack of consistency as related to pass-throughs. Each had a different formula. Some were done arbitrarily. Some said just ignore it. And the one area the study never covered was pass-throughs. And they kind of left them in the air, saying the housing department should be allowed to deal with it. And I'm just wondering, have you set up a mechanism because that's one of the things confusing right now as to what gets passed through, if we do an increase on sewer service charges or sanitation fees or electric fees, it's almost like we do it and then there's an afterthought that we have to figure out how it affects the landlords and the tenants.
Right. Well, the report did look at both the utility pass-throughs, but also capital improvement pass-throughs, and recommended increases in the allowable pass-through onto the tenants to encourage landlords to maintain their facilities. So to that end, I believe that they are addressing...
They covered a couple, but the larger ones are these impromptu where city increases fees, and then we come up with a formula almost for each one as opposed to a standard mechanism.
All right. Well, we can certainly, as we go through the committee review process, we can certainly entertain any kind of modifications or look at other approaches that may be valuable in passing over the tenants and landlords.
At least my intent when we did the motion was to figure out a way that there'd be some consistency or something people could rely on, and that possibly one day it'd be a part of the discussion before the fee was increased on how we're going to address it or whether it was going to be a pass-through and what the formula was. But to have a new formula or a different formula, and I think we had one at one time that we were actually cutting pennies in half, in the sense of some odd dollar amount that we were charging the landlord. A lot of that just is a bookkeeping nightmare for people that are trying to just survive and do business.
Well, certainly, the department agrees that this is important, that it needs to be discussed, and we're anxious to have HCD have these discussions. They've heard from the tenants, they're going to be hearing from the landlords, and we'll ultimately have the economic roundtable, the consultant that was charged with developing this report and the housing department report back, so we can have these types of discussions and have it before council.
Is it intent of housing that we end up with some form of a template that says that people can readily reach out to and say, these are the 5 or 6 fees that get passed through, that it's not done in this kind of maze that we work in, that you can actually have them listed, what the percentage by fee or what the formula are for all of the fees?
Well, certainly the goal of the department would be to provide necessary outreach not only to the tenants but also the landlords. And we've actually hired a consultant to help the department develop an outreach program. And with those findings and recommendations, the department will wrap in the approved RSO changes and communicate that to the landlords and tenants.
So that's after the fact. I mean, but the key is, what I'd hope that housing takes the charge on, because there's some loopholes and leakage in that whole issue, that standardizes the pass-through issue so it's easily understood, it's easily computed. It's something in which if there's an increase, we don't go through this debate of saying, well, it's a base deal. Now, do we pass through the increase? There's got to be something to where owners and tenants understand what's going on, and it's not done after the fact.
That would certainly be the goal of the department as well, to make it a streamlined process where everyone understands.
Okay, thank you. Mr.
Yes, back to your comment before about the Alicon motion. I must admit, the last week, especially this weekend, I'm out among my constituents all the time, and I get various comments about what we're doing down here. I've gotten a lot of interest from lots of folks. Could you just frame to us what that means, that motion from initial stages, so people can appreciate it?
Well, the annual increase is set by the Consumer Price Index. It's released every year, and it's effective beginning of July 1st of 2010. This year it will be back to 3%. What the Alicon motion seeks to do is to freeze that increase until the rent study review is completed.
So the process will bring everybody to the table to discuss it, because anecdotally some of the landlords, mom and pop types, are basically telling me we can't continue the repairs, we can't continue to do what we do basically without it. And will that all be explored and brought out?
We believe that the motion will be fully engaged at HCD. We hear it. We hear from the landlords, we hear from the tenants in regards to this increase.
Okay. Well, I look forward to that discussion happening. And if I could just ask you to also look back at Holiday Venice from your perspective, that complex there in Venice, and what the issues may be. The tenants there have come to me in a very concerned matter, because a good percentage of them are being told they're going to have to pay substantially more and not be under the rent stabilization issue.
Okay, we'll get back to you, Councilman.
Councilman, we're actually working with Whitney from your office on that issue, and I believe the tenant organization powers.
Yeah.
We're also engaged with the city attorney's office to get an opinion as to the applicability of HUD regulations as it applies to that building.
We appreciate that, and that's why I'm doing it in public, is Whitney has been the liaison and doing a great job, I might add, from my office, Blumenfield, on it. But the community is starting to get anxious, all kinds of folks trying to figure out what's going on, so I need some understanding.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
And let me ask CEO, if on that whole issue of pass-throughs, I think it'd be helpful for the council in general and the committee specifically if we had a report back on that specific issue, because we will not get the RSO study in before this motion on the moratorium will come in. And I think it'd be important to have some way to decipher what that moratorium and the impact, and then what the issue of the pass-throughs and how the RSO study is going to, some of the recommendations that are pending for the study. So we could be able to deal with this in a larger view than just the motion.
No problem.
Okay, thank you. Any other colleagues, any other questions on the housing department? And then let me just, for public consumption, just give a brief overview on your funding, where it comes from, because you're not on the general fund, and you're 100% funded from outside funds. So which we now call, which public often are asking, what are special funds?
Right.
And this is a prime example, if you could explain that.
Well, we're funded in three primary ways. Community Development Block Grant dollars, which is an entitlement grant. We receive home funds, which are funds that are utilized to create affordable housing, emergency shelter grant monies, as well as the HOPA monies. Separate from that, we have two other...
Explain the HOPA monies. Everything else is...
Okay. Housing opportunities for people with AIDS.
Okay.
Okay. And then the other two sources of monies are fee-based for the Systematic Code Inspection Program and the rent section. So those are three primary funding sources. We have no general fund monies in our department, and all of our salaries and related costs are covered entirely by those fees.
Very lucky. And so your deployment department depends on those fees and how you, number of people you can hire, the number of people you maintain, but the general fund does not subsidize any part of it.
That is correct. And then on the grant side, we fill positions according to authority based against the amount of monies that we receive. And on the rent and code side, where the fees based, those are based on sure cost recovery. We don't overcharge it. We basically fill positions based on the amount of money we have and the need to provide those services.
One of the questions I had is that because of the similarity that you're dealing in housing, there's often confusion between housing department and housing authority. What is the clear distinction about your role versus housing authority's role?
The clear distinction between the two is that the housing authority provides Section 8 base vouchers for individuals that are the lowest of the low income, 35% and less. The housing department on the affordable housing side provides housing for individuals above 35%. So between the two agencies, we're addressing the spectrum of those needy. And then you bring in the Homeless Services Agency, that's the other component there. And of course, CRA, the fourth agency, they have 20% of their allocation dedicated towards housing as well. So all four work together as best we can to address a continuum of services of housing from homeless to up to 120% of area median income.
Okay, and then also what's unique is that you actually leverage your money to aid in creating or construction of housing.
That is correct. As an example, this year we will have approximately $50 million to allocate through the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, and with that we typically are able to leverage that with public dollars, other public dollars, and private sector and tax credits to a tune of about 3 to 1. So $50 million will be able to have about $200 million in affordable housing projects throughout the city.
Okay. Thank you very much. No other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is the city treasurer. Good morning. Good morning. Could you just give us, I know your last reports came in as far as the condition of the city's treasury and the investments and such. Give us as up to date as we can get as to the condition of our investment portfolio.
Okay, good morning, Julia DeFore, City Treasurer, and I'm going to have our Assistant Investment, Senior Investment Officer give the details, but where we are as we stand today, we are tracking below the estimate, general fund estimate that we gave in last year's budget. However, we're much better off than we were at mid-year. We're looking at approximately $15.8 million versus the 19 that we budgeted for last year and the 12 that we thought we would get earlier in the year. The economy has somewhat turned around, but we are by no means in recovery. I like to say that we are now going to have to manage with the new fiscal reality or the new normal. We will not be benchmarked against the good times of the early 2000s any longer. You know, times have changed, and we've adjusted our style to assume the appropriate level of risk and maximize our investment earnings. One thing we have done in the last month is that we've reinstated our securities lending program. That is a program that's approved through the investment policy where we lend our securities to a third party, and that's kept in trust, and we earn income. We split that income 80-20 with the Bank of New York, with us receiving 80%. Several months ago, we suspended that program in light of all the volatility in the market. We didn't know who the other side of the party was. Now that we know who the remaining investment banks, insurers, et cetera, are, I felt comfortable and the markets had stabilized enough for us to reinstate that program. The result of that program over the next year probably will be an additional $1 million to the entire city, with the proportionate general fund portion going. The general fund is decreasing, and I don't know, Tom, if you want to just add a few more of the details of that.
Good morning, council members. Tom Juarez, Senior Investment Officer. As the City Treasurer has stated, the overall tone of the economic situation, the U.S. economy has improved, and I would say stabilized over the last 6 months, which is we just had a first quarter GDP for the U.S. economy come in right on target, around 3% growth. So that, along with other economic numbers that we've witnessed in the last few days, seems to point to a stabilization of the economy. In terms of the overall health of the city's portfolio, that remains where we feel comfortable with as far as our exposure in various sectors, including corporate bonds, treasuries, and agencies. To go into the interest earnings, we are coming in slightly lower than our initial projections of $19 million. Right now, we're on track to come in somewhere around $15 to $16 million. And next year, I believe, is slightly lower than that, to around $12 million.
You saying million or billion?
I'm sorry?
You saying billion? Or
million.
Million, okay. Okay. All right, let me just ask also, in dealing with, are we seeing any, with the financial decline, are we seeing any significant loss in interest rates as it relates to our investments, or any impact in that regard? Or and I think a while back we were downgraded on our investment portfolio. Any of those things impact our revenue?
Okay, we were not downgraded on the investment portfolio.
Okay,
we maintain the AAA.
Okay.
We have seen a degradation in the interest earned. The market, this is unprecedented that the interest rates have been this low. And the Fed's just met, and it appears that they will keep the interest rates low. While it's good for the consumer in buying houses and cars, it's not so good when we invest our portfolio.
So we've seen a drop in the interest rate?
A significant one.
Okay. And with that drop, again, give us a figure, where are we compared to the projection we made?
The projection for fiscal year 09-10 was for the general fund was approximately $19 million. Mm-hmm. We are now at between 15 and 16 million, approximately 15.8 was the last number I saw about a week ago.
Okay. Now, do we also have given a projection for 10-11?
we have, and that's where we really feel the pain. A lot of our higher earning securities are rolling off, they're maturing, and so the reinvestment rate is significantly lower than it had been last year, and we're looking at approximately $12 million. And that is a fair estimate. We really don't expect much more unless the market significantly changes.
Okay. And then give us a little overview. You've made a great deal of effort to reach out to community banks for those investments, and where are we on that?
We're doing well on that because those are short-term investments, so we can demand the market rate on those investments. And just as a slight history, this is called the CDARS program, Certificate of Deposit Account Registry Services. And this allows us to make deposits into small to mid-sized banks that otherwise would find dealing with the city cost prohibitive. California State Code requires that deposits from government either be insured or collateralized. So we could always deposit up to $100,000 in these smaller banks and have it insured, but that wasn't really meeting the public policy goal of allowing those smaller banks, mid-sized banks, to reinvest in the community. The CDARS program allows up to $50 million, and it's federally insured, and through some back office machinations that always keeps the segments below 100,000. So federal FDIC totally insures the CDAR program. What we have tried to do is for the local banks who register with the Promontory Trust, if they're local banks, we start with $1 million. They provide us a report that shows how they're reinvesting in the community, either through personal or business loans. When they demonstrate that our deposit has made a difference, we received encouragement from City Council to deposit more in those institutions. And 2 of those institutions have $5 million, which for a small bank is a lot of money.
So 2 have up to $5 million. Now, is it confidential as to what banks, or do we make that public?
I'm sorry?
Is that confidential as to which banks, or is that a public?
No, it's public.
And which banks are those?
See if I can remember them all. I'll ask Stefan to help me. ProAmerica Bank is one. Is it Western Financial? I may have to report back to you, Council Member.
Very good. Mr. Smith?
You mentioned that there are other partners on the security program. Now that you know who they are, have you looked at them? I mean, is that public too? Do we know? Can you tell us who some of those partners are?
Yes, in fact, we went the extra step. We have told the bank that they cannot add any counterparties unless they receive our prior approval, and our investment group does a regular credit review on all those counterparties.
Okay. Are any of them involved in derivative programs that's going to be regulated probably very shortly by the Congress, I presume?
You know, I can only make the assumption that they all probably are, because these are major institutions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I would like to see who they are, because I think, you know, as we're seeing with Goldman Sachs and others, the government is going to start really looking deeply into their portfolios, their derivatives, et cetera, and begin to regulate that from levels that have been regulated before. So some of those companies, you know, some are pretty clean, like Wells Fargo, but some have real problems in that field, Goldman Sachs being one of them, that we want to make sure that from a transparency point of view, we're into the right companies as we go forward. I presume we are, because I know you well enough to know that you're watching that too. But I'd like to just see if you report, and I don't need a report back to see it, just if you give us that list, I would appreciate that very much.
And we go a step further, Council Member, if you excuse me, we look for the headline risk, because the bank may be perfectly fine, but if some of their management structure are involved in things that would negatively reflect on the city, we just as soon stay away from those as well.
And that's the appropriate policy. So we've had this discussion before, and I think it's the right discussion. On the cash balance, was the $12 million we're talking about, because I didn't get that.
For fiscal year 10-11 general fund.
General fund, and that's the investment portfolio, the overnight investment portfolio?
The earnings from the investment portfolio,
okay,
correct.
So, yeah, you continue to project downward. Even though Bernanke's kind of given the indication we're going to go up this year, it's just a matter of when, not if. But you can't project that forward. You don't know how much.
Well, we do look at, on Bloomberg, we do look at the forward curves. And our forward curves are, that's how we would project the numbers. We're looking at, pardon me?
I was saying your forward curves are pretty flat line, aren't they?
They're
Actually, the forward curves we monitor, there's actually three of them. It's comprised of the securities that we hold in the general fund. They are the corporate bond, AA or better corporate bond, U.S. Treasuries, and agencies, and they are actually trending higher.
Even treasuries? Because
Yes.
I know with the Greek situation and everything, that a lot of people are walking away from treasury-type investments right now.
No, they actually, across the board, we're seeing a trend up.
But are the sales, I mean, I had heard that sales were dropping off on treasuries, even though the numbers are good, that people are still not real solid. And when Bernanke says if the government doesn't get its spending under control, we've got some big problems, that a lot of the big investors are not going into treasuries.
Right, but and that's reflected in the capital markets from, hour to hour, day to day, where you'll see swings of, back and forth.
Right. And the good news is, I just look at the market, it's up 166 today, so, but then again, yesterday was down, so, thank you.
Thank you. Do we have Goldman Sachs as one of our vendors?
We do have them on our currently approved list.
Do we have a lot invested with them?
Well, the way the capital markets works is that we do a business, say a transaction, with the broker. However, it's just a matter of clearing through them. We don't actually hold, per se, securities with Goldman Sachs. But we may purchase and sell through them.
Okay. And you're mentioning the senior investment officer?
Correct.
How many investment officers are there?
There are 4 investment officers.
And a chief.
And a chief investment officer.
And are you all city employees?
Yes.
Are there anyone under contract?
No.
So everyone in the office is city employee?
Yes. We were very fortunate when the markets displaced that we had a lot of very qualified people as our senior investment officer who was offered an opportunity back east who wanted to stay in the area.
Okay.
We've been very fortunate in that regard.
Well, they seem to have, if they're city employees, an attitude of protecting the city versus a job and find another place to earn an income. So I hold that in high regard, the fact that city employees. The rate, you mentioned the rate. What's the rate of return we're receiving in general on our investments?
In general, it's hovering around, for the combined portfolio, of about 1.8%. And that's a combination of both the core, the short-term, as well as the reserve, the longer-term portfolio.
I know the rate's down. It's obviously seriously down. And we're investing with the millions that we have in secure, for that 1.8, which is obviously not a big return, but secure investments.
Yes, absolutely. We monitor the portfolios daily, and we do thorough analysis before we make any investment.
And I might add, Council Member, one of the metrics we use is a probability of default. And we will not or purchase anything above a double-digit probability of default.
So we're being very cautious to make sure we don't lose our principal.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chair?
Yep. Good morning. I'm intrigued with some of your comments first, and I do have a general comment for you. You're saying that you feel that things have kind of flattened out and we're in a better position going forward.
Well, based on the economic numbers that we've seen over the last few weeks, it seems that the economy, anyway, has stabilized. However, as the city treasurer has mentioned, it's still kind of shaky out there. We really don't know. There may be situations, world situations, global situations that can turn us the other way very quickly.
Let me ask you this, because she's great, and through this moment in time, she's been amazing. I really think you're a tremendous asset to our city. The issue for me is this. What is unemployment in L.A. County?
Unemployment currently is at 9.7%.
No, not L.A. County.
Oh, in L.A. County, I do not have that statistic.
Well, get that stat. It's about 14%, number one. Number two, unemployment has run out for people. It's 99 weeks total right now. Federal government hasn't gone beyond 99 weeks. And over 1 million have fell off the rolls of even getting anything. And we're hearing it and feeling it everywhere. I'd like the stats of how many have fallen off of the unemployment rolls and its impact in our county. And then also, if you can do this, the baby boomers are reaching retirement age, and there's going to be tremendous pressure on both Social Security and Medicare and other health care issues. The unemployment among folks between age 50 and 65, those folks who have lost their jobs are in a difficult spot of getting the similar type of job back with the kind of income they had before. And they're becoming the resting spot for their parents as well as their children who are moving home too or having a very hard time finding jobs. So I have a real concern about the last 10 years of capitalism outsourcing jobs all over the planet at the expense of Americans having a solid middle class. And I therefore feel differently than you do about where we are in this recession. And so I'd like you to give me more comfort by looking at some of L.A. County stats on both unemployment, those who aren't going to come back, the baby boomers, that kind of stuff, just to give us a better sense.
Sure, Councilman, and if I may, it's not so much a personal view, it's just, I'm just reporting back what we've actually seen. No, I'm quite aware that there are quite a few people out there who are suffering.
Well, also the market is artificial in many ways and impacts people differently than obviously other people. And so our situation is much more serious in my mind presently. And so I'm more worried than I am happy at this point. But a question for our esteemed treasurer. We brought this question up to other folks within the city, and I'm bringing it up to you. Miguel Santana, I asked him for a report back, but I think you have a good understanding of banks and how they operate. The Coalition Union Group came up with a strategy in their mind that abandoned or, let's say, under the auspice of a bank, properties fall into disrepair, that there is an opportunity for us to put heat on them as much as $1,000 a day if things don't get together with them. Do you have an ability to look at that whole foreclosure issue in the other side of the relationship that you have with banks and give us your opinion about that whole issue?
I'll be happy to. I don't have the background as we sit
I understand. I think you should meet with Mr. Santana on it, meet with the union on it, but I have great respect for your appreciation of banks and how they operate. And I'm just wondering if this is a revenue stream that the coalition pointed out that we could actually count on, work with, and have that stream coming in. So maybe with Mr. Santana from his end and you from your end, we could get a report back during this budget process if this is a good revenue stream. Okay. Thank you. I'm sorry, I can't hear the sound.
He's not in the mic.
On your unemployment questions, we'll work with the treasurer, but also with personnel to gather some of that information, because you had some very specific questions.
Very good, thank you.
Ms. Perry?
No, I'm fine. I have no further questions.
Thank you very much. We're going to take one department out of order because there's a time conflict. We asked the convention center to come up at this time. One second. Good morning.
Good morning.
One thing is that I think you start off by just advising us as to, there was a couple of items that you came forward last year as to your needs. I think we've accomplished one.
Yes.
Give us a little overview on both of those, and then the whole issue of your budget and how, other than debt service, how you've moved that in the sense of off the general fund and the expectation of that continuing.
Certainly, Councilman. Of paramount importance to the Los Angeles Convention Center was the ability to have the flexibility to continue operating in a fiscally solvent business model.
For the record.
Your name for the record. Oh, sorry. Puri Abbasi, CEO, General Manager of Los Angeles Convention Center. We had identified a means through which we could attain additional flexibility to bring business to the city and to the convention center. Number one priority was to be able to implement a flexible demand-based pricing, which would enable us to price and sell the space at the convention center based on market conditions. That process started with a motion by Councilmember Perry and Councilmember Hahn over 15 or 16 months ago. We spoke about it at the Budget and Finance hearings last year, and I'm very happy to report that after much collaboration with various offices, including the Office of the CAO and City Attorney, we were able to implement the program. The ordinance was passed about a couple of weeks ago by Council, and we are waiting for the waiting period to be completed to be able to implement that means, which is a fabulous marketing tool. I'm also happy to report that as we move forward, we identify time periods in our calendar that we haven't been able to fill, and to utilize this tool set to be able to, again, fill those time periods and be able to bring business to the city. We had also requested additional flexibility in terms of our hiring, of our part-time staff, and I'm also happy to report that the budget as presented by the Office of the Mayor includes additional flexibility, whereas we can bring more part-time employees into the convention center at different classifications to be able to support the business of the convention center. Of importance also, which had been brought up to this committee and to various committees that we report to, has been putting together and implementing an incentive-based program for our sales and marketing positions to incentivize our salespeople to sell the convention center as every single salespeople anywhere in the world is being incentivized. We are working with the Office of the CAO Employee Relations Group to work through the city's processes to identify means through which we can identify, again, a process where we can incentivize our salespeople at the Los Angeles Convention Center. Those actually are the high priority items for the convention center. The budget that has been presented reflects much flexibility that has been given to the convention center. For the fifth year in a row, the convention center has presented a budget that is balanced, the revenues balanced, the expenditures balanced by the revenues that are generated at the convention center, which we call the operating revenues of the convention center. In addition, the current budget has a means through which we are going to be reimbursing the general fund for up to $2 million in fiscal year 2010-11 for the related costs of the convention center. Those are principally the pension and health care costs. The budget of the convention center is funded through the revenue fund of the convention center. That revenue comes from the sale of services and the lease of space. So with that concludes my remarks.
Go back over the one item that you requested. It has not been completed. Do we know what the status is, where that is?
My understanding, and I will defer to Miguel, my understanding is the request has been received by the Office of the CAO Employee Relations Group and is under review currently.
Do we have an update on that?
That's an item that's more appropriate for a closed session under labor relations.
All right, very good. Let me just ask also just a recent news story about the prospects of a stadium coming downtown, which appears from the story that part of your convention center would disappear. Have you been a part of that discussion at all?
I believe the report that came out spoke about conceptual designs in a very conceptual phase at this present time, but it is clear that should that project move forward and gather steam, and there's a lot of sports politics involved in all of that, that this exhibit space of the convention center is going to be restored again to be able to support the hospitality industry. I think there's a specific square footage that we need to sustain to be able to support both the hotels and the auxiliary parts of the hospitality industry. I think the articles that were written did refer to that space is going to be replaced if that project was to move forward.
But I mean, are you part of that discussion, or is this just something that, I mean, it's just strange to me that it came out in the news and basically marked a city building as being in the way of the stadium, but I haven't found who in the city has been dealing with that proposal.
We haven't, I was surprised to read about it as well.
Yes.
Okay, very good. Dennis?
Let me be specific and direct. Has anyone from AEG or any other entity contacted you regarding a possible stadium on the grounds of the convention center?
No, again, conceptually, there might have been discussions here and there, nothing in detail or...
No. Conceptually, discussions, any of those discussions with people who represent an entity in Los Angeles? The Dodgers, McCourt, AEG, anyone of that stature?
No. We haven't been contacted by any sports. We're talking about Dodgers. And
Developer, any developer contact you?
No.
So you've had discussions with people?
Yes.
But those people are just talking at random, or are they talking specifically representing an investor? Eli Broad.
No, we haven't.
Bernard Parks. No. Significant names of Los Angeles. Any significant names that, because we've heard this, not that we're opposed to it, but we'd like to know since we're the council.
Certainly.
So if they do, we'd appreciate you notifying us.
Certainly.
The other question is Arizona.
Yes.
There's this whole controversy about Arizona. I'm sure there's conventions that were going to Arizona.
Yes.
Is there any possibility of getting some of those folks to come to Los Angeles?
Yes.
If we're marketing, you market when we can.
As we speak, we're collaborating with LA Inter-Convention and Visitors Bureau to look at opportunities there to bring those conventions in. Again, it's not only bringing the conventions here, but also making sure that they fit our booking calendar, and we have actually the space available, and more important, the hotel rooms available to support those. But we are actually aggressively looking at that currently.
So now we have the 2 new hotels and the convention center in Staples, LA Live. We've got that whole complex complete. Is that attracting more conventions than in the past?
No question, no question. It has been an amazing asset. When I came before you last year, I spoke of the dynamics and the energy that has been created that brings people to this area, to the South Park area of downtown Los Angeles, wanting to look at what is going on, what is LA Live, and what we can offer. And we've moved beyond that in terms of we're actually licensing and booking events at the convention center. And in 2010-11 fiscal year, we're looking at hosting between 20 to 25 conventions at the convention center. In the following year, we're looking at booking somewhere between 25 and 30 conventions. It also has allowed us to be a player in a market that we were not competitive at all. There were events and shows that would only look at convention center if they had a headquarter hotel within the walking distance. Now we're competing in those markets, and we're competing aggressively.
So we're being successful with the addition of the hotels.
Yes.
That have added to the opportunity to come to Los Angeles. Now, are we also working, I know LA Inc., but are we working with LA Live and Staples and any other entities to invigorate that downtown area? I want to congratulate Councilmember Perry for being the person who's helped bring a lot of that about.
I can point out to 3 distinct examples that show the synergies of Los Angeles Convention Center, LA Live, AEG, Staples Center, and the other components. One is the Grammys. The Grammys is hosted at Staples Center. The after party and pre-telecast are hosted at the Convention Center. The Emmys is hosted at Nokia Theater, and the Governor's Ball is hosted at the Convention Center. NBA All-Star, for the first time, has decided to come back after 7 years to the same city they were in 2004, and the event itself, the game itself, is at Staples Center. All the other components, the fan fests and the book reading by the celebrity players, all of that is at the convention center. So there's a lot of synergies. And when we go and talk about Los Angeles, and when we talk about how proud we are of this city, we talk about when you come to downtown Los Angeles, you'll be able to enjoy a game at Staples Center, go to the multitude of eateries at LA Live, go to your conventions at the convention center, and you have a beautiful headquarter hotel within walking distance.
So everything's right there, and it's a safe environment since I know the police is very visible
very much
in that particular corridor. Okay, great. Thank you. So the revenues are going to be up, and you're going to save the city.
we are trying to do our part, and our part as far as our part of the budget. Our budget is very small, was at least being able to reimburse the general fund for a significant portion of the related costs. That's in our way, that's how we...
And what's the current debt on the convention center?
The debt of the convention center is about $480 million, and the debt was acquired when the convention center was expanded in 1993, when the whole wing of the South Hall was added to the convention center.
It's approximately $46.9 million of annual debt contribution.
From the general fund?
Yes.
But as you continue to bring more conventions and more activities, we'll be able to help reduce that general fund debt.
Let me just, for a matter of clarity, the debt service is paid for by 25% of the transit occupancy tax that is generated in the city. In the years where 25% of that TOT is not able to support the debt service, then that is when the general fund comes in and puts additional, subsidizes that debt service. So theoretically and practically, as we move towards bringing more conventions and generating more room nights in the city, we will be increasing the transit occupancy tax. Therefore, the 25% of it.
But we're not receiving the transit, the tax from the two new hotels adjacent to Staples and the convention center. We're not getting the transit, the tax from that.
Those were invested back in.
That was an incentive for that build. Okay, thank you.
Some would call that corporate welfare, but that's what that is. Last year, we asked that the exhibit halls be brought to 100% of utilization. Has that occurred? I know 2009-10, they were only about 69% full.
Right. The number actually you want to hit within our industry is somewhere around actually 80 to 85% of occupancy, because you need to have some downtime to do maintenance work and so on. Again, overall in the industry, the occupancy rates have been hovering around 50 to 55%. LA has been fortunate in terms of having a novelty that brings people in LA Live. So we are looking at the high 60s, where we were actually, we had the highest occupancy in the last 8 years, last year at 73%. We did not drop as much as we had expected. Again, it says a lot about Los Angeles and the great destination that it is. And we're looking at building back up to 75% within a couple of years.
And I think Mr. Zine made a good point there. It's the synergy that we now have of LA Live, which is phenomenally great with the new hotels and with the entertainment and packaging there, that you can go to the convention center, stay in a hotel, and actually enjoy downtown, and it's quite amazing. You run it almost like a private sector business, which I applaud you for how quickly you've done it. There was talk months back, I don't hear it now, about privatization of it, and one of the logic terms was such a big debt that we have this $50 million annual general treasury hit. I was not terribly excited about that notion, because your leadership has demonstrated that we can run something like this. Are there any more discussions about potentially privatizing this?
Well, we're not looking to privatize or sell the convention center, but we still are looking at options to identify other ways of operating it, in which we invite the current convention center management to submit a proposal in that. We're in the preliminary stages. We're still doing the research on that, and it's not anticipated as occurring within this fiscal year. That's in the budget.
Very good. And you have brought that to our attention, of course, in the Commerce Committee, about how to incentivize or
incentivize the sales.
Yeah, somehow get them to act that way. Tell us how those plans are going.
Again, I think Miguel addressed that. We are going to be working within the EERC, the closed session, basically, to discuss those.
Yeah, well, we look forward to that, because I feel strongly that your leadership has been very successful. The more we can incent and work with and make things happen, the better it's all going to be for the city, and I don't want to sell it. Thank you.
I just want to say, to Mr. Abbasi and his very capable team. They've done an excellent job over the years of rising to the occasion, dealing with realities of the market, and being flexible and being very innovative and being very aggressive in implementing those innovative strategies so that we can attract more business. And we are, obviously grateful for LA Live and Staples, but a lot of their actions and initiatives have led to I'd say the culmination, the manifestation of what we see now, and have created a really great pathway for us in the future. And I wish all departments would run the way that they do.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Just one comment. As we look at your department, you're very cyclical in your work. And we've had trouble over the years keeping certain classes of employees there when you need them, going to hiring hall, trying to keep that all working. You lost 20 people through Europe?
Yes.
And none of them were replaced?
We have identified the high priority positions. I think 7 of them will be replaced.
7 will be? So they're managed hiring right now?
No, well, they were just recently replacing the budget as resolution authorities, given sort of where we're at with the larger operations.
So the resolution authority will give you the ability to move in and out of that payroll position as needed.
That's
basically.
correct.
Very good. That was a concern I had, and it's a part of the discussion we've had, and you weren't here the other day, but as I talked about letting managers manage to their budget, I think if there's any department really that has the absolute need to manage to their budget, it should be this one. So as you report back to me on options on let managers manage to their budget, this would probably be the perfect one to look at that, because they need to be able to manage on a week-by-week basis, really, and it changes so much for him. That might be the perfect example of a department that we want to try that in. Whatever you're going to recommend to me, we try that concept of letting this guy manage his department as just set the budget and say, here's the number you figured out, but at the end of the year, that's where you're going to be, because I think he can do it, and it also lets him bring those people in when he needs them and let them off when he doesn't need them. So I would hope that as you look at that and report back, you look at this department in particular, as well as the couple others that I did identify. All right. Thank you.
Got it.
Thank you for that.
We'd like to have, before you leave, LA Inc., if they're in the chambers.
They're on their way. I don't think they anticipate the item being taken out of order, so they should be here shortly.
Do we have any issues in the sense of the Convention Center and LA Inc. relationships or coordination?
Not at all. I think in the past few years, one of the things that this council had made very clear, and the mayor in his discussions with me has made very clear, is the ability of the convention center to work with various stakeholders. Obviously, one of our main stakeholders is LA Inc., and I think in no time in our history have the two departments collaborated so well together. So that work is moving forward well. We don't have any specific items.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next item would be the city clerk. Is he on his way, or is he?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Welcome to the chambers.
Thank you.
And the annual review.
Yes, sir.
Business improvement districts, a critical component of our public-private partnerships. During these difficult times, the city needs to do everything it can to invite the public-private partnership and to form bids. This is expensive. It costs money to put this together, but it works, and we've been very effective. Is the city able to financially maintain the bid program and start new ones even during this tough time?
Well, I know this fiscal year there were a couple of bids that chose not to renew. Toy District was one of them, and we exhort the principle of what bids do, but it is a voluntary program, and if businesses do not feel that they can participate we have to scale down. My administrative staff is here if you want to talk to the experiences we had and the outlook for the future.
Holly Walcott, Executive Officer. Basically, we do have enough funds in our budget to cover all current assessments. If there were any additional brought online, funds would have to be allocated at that time.
The one I have in project, in process in my district there, along Lincoln Boulevard with Manchester as the southern border and going down toward LMU, that area has been vibrantly discussing a bid. There's all kinds of things happening. Will that be able to continue?
There's no reason why not. If the bid goes through and we set up the procedure,
The RFP was issued, so it is
Very
going
good. I
forward.
appreciate that. And one more question on the bid. I have a few other questions. Just explain to people what a bid is, how it works. I think it's a great opportunity for communities to partner with the city and to effectively, in a positive way, create vibrant business centers.
A business improvement district is an assessment district that is formed generally under one of two state laws in the Streets and Highway Code for either merchants or for property owners. And they basically, if it's a property business improvement district, they go through a Prop 218 to agree on the assessment, and then the funds are collected by the city and turned over to an owners association, essentially, that provides the program that they've set up in their management district plan and engineers report. It can be safety, it can be marketing, it can be improvements, cleaning, things such as that.
Yeah, and I urge folks watching this, if they're involved in business in their area and see the synergy in the neighborhood, to go forward with it. You've EWIP 25 professionals, is that true?
Yes. Our staff is down from 142 positions from this time last year to 105, so we've lost about 26% of our staff, many of them through ERIP. A lot of people that come to work in the clerk's department are very satisfied there, and therefore we took a large hit of a large number of people that did take the ERIP.
How will this impact your mission?
Well, that's a good question. Let me say that the clerk's office does understand the city's financial situation. We're ready to do our part. So we are not asking for any additional funds or any additional positions, but being that our department has been reduced into next fiscal year by 26% and our budget dollars are down by 18%, in order for us to be able to continue our services to the council, it's going to be a different clerk's office. It's not your mother's clerk's office anymore. Our goal is to run it pare down to minimum services. We're going to continue efforts to seek efficiencies, cross-train our staff, and we will be working with the council, as we have mentioned before, to seek your assistance in looking for simplification of legislative and administrative operations so that we can make do with the staff that we have. That being said, the only thing we are asking the council is a little flexibility and the management tools to efficiently utilize the people that we have left. And that's why we are asking for such things as a blanket unfreeze and exemption from furloughs for our election staff, because we are going into a municipal election year. And it will be impossible for us to run a municipal election if we have to go back to managed hiring over and over for each individual election position that we will require, because going into the elections, it could number into the hundreds, possibly even the thousands of people. And concurrent with that, any systems-related staff, because it does no good if we have election staff available, but we don't have system staff since all our elections are electronically managed. We also hope that we can get exempted from managed hiring a senior management analyst too, who will act as supervisor for the council clerks and the committee clerks, which serves the full council and the 19 committees, and to be able to populate and backfill some ledge assistant 2 positions, being that some of our stars are leaving us, are e-ripping out. We need a programmer analyst 5 in systems, because the more efficient we can be in moving our work to systems electronically, the more efficient we will be in serving the council and its committees, and an accounting clerk in ASD, since we have lost nearly 30% of our staff who used to do the fiscal, personnel, and payroll functions for the council, the mayor, the clerk, and the CLA. I should mention, too, that we have some funds left for sick leave payouts in the current fiscal year. We're asking you to allow us to encumber those funds now so that we can do that payout in the first payroll of the new fiscal year. We have those funds now, and it would allow us to not have to start the new fiscal year in the deficit. And we have a small technical request for one of our bid audit contracts, if you will allow us to pursue extending the contract, but we will not fund it unless funds become available.
I appreciate your overall statement on that, and I know it's a very serious moment. I brought up this issue many years in a row about putting our elections in with the other elections, and the answer back I always got was, well, the ballot would be too long, too confusing, too crazy. For instance, this is 2010, and it is a bigger election, and there'll be a lot of participation. We're 2011, and for the viewer to know, the budget we're doing now, which starts July 1, 2010, goes through June of 2011, which takes us through the municipal elections of 2011. 8 council seats are up. 7 incumbents are termed out. There's still one, could run again, or whatever. I don't know the complete dynamics of what's happening within the... They might all be running again, for all I know. I don't know. But the even numbers are up. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, and 14. Obviously, you need the funding for that, but it raises the issue of consolidating it again with the other elections in the state. Is there any opportunity for that in this dire financial thing to reconsider it, or do we still strongly feel the ballot's too complicated and confusing as it is, and our municipal issues do need a separate strategy?
Holly Walcott again. At this point of time, number one, you know that it would require a charter change.
Sure.
However, I brought along, and not that I anticipated your question, but this is the ballot that both the city and the county use. It's called a 312 ballot because there's 312 voting positions on the ballot. And under this current format and the current equipment that both the county and the city have, we are unable to consolidate. We would have to go to multiple ballots of this type. Now, as we move forward into the future and we look at new voting equipment for both the city and the county, there might be additional opportunity. But right now, consolidation would require the county to do their elections on their on-year, and then if they were to take over our elections, they would have to do it still in the off-year. They have some 900 positions at the county register recorder. Approximately 300 of them are election-related. We have 25. There's no way they can do it cheaper.
I appreciate that. It's very compelling. Could you put that in writing so that we can have that issue for everybody to appreciate? Is there any funding set to be eliminated for the neighborhood council elections, or how are you going to deal with all of those?
Neighborhood council elections are not run next year. They run only every 2 years. So.
And do you feel comfortable you'll be able to budget yourself into that issue, okay, in 2 years?
You're talking about what we're doing right now?
Yeah.
Yes, we are using every effort and every efficiency to see if we can even have enough funds to return some back to the general fund. So we will definitely keep it under the amount that we were given to run the elections this year.
Okay, and our hope is that the time will come when neighborhood councils can run their own elections and we don't have to use any city funds. Are we kind of moving in that direction and explaining that out, getting that going?
After the 2010 neighborhood council election cycle is done, we will prepare a full after-action report for the Education and Neighborhoods Committee and the full council that will lay out the different options. Different options could include returning the neighborhood council elections back to Dunn or back to the neighborhood councils themselves, who could use independent administrative independent election administrators if they so choose, or to allow it to remain with the city clerk's office, perhaps in a different form. Maybe it would be done all electronically or all vote by mail. So all those different options will be listed after we've totally reviewed and digested the experience after June 26, which is our last election.
Very good. I appreciate that. The certificates that we have produced that we give to folks for great support to the city, has there been some thought about maybe charging council offices an additional fee for them? Or how are we keeping that going? What restructuring have you proposed?
Creative Services is no longer part of the city clerk's office, Mr. Rosendahl.
Mm-hmm. So you're no longer in that issue at all?
That is correct.
Okay, we'll save it for another group.
Sure.
Thank you.
Dennis? Anything, City Clerk?
Follow up on the neighborhood council elections. I know that clerk does elections in a very professional manner with a lot of rules and regulations, and it doesn't seem to have worked well for neighborhood councils for a variety of reasons. But no disrespect to you and your staff and all the hard work they did on those. So hopefully the next round it'll be able to go back to the neighborhoods through CDD and however they want to coordinate that to make it less costly and a little more, shall we say, community friendly, which is what they're about in the first place. And you also mentioned that Mr. Rosenthal mentioned that the certificates, that's left your office, the resolutions?
Completely, sir.
Okay, so who does that now?
I understand that some of those functions have been moved to the CLA's office.
Okay, so did you lose staff for those positions?
That is correct.
Is that part of the numbers?
We laid off one calligrapher, and two were picked up and accepted as CLA staff.
Okay, so one person is now gone from that position.
One person has hit the streets, yes, sir.
Okay, was your budget adjusted for that?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay, so you said you have an 18% reduction?
Yes.
In dollars?
18% less dollars than last fiscal year, 26% in fewer staff than this time last year.
Okay, and I know a lot of the things that we do involve paper. Kaiser Permanente has eliminated paper, and they've gone, everything's computerized, the whole operation. Have we looked into, and we all have laptops, we have computers over us, have we looked at reducing, and maybe reducing the responsibility for your staff to do the products? Maybe we have to do some public notices, but is there an opportunity for us
Absolutely.
to go green?
That is exactly part of the larger plan that we have to reinvent the city clerk's office, to go more electronic, which is why we need the assistance of that programmer, Analyst 5. Things like making sure that all departments submit their reports in a standard form, electronic signatures, storing and moving records in an electronic form. Your honorable body has already accepted the agenda packets in electronic form, and that has helped a great deal. The removal of the necessity of running endless amounts of paper copies. So we are on our way. There's a lot more that needs to be done, and we will be working with you and your staffs, because it will be a new world. It will be an adjustment, and things will be done a little bit differently. But the hope is that it will save, it'll be more green, it'll save time, labor, and materials, and cost.
So make it more efficient than it is now.
Absolutely.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Perry? It's on yours.
I'm finished, thank you.
Mr. Smith? No. Okay, let me go through a few questions. You submitted a letter, and one of the things I just need to ask the CAO in addressing the issue of have you considered or evaluated their request for freeze of the furloughs for their election division personnel? Has that been evaluated?
The cost for that would be approximately $285,000. That's how much is anticipated in savings to the furloughs. What we could do is report back and identify any offsets of that by not having to use as much overtime. And so why don't we make that a report back?
Let me just ask, June, was that request just during the election cycle, or was that a blanket unfreeze?
It will need to be blanket because elections, there's a long length of period where you have to build up to that election, the election itself, and then the post-activities after the election. But not only that, we need to be ready at a moment's notice. We run in-house elections for various city agencies and departments, such as the CRA or the LACERS. So we need to have that ability for the entire year, even though on paper, most of it will be in the few months before and immediately after.
Is there some other place in the department that can basically mitigate that $285,000 shortfall?
Holly Walcott, we believe that the election allocation could cover it. The funds that are already allocated, the $15.9 million, we feel like there's sufficient funds in there to cover the $285.
Let me ask the CAO to look at that, those funds available on their request number one. And then the other issue you're asking about is the exempt a specific position, MA2, to supervise. What is the dollar cost of that?
The MA2.
The position is funded in the budget.
So you're asking that it not go through managed hiring?
That is correct. These are all positions that are already included and funded. We are not asking for new positions or additional funds.
Okay. Let me just say this. In the committee, we've not removed anybody from managed hiring, so we will be consistent with that and ask the CAO and that committee to be sensitive to those particular needs. But on item 2 in your request, we'll leave that in managed hiring. The other issue you're asking for is addressing the issue of encumbering funds, I believe, from this year into next year. Mm-hmm. Okay. Now, those funds, if I understand the process, have already been swept?
That is correct. That's a normal process.
All right. That would be something you'll have to deal during that fiscal year because those funds have been swept already.
No, they haven't.
And then you mentioned number 4 on the bid. You would like that amendment, but that would not be activated unless funds were available.
Correct.
Okay. So I don't think there's an issue there if the CAO, in dealing with number 4 on their letter of the bid amendment, if they do not activate that unless funds become available, it appears there's no issues on that in that regard. Is there an item on the sick leave payout? Is that consistent with what we said? Is that money has been swept? That we
It's part of what's being rolled over to the reserve fund.
Okay. All right. And then on the let's talk a little bit about the land records division. Now, that item was proposed in last year's budget. We sent it to committee hoping that they would ferret out all of the details, and we didn't get any information back from the policy committees, and then it's back in the budget today. And so we again sent it to the policy committees asking that they look at it because other than it being in the budget, we didn't get any sense that all of the issues from last year had been clarified.
Joining me at the table are management staff from Bureau of Engineering. I will say, though, that we did do a citywide survey needs assessment, and we got a great deal of information back where departments said that not only did they use the city clerk's land records section, but they went to other sources, and some of them contracted out. In addition to that, we discovered that not only is the land records function a charter mandate, but lot split functions are mandated by the state of California. The reality is, at this time last year, we had 14 members in our land records division that were able to keep up with the work. Due to the passage of time and due to ERIP and due to vacancies that have had to been kept vacant, land records is down to 7 people. we cannot sustain it. There is no way that 7 people can update records satisfactorily to the point that they can do the accurate state-mandated lot split function. In the mayor's proposed budget, the proposal has been made to move these 7 remaining positions into the Bureau of Engineering. There is also some proposal of partial fee cost recovery for those positions. And also Bureau of Engineering has the land-based experience and map-making function that could be helpful. I think the most important aspect as far as the clerk's office is concerned is when this was proposed last fiscal year, the positions would have been eliminated entirely from clerk's office and replaced with new existing engineering positions. In this case, our 7 remaining people will travel intact over to Bureau of Engineering, and that is a satisfactory proposal to us. Will allow engineering to expand a little bit.
Let me ask Mr. Moore, in this proposal, if they felt in city clerk that the number of positions weren't sufficient, how are you going to absorb the function, and are you going to need additional people, or are you going to add new people to the function, or is it going to be computerized differently, or just tell us how this will work in your operation as opposed to where it is located now?
Sure. Good afternoon, Gary Moore, City Engineer. What's happening is the 7 people are being transferred over, and then there's 4 additional positions that are vacant, that are newly created with this transfer.
Those are newly created in your department or transferred from city clerk?
Newly created in the Bureau. For instance, GIS specialists. They don't use GIS specialists with city clerk.
Okay.
So we have that as one of our core functions, the GIS responsibilities for the city. So we're using a couple of those classifications to help look, and we believe there's opportunities to automate this. So we'll be looking at those opportunities also.
Now, the positions are currently unfilled, and they're vacant positions. Then, what's the source of funds to fill those 4 positions?
The source of funding is general fund.
Okay. I mean, you have that within your budget? Or
the mayor's proposed budget included the funding for the 4 positions, in addition to the 7 that are being transferred over. Actually, funded for, I believe, 9 months because of time. What is that? 10 months of funding, not 12, for the 4 vacant positions or newly positions in the Bureau of Engineering.
It's important to clarify that when the program was within the city clerk, they had 14 positions. 11 positions are being transferred, so there's a net reduction of the overall number of positions to run the same program.
Okay, so it went from 14 to 11.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. I think we had previously, when we had the city engineer in, said to move that to committee so that we get a report back. And I'm concerned that we get the same report back that we got last year, which was a no report back. But if this satisfies the committee on that explanation, that we will just, rather than send it to the functional or policy committees, then we can just support what's being recommended at this time.
I just have one question, and it's fine. I mean, I think it's a creative thinking out of the box strategy, and so I applaud everybody. But from a city clerk perspective, the official role of city clerk and that aspect of it, you feel comfortable that by transferring it over, it'll be recorded the way it should be and all of that. I just want to make sure nothing's lost between your office and engineering.
We have had very cooperative conversations with Bureau of Engineering.
Yeah.
The bottom line is somebody has to do this function.
Correct.
Somebody has to do this function, and with 7 people left in the clerk's office, we cannot sustain that
I understand,
function.
but I mean, that being clear, why don't you go for 4 more positions and manage it under your role as clerk, the official, job of a clerk, or, obviously you need more bodies to do it. I just want to make sure you're comfortable from a professional standpoint that the Department of Engineering will not lose it within the mix of everything else they do, something that,
I do have that confidence, and it will be an efficiency because of the nature of what Bureau of Engineering does. I think it will be a benefit. So yes, I do have full confidence
Because
that...
I know they have the maps and they have a good understanding and appreciation, but I just want your public blessing that nothing will fall through the cracks that impacts.
I have full confidence in the Bureau of Engineering that they will be able to do this.
Okay, great, thank you.
Mr. Correz?
Yes, I don't know if this got any discussion while I was out, but I know it's been raised as a possible efficiency to implement instant runoff voting or ranked choice voting, and I know there was a working group to look at it. Where do we stand on that? How much money would it save? How much money would it cost at first? And is it practical?
We completed the working group's analysis of ranked choice voting or instant runoff voting. That report is now pending in Rules and Elections Committee. The bottom line is that it is a policy decision if the council wishes to implement it, which would involve a charter change and also ordinance changes. Can you speak to the cost, Holly?
I unfortunately don't have those numbers in my head. However, it's not something we can do right now due to equipment. We do not have the equipment right now, neither does the county. That in the future, as we obtain new voting equipment, it will become more of a possibility. But right now, we couldn't physically do it.
Do you have a sense of how the cost of the new equipment compares to the cost of one or two elections using the new system?
Well, we know that a new voting system in and of itself is going to cost around $30 million. We're assuming it'll be 1 or 2% of that cost for the actual equipment. The cost, there won't be a significant cost probably in the first round of elections because you will have to have a very concerted outreach program and training program that will offset any savings the first year. Your savings are going to be in your out years. But I don't have a dollar amount in my head.
Do you have even a sense of how much that is?
No. I'm sorry, I don't remember.
Because essentially you get to skip an election. What's a typical election cost us?
Well, we run, for the 2011 year, we're asking for 15.9. We recover about 40% of that through LACCD and LAUSD. I'm assuming, about 7 or 8, but again, it's more of a process. It's not, once you set up the infrastructure, you set up the infrastructure to run. So the incremental costs are into setting up the whole infrastructure.
So just to get a sense, the most extreme example is when you've had everything in the primary and the only thing left is one college board candidate citywide. Do we get reimbursed for all of that money, part of that money? Mm-hmm. So the college district covers that entirely?
If in your scenario, yes. Where was only one LACCD or LAUSD?
So that would be more of a savings for them than for us.
In that particular scenario.
I wonder if we worked cooperatively with the school board and the college board, which have probably more of the leftover elections some of the time than we do, to make that a costly purchase and have them chip in appropriately, because they would be having perhaps a decent chunk of, if not maybe even a bigger chunk than us, of the savings in a runoff.
They are very interested in instant runoff voting for that reason.
So I don't know if there's you're obviously going to have a report coming out to committee pretty soon.
But again, it won't be something that we can do for the 2011 election.
Right. It doesn't sound like a solution for our immediate budget, so I think it's something we should look at, but obviously in this context, it sounds like it's not going to happen quickly enough. Thank you.
Let me just ask, final question I have is that I believe in your letter you talk about a consolidation request with Ranchos Palos Verdes as to elections. Is that something that you're considering, or if so, does the city get reimbursed for it? How does that work?
Any consolidation requests will come back to council. I do not anticipate that we would require any additional funds, but we would seek reimbursement from Palos Verdes.
Now, what type of elections would we consolidate with them?
I actually don't remember what their consolidation was.
This was this is a separate request that is under review for future presentation to the council. It wasn't really part and parcel of the...
No, I was just wondering, was this something they asked us for? Or is
They sent us a letter.
They sent a letter? Okay, and then did they tell us what, because I was trying to patch up, what elections would we have that we would be able to merge with them?
If their election day was the same day as ours and they had a community board or a council board, something like that,
So we'd add them to our election and then distribute for them?
right, we do that outside of city limits for certain LAUSD and LACCD now.
Okay.
So it's a common
Okay, but it's not anything that...
But we would still have to come back for council approval, and we would have more details at that time.
Okay. All right. Any other issues? I think we've covered your 5 requests in your letter, and so we'd asked, again, on that one item, I think it's item 1, I think we asked for a report back, and then we will basically change the direction of the land use department, and not send that to the 2 committees, and just approve it as related in the budget. So that's our first change of heart in the whole committee.
Got it.
And a footnote to that, sir, is since the charter says that it's a function of the city clerk's office, Charter 102 and Charter 514 allow the council to change that function to another department by ordinance. So a technical action would be to make sure that happened.
All right, that's a request we should make. Would that be on Schedule H or something we'd add to it?
Well, I want to comment on that, what you allow with the sales office. I just confirmed with engineering, the function will still stay as stated in the charter with the clerk. They will provide them with the file, so you still have all the records that you need. It's just that engineering is helping you out behind the scenes on it. We're not making a charter change on it. I thought that was the understanding they had in discussions with your office.
Okay, so then...
There was no agreement made.
Okay.
Could you go over that comment again? I didn't. Yes.
Well, the comment is that engineering will be doing the work, but they will provide the clerk with an electronic file. They will take care of all the land records for basic functions, but the clerk will still have the electronic file of the city clerk's records, of the city's records, I should say.
But we will not have staff to be able to disseminate that information and, get
But the depository is with the clerk. Engineering will just be doing the work.
So all they do is every so often they just file a copy with us, and that fulfills the responsibility?
Because we're wondering, how does the public...
Yeah, this is the comfort level that we need.
Access, did they go to planning, or did they go to the city clerk, or did they go to engineering?
Everybody will go to the Bureau of Engineering public counter. They will no longer go to the city clerk public counter. It will be a pure administrative update to the city clerk. At what time there's an election and there's other charter changes the city may want to consider, but that's how we thought we could work together. For the city, for the residents and constituents that are using the services, they'll all come to the Bureau of Engineering.
So you're saying that they would have an electronic file to access. What use would you have of that if the community is going directly to engineering? Would you still need access to that file?
No, I think he means just to satisfy the charter requirements.
I'm saying, but what would be the need for the use? So it would appear then that a charter change should eventually occur.
Eventually, yes.
If the city clerk, they may have access to the file, but if they have no need to have access, I think that's what we're trying to clear up.
Right, but I believe in the meantime, there's either one of 2 workarounds, either as Wade and Mr. Moore suggested, we can do it as an administrative matter, or it can be done as an ordinance.
Okay. All right, let me ask the CEO to look at that with the city attorney and determine whether it appears eventually it's going to have to be a charter, but it also seems like we have to have some interim procedure or interim jurisdiction or something to not violate the charter while the city engineer is pulling this file together and administering it. So we've got to have an interim and then a long-term. That's
right. We'll report back on that.
Okay, appreciate it. Any other questions of the city clerk? Thank you very much. And I understand LA Inc. is here. Why don't you come up now? Oh, excuse me, before clerk leaves, let me have this one card. Richard Sanchez, if you can come up at this time before city clerk is through.
Good afternoon. My name is Richard Sanchez. I am with the Engineers and Architects Association. Actually, we're here supporting the city clerk's position with the amount of staff cut that they are going through, with the amount of layoffs that have occurred. We have to concur that although they're doing a fine job, they will continue to try and do a fine job. It's going to be difficult for them to continue at the level that they should be performing their duties. Therefore, based on the proposal that furloughs be implemented to the city clerk, we would ask the city council to really consider that with the amount of layoffs that they've had in reduction, that furloughs would not be appropriate at this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And I might just add to city clerk, if I could, for one quick second. Please come back to us with the engineering cooperation, thinking out of the box. I am concerned about who's going to be accountable, who's going to be responsible, and I want a comfort level that I just don't have right now.
I think that I don't know what the CAO will end up recommending, but if they do recommend an ordinance to assign the function from the city clerk's office to Bureau of Engineering, that will be clear enough that for day-to-day needs, the public is to report to the Bureau of Engineering. I mean, as was said before, it's simply to fulfill the rigorous criteria of the charter, where the charter says the city clerk shall retain a copy. Well, then Bureau of Engineering will give us a copy, but for day-to-day needs and interaction with the public, the ordinance, if adopted, would make sure that the public knew that that's the venue they need to go to.
We'll specifically address that point in the report back, but I think it's clear that the function, both for the public and for the city, is being transferred to the Bureau of Engineering. So the accountability lies there. But we'll make sure to confirm that in writing.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions of city clerk? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now we'll get back in order and get LA Inc.
This is what they did.
Good afternoon. Mr. Rosenthal, this is part of your committee. You're going to start off. Very good.
All right, great. Okay. Good afternoon, everybody.
Afternoon.
Are you okay?
I am. This is how Steph beats us up in our office over budgets.
You did do it last time. I was just going to say, these are tough times.
I tell you, these budget discussions.
Okay, just tell us the mission of LA Inc. first as a starter. What do you do?
Basically, we have two goals. I mean, our job is to book conventions into the convention center, as well as self-contained meetings into hotels. And secondly, it is to promote Los Angeles worldwide, to get those heads in beds, and to increase visitor spending as much as we can, both to the attractions, to the cultural venues, retail, dining, everything that visitors can spend money on to increase the economic impact.
Okay, and what is the relationship to LA Inc. to LAWA?
We have a contract with Los Angeles World Airports, specifically dedicated to the international marketplace. Our job is to help develop new air service from those international markets into LAX.
Will you give us just a debrief of what happened between the FAA and us, not the closed session discussion, but what was publicly understood after they did an audit of the books and made some comments? And in that question, of course, is our opinion of that and how do we avoid that or have safeguards going forward? Explain what that was about.
Yes, I think as you know, we went through a rather lengthy audit by FAA, and it was actually over a contract that we've had in existence probably for the last 10 years, each of them for different 3 or 4 year periods. And we had been audited before, but this time the FAA came back and said, we think that some of the activity that you're doing is to promote travel, because the overall goal of our goal is to increase demand for travel to Los Angeles. The goal of that contract is to increase demand for travel to LAX. And so they took issue with some of the activities they felt were more purely destination promotion oriented as opposed to just developing air service. So we've worked with the airport. I think both FAA, the airport, everybody's quite satisfied with the adjustments that we made in the deliverables of the program. Everything that we do now is very, very focused just on air service or promoting LAWA specifically.
And how much money was that that they were inferring and that we have to pay back over a period of time?
The original contract was $6.8 million per year, which is down now to about $5.2 million per year, and it was over a 5-year contract, Steph, 5-year period.
Mm-hmm. And how much money are we talking about?
I think it's around $18 million.
Does somebody have the facts
to be
here?
accurate.
Could we hear it?
Well, in interest, it'll end up being about $18 million, a little over $18 million.
$18 million? And we're going to pay it out of the general, how are we going to pay that back?
Out of services?
Or how does that work?
Basically, as you know, we provide services to LAWA, and basically then they reimburse us for those. Basically, they will credit those bills. And it'll be let me step back. We actually bill about 5 or 6 times a year. They will credit to those bills, offsetting the amounts over a period of time.
What are your issues going forward?
In terms of our challenges for the coming year? Well, we're feeling a little better. Last year when we were sitting in front of you, all of the indicators were going in a downward trend. We are seeing some positive signs. If we look at, for instance, visitor arrivals, particularly out of the international markets, that's starting to go in the right direction. Hotel occupancies. If you look at this first quarter, we're actually trending above the other major 25 U.S. cities in the country, so we're feeling good about that. Rate is still very slow to move, so that's certainly going to be a challenge over time, but from the hotel's concerned, they want the rate, but they also very much need the occupancy. We're changing our strategies a little bit because in terms of how do we make sure that there is traffic this summer into the hotels, visitor traffic, we're targeting much more the staycation market. Last year it was very regional. This year we're looking into our major markets of San Francisco, San Diego, really trying to get our share of the business.
Are we involving the entertainment industry and creating advertising mechanisms come to L.A.? We know L.A. is the #1 destination point in the world. Because of the megalopolis we are, we have every nation on the planet in larger numbers than anywhere else in the world. So that's why we were very excited about modernizing the Tom Bradley Terminal as the first step, because that's the first spot that foreign tourists come to see. But it is the #1 destination point in the world, and it's a thrill for us to have that opportunity. So what are you doing with Hollywood, the entertainment industry? What kind of strategies and plans do we have in play?
Yeah, Hollywood, as you know, is very iconic for all of Los Angeles, and this particular year, we're involved with the Visit Hollywood 2010 push, which, with the 50th anniversary of the Walk of Fame that's happening, Universal Studios and their new attraction. So we've partnered very closely with them for this year. We also work with a lot of we're working, like with Universal Studios, obviously very very closely, Paramount, more on the attractions and the studio side, but we're having new discussions with them in terms of how can we partner more on, the entertainment attributes and getting that out there.
How about Venice Beach, too? A lot of folks at Venice Beach, they have all kinds of festivals, all kinds of programs there. People have been talking about some way in which a person comes to LAX, and maybe they have a 4 or 5 hour in between. We bring them to Venice Beach. How are you, marketing Venice Beach?
Yeah, Venice Beach, as you know, is also a real iconic image for Los Angeles. And one of our staff members sits on the Chamber's board there. We've been working with the group community to try and get, as you may know, a visitor center there as well. We're talking about
on that. The visitor center, which I'd love to see, I'd love to see. No, I don't want it long range. That's my problem. I don't have a long range life. I mean, I have a life, but I mean, long range sometimes around here can be way beyond long range. People who come to Venice Beach come from all over the planet. It is like Disney and Hollywood, the reason for Southern California. When they walk along the beach, wouldn't it be great if we did have a visitors bureau there that even sold some stuff that were beautiful that we got some money on? I mean, we have 1 million people walking that beach, and we need a visitors bureau there. How do I accelerate that visitors bureau? What do we need to do? Can we get a partnership with a private opportunity and make it happen like, in the next year?
Yeah, I would love to see that. And because I know we've been talking with Parks and Rec, there are options that we have taken advantage of in our other visitor information centers where we've partnered, with people to help bring monies to the table. So I think there are some opportunities we could explore. We'd like to see it happen this summer.
Okay, then I want to report back from you in the budget report from LA Inc. about a strategy on how we can take Venice Beach to the next level, have a visitors bureau there, look at some of the success you have in other visitor bureaus, look at some of the places like Times Square and other places that also do it around the planet, and let's come up with a plan in your report back that I would be very happy to
Yeah, and then there's some other ideas that we're also working on, like an art crawl in Venice as well with the community. So I'll incorporate all of that into the report.
Excellent, because there's a good revenue stream, of people walking along the boardwalk that I'd like to see them support us. It's not gold in the gutter, but it's walking the boardwalk for success.
And it's one of the images people have of Los Angeles.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Look forward to that report back.
Mr. Smith?
Just one question. You list in your expenditures, it says the high-tech segment remains weak and other cities have become more competitive and attractive national planning meeting planners in high-tech. Why is that? Why would we be losing that sector?
Mike, I'm going to let you take that one. You're speaking specifically to conventions, the high-tech sector?
Yeah. Thank you. I'm Michael Krause, head of sales for the Bureau. I wouldn't describe it as so much as losing. We have competition there, which is, of course, presents a challenge to us from a variety of elements, both from hotel product to you name it. As far as the convention center itself, we are obviously competing against bigger cities, bigger centers, perhaps what we call contiguous space issues. It becomes more of a size issue than it becomes contents of our city. Our city is very competitive in those markets. The challenge becomes, the different things that we offer within our package to them. For a great example, though, in competing against that, we have been successful in securing a big Microsoft convention. We've done 14 conventions for Microsoft in my time here, in 5 years I've been here. So from the high-tech sector, we certainly do well. We certainly would like to do more. We'd like to see more of that come down from San Francisco and damage them a little bit, bring more of that business to us. But Microsoft WPC, which is the largest convention we will have booked, will be here in Los Angeles in a couple of years, which will be an exciting one. So we are competing. It's just about the contents of the package when we're competing. I don't know if there's so many elements to it. It's a hard one to answer.
All right. Thank you.
Mrs. Owen?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
The connection between you folks, LAWA, the port, You deal with the port at all, or just LAWA?
Well, the partnership's a little different in that we have a, actual contract with Los Angeles World Airports, and we, consequently have offices overseas. But we do still work extremely closely with the port. We were just down there last week, talking about strategy going forward, particularly with the increase in cruises coming back to Los Angeles. There's some huge opportunities there that we need to take advantage of. We have a department that deals specifically with travel agents, which are the main bookers of cruises, as you may know. And so, yes, we continue to work very closely with them.
And then what about the conventions? The convention was here, the Convention Bureau was here. The Convention Bureau, the Convention Center folks were here earlier to discuss how conventions are moving up. Your connection with the conventions, other activities coming not only to LA for the Convention Center, but for Staples, the LA Live, Nokia, are you involved in any of those activities?
Yes, we are, and certainly our relationship with LACC is as good as it can be, I think. It's better than it's ever been. Obviously, we need each other to do our jobs. We book the facility. So, we see ourselves as partners like that with LACC, but you may have one comment.
The only other thing I'd interject there is, remember, our role is to link all of the elements of the city together in addition to the convention center. A great example of that is the Microsoft example I used earlier. In that example, it required the Staples Center for 15 days. It required 18,000 hotel rooms on peak. We assemble all those elements in addition to the convention center, but in addition to that, it does 2,000 off-site events. So we have to coordinate all of those events. So that is a great example of our role, is linking all of the other elements of the city in order to bring all that revenue related to a convention to Los Angeles and keep it in the city.
So, for example, Universal Studios, are they a part?
Universal will be part of that as well.
Yes.
And Disneyland, would they be a part?
Actually, the Disneyland Park is not part of their their package that we presented, but Universal is.
Okay. Any other venues that we have?
Oh gosh, yeah. They're everything at LA Live, variety of things over on the west side. A number of different elements will be brought in. We have a little bit more time before they make all of their final decisions on those other elements, but we'll be working with them and are working with them on those elements.
What about like the farmers market?
Farmers market they'll utilize everything in Hollywood. They'll be all over. And that convention example, yes.
So that would cover the entire city of LA to help with the hotels, help with restaurants.
Yes, absolutely.
And then the connection between that and the restaurants and the hotels.
Yes.
So you intertwine it all together.
We intertwine all that.
So you're the workers to make sure it all connects.
Yes.
Yeah, we're really the marketing message for Los Angeles. Another set of venues that we deal very closely with are the cultural venues. We just finished up the Discover the Arts program, which ran from February until April, promoting all of the exhibits. Over about 35 museums were involved in that.
And I asked earlier the folks from the convention center about Arizona, since there seems to be this growing trend to pull things away from Arizona. Are we doing anything to try and bring in conventions or other businesses that would be in that particular area? We might as well take advantage when we can to help our local economy. Are we doing anything in that arena?
We've actually been on that for just over a week now, or a little over a week since all this came down. We have about 4 different conventions we're working on securing from that issue. There are a number that have so far said no, they're going to wait it out, but there's a variety of them that have, and I do have access to all that. Remember, I'm a sales guy, so I'm obviously trying to attack them, so being perfectly honest, I'm attacking their situation and using it to our advantage.
Well, I know West Hollywood's coming out with a policy, and it seems that as this momentum grows, the immigration is a whole federal issue, but to take an opportunity to bring in additional business to Los Angeles for the venues that we have available to help our local economy.
Very true.
Which I think is great.
And we are having success in getting those people to look at us. And keep in mind that many of these opportunities that are in Arizona, we had bid on previously, or we had attempted to secure previously. The good news is we already have relationships with most of those accounts, so it was a pretty easy phone call.
And what's the annual budget that we have for LA Inc.?
I'll let you answer.
The annual budget's about $19 million.
$19 million?
Yes, TOT is down in the year we're ending just now. TOT is about $9.1 million, we've been told by the CAO. At June '09, it was 10.4, and at June '08, it was 11.4, so we've lost a few $1 million. We had 85 staff, we now have 70. We're just trying to do things more efficiently, more effectively, as best we can.
And that comes from the tax that people pay when they go to a hotel.
It's the TOT tax. We get one of the 14 percentage points. We also have sponsorship, we have membership, and the money we receive from law is restricted to that international marketing on behalf of law, including that in the $19 million.
Do we still have operations in China?
Yes,
have operations-
yes, that's part of our contract with the airport. We now have an office in Tokyo that covers Asia Pacific. We have one in Beijing, which is for China. We have a UK office that covers Europe, and then we have three people who cover South America and Mexico.
Okay,
And then representatives in different other countries like Australia and Germany and...
I know from my personal experience that the international connections are fantastic when people need to have international connection. Do we open this up to the general public if they need information about going overseas?
Oh, yes.
LA Inc. helps with that also. So it's not just the business environment. Our residents can get information from LA Inc. also.
Yes.
I think we need to do a little more promotion on that because a lot of folks go overseas and go to a travel agent and don't have other than that. But I think this connection, because I know from my experience, LA Inc. was superior in making the connections to the different venues and the different activities, especially when we have people over there that are familiar with that territory.
Okay, yeah. And we do have, our monthly communications that go out to, not only the travel agents, but we're also building a whole consumer database as well, and communications that go out in 7 different languages. So we're trying to be very...
Very focused. Excellent. Great. Thank you.
Yeah, just a little follow-up on stuff. The synergy between you folks and the convention center and other venues is very significant and critical for the success of this operation. There's a comic book convention that is one of the biggest things on the planet.
Yes.
And people come from everywhere. What efforts are we making right now to bring that to Los Angeles?
Mike has been living and breathing that for the last
He's
couple
getting more
months.
excited over there.
I should prepare a speech for this. Actually, you'll be happy to know they were just here about a week ago. We were able to get about 10 of their leadership here to Los Angeles. And keep in mind, we've been on this convention 3 times in my 5 years here. So this is not the first time. For some reason, it's gotten a lot of attention this time, which I'm happy about. But they were here. Our president, Mark Lieberman, and Tim Leiweke, the president and CEO of AEG, were all involved in the convention site visit. When they were here, they were extremely impressed with the progress that we had made here in downtown specifically, not just at LA Live. I don't want to, there's a lot of credit due here. It's everything from the other regions of the city and all of downtown, because remember, this would affect a lot more than downtown Los Angeles.
Right.
So it was a very successful visit. This again, hit the press again yesterday, so there's a lot of activity on this. I would say, we're in competition. We have a lot of competitors. We have 2 competitors in this, San Diego and Anaheim. It's a 40-year convention in San Diego, so we definitely have...
Say that again.
40 years it's been in San Diego.
40 years in San Diego.
So you guys are not asking much of me.
I'm saying it's time to bring it home to LA.
We've got a new destination, and they were very impressed. Matter of fact, so much so they missed their train going back to San Diego that we took them back to San Diego by vehicle because they had a little
Should we
trouble.
dress everybody up as Superman or Batman? Get
Go to our
everybody the latest
Facebook
characters?
page. Right, go to our Facebook
Go to your
page, and you
Facebook
can see
page.
some
What is it?
artwork. You can see some artwork we did
what
for
is it?
them.
We're bidding with cartoons.
Yeah, we did a fun cartoon. I'll send it to you.
No, for the public. How do they get on it?
Well,
What
they can go
Facebook?
to our website,
Which
and
is?
to our Facebook.
DiscoverLosAngeles.com, and from there they can link off to our Facebook, and they can...
It'll be right there on our Facebook. We already have about 3,000 members of that particular
Okay,
page.
when do you sense, can the mayor do something, dress him up as a clown or something?
The mayor's office has been very involved.
Remember that cartoon picture of all of us that was in one of these newspapers? Can we throw in some cartoons of ourselves?
We'll take a look at it.
We'll take anything we
Okay,
can get.
whatever we can do to help bring it here, we'd be happy to do.
The entertainment industry is a big sell for them, so
I got a laugh out of my colleagues, so we're ready for the comic books to come.
it's great. We'd be happy to
All
have
right, thank you very much.
Mr. Perry, you have any questions? Okay.
All right, let me just ask just a couple of questions. One of the things that Mr. Rosenthal talked about earlier on this whole FAA issue, one of the things that we're asked the CAO to look into in the CLA is to create an additional one of our financial policies that those new expanded programs not be offered or brought to the City Council for approval until prior FAA approval, so that we don't get into that rebate as we're going through now, where we have about $2 million that we would love to be putting into the general fund from LAWA, and we have to, they're going to basically cut our funds short. And so these are things, and also I think we have a similar issue that happened in the Harbor Department, where we agreed on a deal and then found out, what is it, the state water, what is it?
State lands.
State lands came back later and said it was not an appropriate deal. So we're going to ask that when the CAO evaluates those issues, that they ensure that they advise the council whether they have been previously approved by those governing bodies.
But notice there's conflict among ourselves on that. I do not agree with Mr. Parks on this particular issue, that the FAA needs to give us prior approval. Because if we wait for the FAA, you know, hell will freeze over or something like that.
But if you don't wait for them, your budget will freeze over.
I understand.
I will tell you that we are...
I like to be particular issues dealing with them.
It just depends on what you want to freeze.
I love Mr. Parks, but I don't love the FAA.
But I think we have to separate that. We may not like them, but they are the final authority. And
I will tell you that we're very, very sensitive to this now, and even now we're starting to have conversations with the airport to make sure that we are in line with everybody's wishes.
Yeah, and as Mr. Parks' point is, we obviously don't want to spend money that we're not authorized. We want to do situations that make no sense. We don't want to get it to come back and bite us, you know, in the foot. But my bottom line is I deal with them when we have to deal with them. And if the issue is significant enough that it makes sense, and I obviously look forward to the airport interacting on that particular policy point of the FAA.
But I think from what we asked the CAO, because they are fundamentally important, because years later they can come back and take your money, and we're just saying we'd rather the impact not be on the general fund, and that's what we're trying to resolve. And so that's one issue. The other issue...
We have our total support on that.
Okay. Let me ask one thing. You mentioned earlier about conventions. Are we still in the position to where the largest conventions in America still can't come to L.A.? I think it was, at one time you quoted like 5 or 10% of the largest conventions. We just do not have the space.
Our challenge here, as you know, is that we just don't have a large enough building. And there are those 5 or 10%, as you mentioned, Councilman Parks, that will just not be achievable based on our size. Remember, the other challenge here is split hall. If it were contiguous space, we would not be having this discussion.
And
what that means is when the two halls are split, they aren't connected.
Okay.
And that's the challenge. If it were contiguous space, there'd be a lot better opportunities for us as well, in addition to what you mentioned. Size is a problem. This is a situation where size is the issue.
Okay. But the thing is, you mentioned with the new hotels, we're in far better shape.
Yeah, far better shape than we've ever been. Matter of fact, the amount of convention that we are booking today is far superior than what we've done. When I first arrived, they were booking 12 conventions a year. We're now booking 40-plus conventions a year, and I expect that trend to just continue.
Okay, and so we'll see, I mean, because the hotels are just open, so we'll see that continue to grow.
It's doing very well.
Okay.
Hotel is doing very well.
Okay.
Good
That's
investment.
Let me ask you, has LA Inc., I'm sure you saw the article in the paper about the downtown stadium?
Oh, yes.
Have you been involved in any of those discussions or contacts? Because one of the concerns I had initially in reading it is if one of the entire areas of the convention center disappears...
West Hall, yeah.
West Hall, then that would certainly impact your ability to continue, or what the contracts that you have in place are future issues until, or if it's replaced. So have you been in those discussions?
Yes. Okay. I've been in those discussions as recently as last week with our research department joining me in those meetings, and I would say they were very fruitful in avoiding that challenge.
said avoiding it?
Avoiding the challenge of the hall space you mentioned.
Okay.
They're doing everything they can to mitigate that challenge.
Okay. So is at some point in time, the rest of us are going to find out about
Yes, I think they're still reviewing all of their options here.
Okay, all right.
Doing their homework.
Including us. I mean, we're still patiently working with them to see how they can work all these details out. It's just very early stage of talking.
Okay, very good. Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much. I'm sorry we got you out of sync there because Convention Center had a conflict and we tried to get them in earlier, but we didn't get the notice to you as quickly.
We're not far away.
Thank you.
We're clear.
We would have been here sooner, but Patty's really slow with a bad arm and foot.
Yeah, blame it on me.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next department would be the Ethics Commission. We have two public comment cards, Richard Sanchez and Arnold Sachs. You can come up at this time.
This is approaching the podium. I wanted to compliment him on that splendid outfit that he's wearing today. And I know Mr. Smith has probably taken note of it, too.
Actually, I have only one motion to save one position, it's his.
That's right.
Well, Mr. Sanchez.
I can tell you have great taste, and I should be dressed in your alma mater. Thank you very much. I'm here representing the members of the Engineers and Architects Association. My name is Richard Sanchez. Again, we're here addressing the reduction of staff in a relatively small department, and included in the budget proposal is additional furlough days. Considering the staffing levels that are being reduced, the EREP losses, as well as the amount of work that is being done and the important work that is conducted by the Ethics Commission, it still does not seem appropriate or relative to continue furlough days for our members. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Sachs? Okay. We'll put that in file. Let me start off by just asking on the issue of your letter asking for additional funded positions, and for the CAO particularly, is that have you worked that out to see if there's other funds that you can manage to obtain those positions but stay within budget?
Leanne Pelham, Executive Director of the Ethics Commission. If I could be, to clarify your question, Councilmember Parks, we are not asking for additional funding. We are fully prepared this fiscal year to work within the mayor's proposed budget funding for our organization. We are not asking for additional funding. It's a 4% cut, but the budget reflects a 13% cut in our staffing. So what we've asked the committee to consider is to reinstate the two of the three positions, position authorities that the mayor's budget would delete, and allow us to manage to the bottom line. Allow us to use funds that are in our overall budget, as we have in previous years, to make up the salary shortfall that even exists within the mayor's budget, so that we can retain critical positions at this time, moving forward into an election year with some significant activities that are going on at the office.
Okay. But let me ask the CEO, if that were allowed, wouldn't that add to our structural deficit, that we had two people with overhead and pension cost beyond just the salary that they could accommodate?
It would, however, the Ethics Commission currently has a 3%, Dolores Rivera of the CEO's office, I'm sorry. It would, however, the Ethics Commission does have a 3% salary savings rate. If that was reduced to zero, that could mitigate one of the positions.
Okay, but that salary rate has already been calculated in the budget, right?
Right, the 3%, yes. So one solution would be to put it down to zero and
Okay.
add that
What
funding
about
back.
within their own, the current budget as it exists? Can it be absorbed in that fashion?
Let's just say that there will be certainly challenges to answer your question. Restoring the two positions, it would actually in the out years, we'd still have to identify funding at some point. I think the department's done a pretty good job of managing within their resources. I know she would like the two positions back, with the hope that probably some of the funds that are allocated each year would not be used, and those can be drawn upon. But certainly is an issue that needs to be considered both in the current year and
My concern, if it were a one-time expenditure, that's one thing, but I think if you're adding people, it would be totally inconsistent with the budget process, because at some point in time next year, we'd either have to find money for the overhead or the pension cost at some point, because we are putting two additional bodies on the payroll when the budget basically has cut those bodies and removed the funds and also took a 3%. So it'd be very difficult to talk about adding positions and it wouldn't even be close to cost neutral. So that would be my concern, and maybe
If I could just respond briefly. Again, just to be very clear, we would be retaining positions that we currently have. We would not be adding new positions to the city's budget. And I understand that there's a cost going forward for pensions every year that is accounted for in every position. I think it'd be helpful to perhaps think of the cost-benefit analysis as, at least understand the way we consider the cost-benefit analysis of this request to the committee. And that is, when you think about those additional costs that would accrue year after year for the city, what that actual dollar amount is would be helpful to identify specifically, because I think that it's also important to know that that actually retaining these positions is cost-effective and it is fiscally prudent, particularly in this kind of budget climate. We've seen national studies that have indicated that at times when departments and public agencies are facing cuts and requests to streamline and facing difficult challenges financially, there can be pressure, and not intended, but there can be pressure to cut corners in ways that is inappropriate.
Yeah, but I think that's in every department that we're talking about cutting. I mean, everybody that's come here has a reason why that we can't cut. What I'm concerned about, just very basically, is that if there's funds within your budget to pay for it, it's not just a one-time cost. That body will exist June 30th of the year, and then if you had the funds to hire it. Now, what do we do in 2011-12 budget if you are two people above what your allocated resources are? You may be able to deal with the funds and work it out, but in the longer city picture, we create a bigger deficit for next year in the years coming, because the budget has cut it, the money's been removed, and in addition to that, salary savings of 3% has been added to that. So we'd be unraveling some of that.
And I would simply request as a manager to be allowed to manage to that possibility, that if we had funding this year to absorb the cost of these positions rather than laying positions off at a time where they're critical for the policing function that we serve in the city, then if we don't have the money next year, we would lay them off at that time. As we have last year, we had to lay off 2 individuals as well.
Yeah, but we'd be paying overhead this year, this coming year, which there's no funds available, I would assume, if the positions were cut. Is that right, CAO?
That is correct. Certainly, to retain positions, it would add the pension obligation and also the health obligation as well, at a minimum.
Okay.
Yeah, let me just explore this one step further. What are the 3 positions that we're talking about?
Well, we're talking about 2 of the 3. There are 3 positions that would be eliminated. 1 is a vacant position. 2 are management assistant or management analyst 1 positions, which the council restored to us last year.
And what's their function? What do they do?
One function is to be an investigator in our enforcement division, and another function is to be a policy person in making sure that our laws are strong and effective. We, in the coming year, however, would likely redeploy the policy position to another critical area, which could be audits, to make sure that we're able to sustain the achievements in that area, that we can get through all of our audits timely and resolve those when necessary, particularly since we're moving into an election year. But the investigator position is one that is involved in a number of very significant cases, including current money laundering cases and current cases where the potential loss to the city could be over $2.5 million.
Money laundering cases and $2.5 million issue. Explain to the public the mission of the Ethics Commission. And I know we revised it and added to it with a law that was passed a few years ago that gave council members a third term, and at the same time put in more reform issues in that pamphlet that people perceived was obviously an ethics reform kind of thing. What is the mission of your department?
Well, we were created directly by the voters in 1990 to essentially be an independent voice in city government, but to be sort of a watchdog, both a coach and a referee when it comes to fair and accountable decision-making and elections in the city. And through our public disclosure function, we're committed to informing and equipping the public with information to hold decision-makers accountable. And we are also here to make sure that the laws that we have under our jurisdiction are strongly enforced and effectively administered.
Please explain the charter-mandated special prosecutor position, which is, I'm seeing the largest item at $250,000. Explain that position.
This is a set-aside amount of money that's required, the voters required to be placed into our operating budget every fiscal year. It's $250,000, and that's $250,000 out of an overall $330,000 contractual services account. So we're a pretty small operation. But the point of the Special Prosecutor Fund is to provide funding in our operating account if we were to need it in the situation where the city attorney might be conflicted out of an issue and we'd have to hire a special prosecutor to proceed with enforcement action or a case for us. And that hasn't happened in the years that we've had that funding, and it has been relied on as one of our operating accounts to address the structural salary shortfall that we have had over the last several years.
Public financing of elections. When we first went through this process, if you participate in the city program, you can get matching funds. You also have requirements to debate and to do other things that would enhance public awareness. With that backdrop, where are we on what I call real campaign finance reform, which is the effort, I believe in, to take money out of the political process best as possible, no special interest money, no lobbying money, none of these things, but publicly financed by the public. You get what you pay for, and I'd rather have the people pay for it than anybody else. We've been talking about it for years. Some of my colleagues and I have joined in that energy. Is there any progress made? Is there a work in progress? Where are we at on meaningful campaign finance reform?
Well, I think if you're looking at the model of full public financing, as some groups outside of the city, organized groups have envisioned it, I think we're far from it. Obviously, it has significant budget ramifications. I think the other thing that's a development over this last year is that the courts are speaking more and more on how they perceive and believe the laws to be playing out. And that's one of the areas that I think we need to do a very good job at, beginning again to reconcile our law with how the courts are speaking, as they will continue to do. So it's really a funding issue primarily, and it's also examining what is the best system we can have given the way the courts are reading some of the laws around the country.
Yeah, which basically throws out all the limits and all the definitions, and it's the wild, wild west. Very smart. Doesn't respond. It's okay. I'm finished.
Mr. Koretz? Ms. Perry? We'll move that item and on that issue of those positions. From my perspective, I'm more than willing to move the budget as recommended, because I think it just to give any sense that we're going to add to the budget deficit, which they told us this morning was $70 million. I think it would be detrimental to do that, just as we've told each department that's come before us.
Okay. So we move the budget as it is.
And I'm going to vote no on that.
Okay.
Thank you.
We're not voting.
I know.
but when we move it.
Pardon?
I'm okay.
No other questions?
Next department. Department of Airports. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Let me ask, Mr. Rosenthal is on the committee that deals with you as a policy, so let me ask him to start off the questions.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I don't know, that's Mr. Park.
Did I have a card? Did I have a card?
Yes, did have.
Okay. Mr. Moody.
Yes.
All right.
It is. Thank you. Christopher Moody, Engineers and Architects Associate. Ryan, Mr. Parks. Lawa in some ways is more a city community than a department. The airport employs more than 40,000 badged employees that work at the airport, and workers of 3,400 that are city workers. I am currently employed at Lawa. After 17-year employment work with Continental Airlines at the airport, I work with people such as Bobby Parks. You're
kidding.
No, I work with Bobby in ticketing. I work with Felicia Parks in the ramp. She trains ramp issues. After 17 years with Continental, I took an early out retirement, and I have now been 14 years as an operations superintendent, of which I've been on work release, that's a prison term, on release time. Might be the same thing. And I work with labor issues with city workers in all 4 airports, as well as other departments. Currently, Lawa alone, LA alone, handles 1,300 daily flights with a potential of 300,000 transiting customers per day. Lawa is currently experiencing a several billion-dollar makeover, and they are self-funded. One expense they cannot afford is layoff or furloughs. For each city worker is valued for their contribution to accomplish the mission of a safe, profitable showcase jewel for our city. I applaud the efforts of Lawa's HR department for working with general funded departments and the EAA to preserve city jobs. ERIC took 200 employees. 60 have been accommodated from general fund into their department, and we're working on future preservation of talent. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Moody.
Good afternoon. Welcome. We're in the midst of major modernization projects at LAX. I'm delighted that we have 5 of them under major consideration. First is the Tom Bradley Terminal. And when you go through the terminal, my bottom line is, do you have any update on the status of the FAA reauthorization in Congress and whether we might see the increase in passenger facility charges for LAX? Is that something we can count on at this point? What's your sensing on that?
Sure. First, my name is Ryan Yakubik. I'm Director of Capital Development and Budget at Los Angeles World Airports. In terms of the FAA reauthorization, we are hopeful that it will move forward. Whether or not it will contain a increase to the passenger facility charge, we're hopeful, but we don't have a real clear view of that. It's been sitting out there for a couple of years and hasn't made its way through yet. We are hopeful, but we are not dependent on that increase.
Just a personal order, is Jean Marie Lindsay coming?
She does send her regrets. She had a conflict with a Board of Commissioners meeting at the same time.
Oh, I see, okay. What is the cost to operate per passenger on the airlines at LAX versus Ontario? How does the cost to operate at LAX compare with other peer airports?
LAX is currently around $11 to $12 per in-plane passenger. Ontario is between $14 and $15, so LAX is a little cheaper currently. Primarily, Ontario's cost has been driven by a huge decline in passengers out there, even as we have cut expenses.
And what has it gone from to what is it now at Ontario?
In terms of budgeted expenses...
No, passengers.
Oh, passengers from a peak of around 7 million to a little bit under 5.5 million.
You know, the modernization, which has been one of my dreams, the more you modernize, the more you can pass the costs on. And right now, when you said it costs $12 at LAX, how does that rank with other major metropolitan airports in America?
That puts us on a similar level with other major gateway airports that are similar to LAX. But we will see those costs rising in the coming years as our capital programs come online.
And as we see the costs rising, won't that also help us with our notion of regionalism? For instance, for Ontario to be $14 to $15, LAX to be $12. If I'm an airline, I'm going to just offer nonstop, direct, frequent, and discounted flights out of LAX. When can I expect Ontario to be competitive enough that they'll offer, you know, the Inland Empire exists, Anaheim would like to go to Ontario, everybody else, nobody wants to schlep for 2 hours across the gridlock to get to the airport, except LAX is the only one where we have nonstop, direct, frequent, and discounted flights. What do we need to do in the modernization and the FAA reauthorization to truly bring, LAX into line and Ontario more competitive?
Well, I'm not sure if the reauthorization will drive much of the event out at Ontario. That's primarily driven by passenger traffic, and when the demand comes back, we've been very focused over the past 2 years in cutting expenses at Ontario in order to bring that down. We don't have great visibility as to when the passenger declines will stop, but we're making sure we're well positioned at the point they do. In terms of LAX and its modernization, the reauthorization bill can be an incredible help to the modernization program by increasing our passenger facility charges and possibly providing additional AIP funds.
Okay. At this point, how much debt have we issued for the modernization projects, and can you please describe the condition of LAWA's credit rating and specifically discuss any negative outlooks?
Sure. Since 2008, we've issued about $2.3 billion in debt. Our current credit ratings are AA by S&P and Fitch with a AA3 by Moody's. We do have a negative outlook from Fitch, primarily floating around the concept of this is a $5.5 billion program that we're taking on. We're at the front end of it. And the rating agencies, while they like what we're saying and they like what our projections say, they just want to make sure that we can actually handle undertaking that program. So they've got a little bit of a wait-and-see attitude, but we're confident we'll overcome that shortly.
I would expect you will, and you're confident because?
Well, we've got a very good financial plan, first and foremost. We do have solid traffic and diversification at LAX. We've brought on not only a significant presence of expertise who've undertaken capital projects, but we've also been retooling organizationally and really retooling our employees from a previous mission of planning to retooling those employees towards actually implementing the construction program and an ongoing maintenance program at LAX.
And we have 5 green-lighted projects. We have the modernization of the Bradley Terminal, we have the People Mover, we have the Consolidated Rental, we have the Green Line, and the Midfield Terminal. Where are we about the Consolidated Rental facility?
We've been under study with the Consolidated Rental Facility over the last year or so. Those findings are now being incorporated into the SPA's process, which will kind of revisit some of the locations of the different projects.
How much has our passenger traffic increased in the last 6 months, or is it still going down? What are we at?
We've definitely seen a bottom out in passenger traffic. We're still probably at 55 million annual passengers, but in the first 3 months of this calendar year, we've seen about a 5% increase in passenger traffic year on year, and that's actually slightly led by international traffic, up somewhere around 6.5%.
Appreciate that. How many personnel at LAX have taken advantage of ERIP, and can you describe its impact on the budget of LAX? Are we moving people from Ontario and Van Nuys to LAX?
Well, department-wide, we've seen around 160 to 170 employees eligible and take advantage of ERIP to date. While the majority of those people were at LAX, we've also, in a cost-cutting measure, been reducing expenses at other airports and redeploying personnel from those outlying airports to LAX. So we've really kind of had a zero effect at LAX in terms of no decreases, but no real increases either.
Okay, I'm going to do a little LA Police Department, which puts smiles on my face since this began. How many LAPD officers do we have left stationed today at LAX, and how many were there 3 years ago, and what is the cost of all this for LAWA?
Well, I don't know the specific numbers in terms of who is deployed. We previously were using LAPD on two fronts, one to man the podiums and motors patrols in the CTA. This was accomplished primarily through overtime from LAPD. We have completely replaced those officers on overtime on the podiums with our own airport police officers. The only LAPD remaining on overtime at the airport are associated with the motorcycle patrols that go through the CTA, and we're currently in the process of replacing those through a training program of our own. But about 2 to 3 years ago, you were looking at somewhere in the neighborhood of $16.5 million annually in overtime. We're with the remaining presence of the motors officers, you're probably looking at about $3.5 million a year.
Well, it's fantastic, and we're very grateful on that, what you're doing. Have we eliminated all of overtime, would you say? And when can we expect to reduce the number or to zero? Is there anything more we need to do with the relationship with LAPD?
At this point, we're really bringing down the motors patrols, and that takes time. It's tough to hire these guys and train them and get them on their bikes, but we do expect to have them completely replaced within the next year. As to the remaining LAPD presence that's deployed at LAX, we're actually in active discussions with the LAPD now that we've spent the past 3 years with a tremendous effort to beef up our staffing and kind of replace that presence with our own airport police officers and really investing in training and hiring. We're in active discussions to really find out what the continued need for that presence is going to be at LAX. We'll probably still continue to need the LAPD for some of the specialized services and training that they do have on specific issues like theft or investigative services. But as I said, we are in active discussions.
Okay, what would be helpful is a report back on exactly the relationship with the LAPD today and what you project over the next year, how it will evolve itself so we can keep a good, tight trap on it. And I know that the local police division there has taken them back and deployed some of those officers in Westchester and Venice Beach and other places. So maybe you can note all that so we can get a good sense of the progress we've made, which I'm delighted to see it. What is your strategy for finishing the LAX Northside Community Land Use Plan? Are you fully funding the program so that we can get it done on a reasonable schedule? How many folks we have involved in it? What are we talking about acreage-wise, and how does Westchester respond to this?
Well, I know we have internal assets dedicated to exploring the north side, and it is moving along with the SPA's process in tandem. We are prepared to fully fund the process to the end.
Okay, and I'm going to put a challenge out, and I'd like an answer back on this. I would like to see the entitlements for LAX Northside Plan done within the next 3 years, and by the summer of 2013. I request that you report back on a strategy to make that happen.
We will report back.
The community keeps asking me over and over, and it's very important. And I know you've hired a planner, right? Mm-hmm. And the relationship with our planning department will work, or do you need any more resources or support, or what can we do for our city's planning department? How is that working, that relationship?
In the past, Mark Adams, Los Angeles World Airports. In the past, we've used MOUs with the planning department to make sure that we had ample resources dedicated to tasks where we need them, and I'm sure we'll have discussions with the planning department on this project.
There's a lot of business community folks, as well as community people, wanting to know what we're going to do with the land, how we can make it work. It obviously creates jobs and can have a real positive impact. So I'd like to get an update on that. Very good. What are our revenues from concessions last year, and what are we projecting this year? How do you anticipate the concessions development program impacting that figure?
Last year, we're projected in the current year to make about $290 million from our concessions program. In the coming year, we're expecting somewhere around $295 million. Those are fairly conservative numbers, and we do hope they're higher as traffic recovers. With the onset of a concessions program, what you'll likely see is a slight dip as the concessions are being implemented and there's construction in the terminals. But once those concessions are in place, there's very good anecdotal evidence from almost every other place where a concessions program has been implemented that the concessions revenues do rise.
And I know there was an issue with the commission, and so it's back to us on the powers, joint powers thing. Is that right? What is that about?
I can't fully speak to that. Maybe Mark can.
On the 10 packages for concessions for Terminals 4, 5, 7, and 8 that are prepared, where staff has made recommendations for award of those contracts, 8 of those 10, due to conflicts with the President of the Airport Commission, will be referred to the Board of Referred Powers rather than the Airport Commission. The other 2 contracts will remain with the Board of Airport Commissioners. So 8 of those 10 contracts will be considered first by the Board of Referred Powers before City Council approval.
And we on refers powers, I'm one of the members, I'm in the middle of budget. Is there a time-sensitive point on this, or can we do this June, July, or August?
I think the airport would prefer that this run fairly quickly, but there are other issues involved, and I think we wouldn't be looking at a Board of Referred Powers hearing before the middle of May, at least. I don't know if it'll June, July, I'm not sure. Would have to coordinate with the members of the committee and the chair of the committee.
Okay, we look forward to those discussions. I have a sense we're looking at June or July rather than mid-May at this point, because the full council is going to be dealing with this budget, and they're all on that. And I think the vendors who've hired all the lobbyists in town also need to know that they can't bang on my door. They can talk to my staff, and we'll get a full report from you guys as to why you picked certain groups and went forward with them. How much has LAWA spent to date on the Bradley West project, and what is the final projected cost?
I don't know the exact amount to date, but it's in excess of $100 million. We've been sending out a number of bid packages on the major construction portion, which was around $1 billion on the Bradley West Terminal alone. We've been having very good success in bringing those bid packages back in, and we expect to really start spending pretty heavily here in the next year.
I'd like a report back specifically on the Bradley Terminal, how much we spent, how much we have committed, and what our sense of a time frame is. I've done enough ribbon cuttings there. I want to do a final ribbon cutting rather than this, that, and the other. I'd like a better sense. What is your plan for Manchester Square, and how much have you budgeted to continue the voluntary acquisition program? Where is this happening, and what's happening with that one?
Manchester Square is also part of the specific plan amendment study, and we do have available passenger facility charge collections for the funding of that program. Beyond that, due to some ongoing litigation, I really can't comment further on that.
And besides the litigation, I got to say I've been out there and I've looked at it, and I can tell you that my constituents there would like things with some sense of a timetable. I'll read a question. I would like to see us move forward with Manchester Square, make it a priority, complete the purchase of the area. I don't want to leave my residents completely in limbo, and they've been in limbo for a long time, and whatever the potential litigation issue is, bring that back and we'll go into closed session with it. But I would like to get an update on where we are with that. Okay? Okay, another question is the status of soundproofing program for CD11, and also I would say maybe Mr. Parks' area, Mr. Wesson's area as well. Are we still budgeting for that program in the coming year?
We do continue to budget for each of those programs, and those programs are kind of moving along at their own pace. The City of LA program, I believe we run, which is in your district. Some of the other jurisdictions, I'm not sure what the status of those are, but the City of LA program is fully funded as part of previous settlement agreements.
Very good. Now, I want to go back to a couple more quick questions on Ontario. There's been lots of discussions. I met with the mayor of Anaheim a year or so about this. We've heard of potential incentives to draw passengers to Ontario and perhaps working with Disney or the city of Irvine to make it happen. Do you have any sensing of how we can up the Ontario opportunities now? And there's also in the infrastructure money, hopefully a line from Ontario to the major Anaheim area there, so a person in Orange County can easily get on some mass transit and get to Ontario. How are we doing with marketing Ontario at this point?
Well, we're really looking at every possible option. I have heard the options involving Disneyland down in Anaheim, and we are working any possible angle we can, exploring them all.
Well, thank you for your answers to the questions, and I look forward to those report backs. And I might have a couple more questions before my colleagues have finished. Thank you.
Ms. Perry? Okay, Mr. Kritz.
Yes, long-term, are there any plans to still move forward with the idea of a viable Lancaster Airport?
I think long-term, it's still out there. We've gone through several iterations of trying to incentivize traffic out at Palmdale, even through FAA programs to incentivize regional airports, and haven't had a lot of success. I believe we are still looking in the long term at the viability of that.
What would we need to do to actually make that happen, or do we think it's more of a long shot at this point?
I think time is a real cure for that. We've devoted a good deal of time, effort, and money into trying to make it work in its current state, and haven't had a good deal of success on that. So it may just be an issue of time with the population moving out in that direction before it becomes viable. But we do have people who are constantly looking at how and when that will occur.
Okay, thank you.
Mentioned the enforcement with motor officers. I'm sorry, you mentioned the enforcement with motor officers?
Yes.
In my previous life, I was a motorcycle supervisor, and I've been out there. The officers that you're training for the motorcycle detail, you may want to look at saving some of the cost of the motorcycles where you don't have to purchase the big Harley-Davidsons or the BMWs, as they do in D.C. and other places. They still have them on motorcycles, but they're a smaller displacement. They're going in the airport patrolling those grounds, not high-speed pursuits, which could save costs, save wear and tear, and they still look sharp, but shall we say, a more comfortable motorcycle than what they're used to purchasing, the $4,000 to $5,000 or $15,000 to $20,000 motorcycles. And another issue regarding, Mr. Koretz mentioned Palmdale. Is that in operation now, or is it going to mothballs?
The airport, we've currently returned the certificate for operation back to the FAA, but that is something that we can get back at any given time.
So right now there's no activity there?
There's no activity there, no commercial activity there. I believe there's still activity related to the Air Force Base.
And then the Ontario, where you have the same budget covers both airports?
This covers the entire department, including Van Nuys and Palmdale and Ontario.
And in Ontario, you have a different operation with your public safety personnel, where they're joint firefighters, police officers?
Yes.
Is there any consideration doing that in Van Nuys or at LAX?
Probably not at LAX, and we're reevaluating, how efficient that current setup is. At Van Nuys, I think we're well covered on the fire side. In Ontario, as we said, we're looking at the different operations and the different cost-cutting measures. We're looking at if that's the most efficient way to address public safety.
Well, I know in Van Nuys you have LA Fire, and then LAX you have LA Fire. Who do you have over Ontario?
Ontario is staffed by these dual-purpose officers.
Okay, so you don't have any contract with their, in additional fire service needed, would you then rely on the Ontario Fire Department?
Yes, I believe we have a joint response.
A joint agreement?
Yes.
So the LAX has LAPD substation. It's got the bomb squad, which is funded by the feds or by you folks?
By us, with some partial reimbursements from the feds.
From the feds. I'm just trying to think if there's other ways to save costs and still maintain the public safety with the three remaining, Ontario, Van Nuys, and LAX.
Without a doubt, we are looking at every one of those operations. We're looking at the actual public safety requirements. These are all very different airports. LAX is a very large, very constantly used airport. Ontario is a smaller airport with not quite the same needs as LAX, and Van Nuys is a regional airport with not quite the same needs as either of the other two. So we're looking at them each individually and trying to refocus on what the needs are at each location.
And then again, on the LAPD that were assigned there on overtime, those positions other than motorcycles have all been removed?
That's correct.
And the kiosks, are those still occupied by your folks, by LAWA or...
The podiums?
The podiums?
Yes, those are now occupied by our airport police officers.
Okay. I want to commend them. I think they do a great job and well covered over there. Anytime I've had an issue there, they've been quite responsive, so acknowledgement to that. But I know cost is a major factor when it comes to the public service of your law enforcement personnel.
We'll definitely pass that on.
Thank you.
Just following on the security issues, I remember there was a situation about a week or a half ago, 2 weeks ago, when somebody got past the federal the check-in process and past that security kiosk right up to the airplane. How did that get past that officer? How did the initial review, the initial check-in miss this guy and get past then that officer all the way to the gate?
I'm not totally sure of, I know which situation you're speaking of, but I'm not totally sure of the details of it, but we can have a report back to you on
Yeah, it was just a curiosity because I've been through that airport so many times. I just said, how could that happen that, one of the federal guys missed it and had a package and he let the guy walk on through without signaling to the guy at the kiosk, stop that guy, and they had to go all the expense and time and trouble of emptying out now the whole terminal, which was very disruptive to a lot of people. So it was a personal thing I wanted to know. If you don't know it, I appreciate you getting back to me. The only question I had that hadn't been already discussed is on a couple of the line items in the budget, we show on the expenditure side, revenue funded capital expenditure projected to be $947 million. The actual expenditures for 08-09 were $365. Is all of that just the improvement, the expansion project?
That is primarily related to those capital projects. In the current year, we also have the purchase of the Park 1 property that's adjacent to the airport.
Okay, so there's
the majority...
The expansion project and then the purchase of that other property.
Yes. On a go-forward basis, it's primarily the construction costs associated with the modernization.
Okay. It was logical, but I want to make sure we ask. And then on the aviation revenues, $18 million less income from 08-09. Why such a large drop in revenue from aviation revenues? Is that just the drop-off of passengers that much?
A couple of things actually impact the aviation revenue. A portion of that is land rent, but a portion of that is also recovery of operating expenses. So as we were cutting expenses, less expenses were then being passed on to the airlines.
Okay. And speaking of airlines, is there, in the discussion of the merger of Continental United, is that going to restrict then the gates that they're going to require between the two of them at LAX? Do you have any projection or discussion with them?
Well, we're in constant discussions with both of them regarding their lease. United has a lease on Terminals 7 and 8, and Continental has a lease on, I believe, 3 to 4 gates in Terminal 6. And so we'll be in continued discussions with them as to what goes on with those two different leases. But we've despite everything else, despite the merger talks, we've been in discussions with both.
And there were some discussions over the years about purchasing back some of those terminals that they bought from us years ago. Is that still on the...
We've actually recently repurchased Terminals 7 and 8 from United.
Oh, good.
We're actually set to close on Terminal 2, I believe, by June 30th. We have bought United out of its lease in Terminal 6, and we're in active discussions with Continental and Delta regarding their terminals.
So you're going to own everything back?
For the most part, where it makes economic sense for us to go in and buy out those improvements, we are engaging those airlines in those discussions.
Good. Just from a long-term management, it always was a wonderment to me why we would sell off portions of our airport, not the others, and then complain about those portions we didn't own anymore. So
it's an interesting spotted history. So.
Yes, it is. But you're fixing it. That's what counts.
We're working
Very
on
good.
fixing it, yes.
Glad to hear it. Thank you.
Let me just follow up on just a couple of questions. Recently, Mr. Weezer and Ms. Hahn put forth a motion about as quickly as possible having your budget on your website. Has that come to pass?
I don't believe it has, but I believe it can be rectified.
Okay, if we could just, their motion is 10-0707. Came out recently. But the other thing I was wondering about on the sense, and I want to first of all thank you for the effort on soundproofing. We had a couple of hiccups in the 8th District on letting RFPs, but once it got rolling, I think we pretty well have, other than the folks who've declined, it's a very small number of soundproofing that is still waiting to be done. The one thing, I don't know whether something has changed in the last 2 months, but we have gotten more noise complaints regarding what people consider low-flying aircraft and whatever than we've gotten in the last year or two. A couple of years ago, we had several meetings. Your outreach officer came out, spoke to the community. It seemed like it subsided, but all of a sudden, we've gotten these letters and calls about noise. Is there something different, or is it in the sense of evening or early morning flight patterns that have changed?
I'm not aware of any changes in traffic patterns or in operations that would drive that, but...
We'd be happy to have our noise management group who looks at flight patterns and things like that on a day-to-day basis. We'd be happy to have them contact your staff.
Yeah, the one thing we'd like that, because one of the things we'd like to do is have you come back out in the community, and then I'm going to get my staff. We have a report you responded to, seems like 100 years ago, that's still in committee that we'd like to get to the community, because you talked about where the monitoring system is and places, because they were always concerned about whether there was true monitoring going on. And so it's something that we have to go back and revisit as it relates to that whole noise issue. Let me see. I think that's exhaust. Okay, go ahead.
Hey, I'd just like to get a final comment from you about the Green Line and the MOU and the relationship with MTA, Caltrans, and LAWA. How are we doing? How is it going? And will we ever get to see a stub of a light rail into that airport in my lifetime that can tie into the whole Measure R and all the others? I'd like an update, report back, if you could, on exactly where the meetings are, where are we going, what else needs to be done. The people voted yes on Measure R. It put the Green Line on the top line, meaning it would be the connecting point to the airport. So I want a sense of timing on how this can be done and what we can do as a city to accelerate it. Sure. Okay, thank you.
And then my final issue, and we were in committee together recently dealing with this whole thing of FAA trying not to get into your debt anymore. And so we just asked you to work with the CAO on that whole issue so we can come up with guidelines from your side, but certainly we're asking for a financial policy for the CAO and how they what they assess as it relates to prior to approving such new programs, not extensions of existing programs, but new programs.
So that would be the final thing I have. And thank you for being at that committee, and I think it gave some good insight as it relates to what some of the things you can do. But we just don't want to get back into that situation where it sounds like a great idea today, and then for 10 years we're paying you back.
Understood.
Understood. Okay, thank you very much. We're going to take Harbor out of order and then go to DWP, so we have the Harbor Department up. This is one of your functions. Yeah. Aldi.
Good afternoon, Dr. Nats and your august group of folks here. We're delighted to have you in front of us.
Thank you.
And as an opening comment, I think you've done an incredibly good job. You came from Long Beach first, so you know that piece of beautiful ocean there, and then you moved over to us, so we're delighted to have you. But we'll start with public comment first. Sir, your name?
Christopher Moody, Engineers and Architects Association. Good day again.
Good day.
The Harbor Department is a proprietary department, self-funded gateway for consumer goods. Because of its volume of transiting materials, both security and information technology are essential to keep current and expand, enhance. We encourage the Harbor Department to fully fund its workers and to expand its technological recording and tracking oversight of transiting goods. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And Dr. Nat, I know the recession has impacted every part of the global economy, including the port. But lately there's been a little uptick. Take us over the last year and a half where we were, what we've been going through, and where we are right now.
Thank you. I'd be happy to do that. Obviously, last year our volumes were down 14%. This had a significant impact on our revenue. In addition, we also committed significant funds, probably on the order of about $40 million over the past year and a half in relief programs for our customers. The steamship industry as a whole, our customers lost $20 billion last year. So, however, you'll notice in our revenue projections for this upcoming fiscal year, even though we show revenue down about 2%, that's really because the clean truck fee that we were collecting from the dirty trucks is really no longer in our budget. All the trucks are pretty much clean now. And we are showing an increase, hopefully, in shipping revenues from $306 million to $320 million. So we're hopeful that we'll see, at least a 4% uptick in shipping revenues this year.
Very good. Just tell us quickly what the Clean Truck Initiative was, where we were on that, and where we are today. It's a good story.
Yeah, the Clean Truck program was really our effort to turn over the entire fleet of drayage trucks coming into our port and to meet a standard which we established as an EPA 2007 model year truck. We thought the program would take 5 years. When we instituted the fee collection, which was in about February 2009, and so really it took us about a year. We are almost at 90% 2007 model year truck. So the fee collection drove a lot of private investment in new trucks. In addition, we also in that first year committed $44 million in incentives for the purchase of 2,200 new trucks, and then we've got another 12.5 that we committed this year for 500 LNG trucks. So pretty much at the end of this fiscal year, most of the expenses and revenues associated with the Clean Truck program will be over, so they have a very little impact in our budget going into the next fiscal year.
Very good, very good. Shipbuilding, there's been discussion about that at our port. Where are we with that, and is it realistic?
Well, we've had a number of meetings with the company that proposes to do shipbuilding. They have met, along with our staff, with the Army Corps of Engineers and with the Coastal Commission, and to be quite frank, the feedback coming from the regulatory agencies in terms of timing to undertake a project that they want to do and the changes that they want to make in our dredging project really causes some significant concern, and there's going to be, we're going to hold a special board meeting to discuss this, and that is May 18th. So we'll hold a special board meeting just to lay some of these issues out before our board and allow the shipbuilding company to have an opportunity to speak before the board.
Very good, and we look forward to you bringing that back to the Commerce Committee. Ms. Hahn chairs, and of course, she's taken an incredible leadership role in the harbor and all of the harbor issues. Diesel fuel, obviously, particulate matter cancer, and it comes also from the ships coming in and idling before they go to where they go, and so on and so forth. Where are we on that whole diesel fuel issue for the people throughout the basin? As we know, as the westerlies takes that toxic air, we all suffer from it.
Well, you may recall, Councilman, we had an incentive program to help the carriers move to the cleaner fuel, and then a state rule went into effect last July, but probably the most significant thing that has happened is just very recently, approximately about a month ago, the International Maritime Organization, which is part of the UN that deals with maritime areas, approved a emission control area for North America. So this is much more expansive than our own program. It basically initially mirrors the requirements of our Clean Air Action Plan, and then by 2012 actually reduces the sulfur content in the fuel to an even greater extent than our own plan. So that will have a huge impact. In terms of import, we've got 3 terminals now that are plugging in, and we hope to test the alternative maritime power, the ships going to shoreside power at the cruise terminal probably in the next couple of weeks. So that installation is ready, and the cruise terminals are really the poster child of amping because they've got so many people on the ship and so many crew, and they're all plugging in using something that it'll be a huge impact when that switches over. So we're hoping that to really happen in the next couple of weeks.
I'd like a report back on that. That's another good news story that people need to know. Can you briefly outline the capital projects that are included in your budget for this year, and which ones, if any, are funded with federal stimulus funds? And how is your relationship with the federal government on stimulus funds and also terrorism support monies?
We have been very successful in terms of the federal grants for security. However, I have to say, although we're pleased, we did get about $30 million in stimulus money, of which about $20 million went to the Harry Bridges Boulevard project, and that is under construction. We were very disappointed that we did not get anything in the latest round of funding, which were known as the Tiger grants. These were discretionary grants by the Secretary of Transportation. And so, actually, I committed to go on a trip with the Secretary of Transportation in the next couple of weeks, and I am going to be like, he's going to be sick of me by the end of the trip, because there's another round of funding of $600 million that is coming out under, as part of his discretionary program. So we hope to be in there for some money for our projects. But this fiscal year, we had $340 million in capital projects, and we undertook several major terminal improvement projects. We got those underway at our China shipping terminal, at our TRAPAC terminal. This year, our capital budget drops to $235 million, and the reason that it drops is really a result of the fact that we have lower revenues, we spent a lot of money for the truck program and helping our customers, and we need to retain our 2.0 debt coverage ratio. So that kind of limited our capital. So of that $235 million, at least $200 million is just the projects that are already under construction.
And those under construction, is there any opportunity to take other city workers and move them around within it so that it hits the street?
One of the things that I noticed this year, first time ever in our budget, is that our city services is higher than our outside services. I don't know that that's ever happened before in Port history, and that reflects the fact that we have actually, we're in the process right now as a result of some previous council action where we've identified about 40 contracts, and we have now gone out to all the city departments that we believe can do that work to seek their participation. We have worked with the city in terms of we haven't really started the project yet, but it was one of their waterfront projects where, the Cabrillo Beach enhancements, where city services...
Yeah, I mean, one of the most important issues for us is general services, being engaged in some of the issues that constituents take for granted. For instance, in tree trimming. You contract out tree trimming.
Yes, we do contract out for tree trimming.
So how about contracting in and bringing in...
I'm sorry, I said that wrong. We used to contract out for tree trimming. Several years ago, we then canceled that, and we now have our own tree trimmers. I'm sorry.
Okay, but I mean, any additional tree trimmers that you might need, could you take a hard look at the folks that might be laid off in tree trimming in other parts of the city, especially with GSD?
Yeah, and I think we did pick up some tree trimmers as a result of
can I get a report back on your relationship with GSD and transferring over as many as we can? You know, as a proprietor department, as much as you're impacted by the overall economy, you are a huge asset to the city. Maybe you just give us a quick hit about what you bring in overall, what your assets are, and how you function, so people can appreciate, like DWP and LAWA, the port is a proprietary department.
We anticipate our revenues this year are going to be about $374 million. Most of that is shipping revenues from our major customers. We also will earn about $45 million in real estate, and those are our primary two revenue sources. As I said, it is down. There have been some years that, in 2006 we were up over $400 million. And I guess I forgot the rest of the question.
Well, that's a good but I would like a report back on giving us those specifics. But here's some questions. There is a big expense of $3,912,559 listed for marketing and public relations. To whom do we market, and has this effort proved successfully?
Yes, and we market to our customers, and in the last year we have spent a considerable amount of time marketing to the beneficial cargo owners. In many cases, the fees that we impose, like the clean truck fee, were used against us by Ports and Pacific Northwest. They were advertising no-fee port, bring your cargo here. And yes, it does pay off, because actually this evening we are having a reception for a new steamship line, and a new steamship company doesn't be created every day. It's several people that broke off from the Maersk company, formed a new company. We competed aggressively for that business, especially against our neighbor Long Beach. They selected Los Angeles. Their first ship came in yesterday, and we expect to have a big celebration. And we're looking at probably $10 million in revenue just from this customer in 1 year.
Congratulations for that. That's terrific, especially now to hear that kind of revenue stream coming in. Here's another good news story about you. Over the years, your litigation and workers' compensation costs have shown a significant decline. How have you been able to reduce these costs, and are there some best practices that you could share with us as we consider the general fund impact of liability claims to the city? How much have you been able to save, and can you show us a way?
Yeah, I'll ask Molly to talk about the specific savings, because I don't have the number off the top of my head, but I do know that about 2 years ago, we put a big effort on workplace safety, and we made some changes in our construction and maintenance division. We also instituted in Port Police a wellness program, and we're going to be expanding that to the entire harbor department, because there's been a lot of research that shows that is a benefit, but primarily it's been a focus on workplace safety. So numbers, Molly, in terms of savings?
It's dropped by, from last year, we had about 10 million that we've spent, and it's dropped by about half in terms of what we're anticipating this fiscal year.
Okay. Can you provide us any additional information on the revenues you received from filming at the port and over the last 5 to 10 years? What effort are we making to bring filming home and keeping it at the port?
Yes, we're very pro-filming down at the port. Primarily, the location where we do most of the filming is the old shipyard. And we had an operator out there who was managing the filming. I do believe they grossed about $1 million that year. We took the facility back last year, and we are not charging at all for its use. So we really don't charge for filming, so I really don't have any filming revenues information for you because we try and accommodate the film companies, and we're not making money on it.
Okay, to switch it the other way, since we have a great port, we have a lot of excitement, opportunities to make some great films. Can we look at what other ports do? Because I don't want to run away production, but I think that if a person in their planning of making a movie have put a certain amount of money for location, we would certainly like to have a revenue stream. You know, if Avatar was done at the beach there, just look at that. That would have been for us if it was done at the harbor.
Yeah, I guess we were looking at trying to support the city's overall program to keep filming in the LA area and to really not try and, you know, from our perspective, as long as we cover our costs, it's not our core business, and we were trying to support their
And I want you to
effort.
support it, don't get me wrong, but we're looking for revenues to keep things going. So if you could just take a deep breath and give us a response that maybe talking to some industry people wouldn't be pricing anybody to run anywhere, but maybe could be a revenue stream that we could get as well. The last question is waterfront. I know we got projects going on there. Could you give us an update? Ms. Hahn's been pushing pretty hard on that.
Yes, we just recently opened up a major waterfront project, which was the 22nd Street Park. Right now, we have a $125 million marina under construction in the waterfront, and then on the Wilmington side, we have the $50 million buffer under construction. In our capital budget in the next fiscal year, we have a project which is called the Ghost Fish, which will be funded in this next year as a capital project, and that is also along the San Pedro side of the waterfront.
Thank you very much. That's my questions, colleagues. Anybody want to jump in? Yes, Mr. Zine.
Well, good afternoon to you. I want to commend you on the port. I was there recently, saw great opportunities. Thank you for the tour.
Sorry I missed that.
That little Chandler really enjoyed himself. The trade, we noticed there was one lively restaurant there, and there's a whole bunch of vacants. What are we going to do about that aspect?
You're talking about Ports of Call area. We are planning early next calendar year to go out with an RFP for developers for the Ports of Call. We've been using this calendar year to really strategize on how we can make the opportunity more attractive. We've been out meeting with developers. We've been bringing developers down. We're looking at a couple things. We have to move Catalina Express. We're looking at, you know, maybe making them an anchor tenant in there so that as the boats come back and forth to Catalina, you've got, you know, they're dropping off hundreds of people that would have to walk through the village. So there is, I have to say, a lot of interest by developers in Ports of Call. So we do believe that we can have a very successful RFP process.
So it seems that the trade is doing well with the ships, the container ships, but that whole area where it seems to have such great potential. But I never thought about Catalina, the Express, to have those passengers walk through and stop and enjoy. It's really...
a fish for dinner on the way home or something.
Exactly. The other issue is when they have the amp for the ships that plug in, who's paying for that power? Are they paid for that, or is it coming out of the port with the rates going up?
Yeah, the customers pay for the power. We did negotiate with the DWP a special amp rate, and it's turned out that It's worked okay for the container terminals, but we have an issue with the cruise terminal right now, so we'll be working with DWP to see if we can straighten that out, because the cruise terminal really is not a year-round operation. We have a cruise season, which is really the winter time. In the summers, the ships go up to Alaska. So because of that seasonality, it affected their rates, but they do pay for their power.
And I understand Disney's going to start
Disney will come back in the summer of 2011. They're a little bit unique in that they're going to run cruises out in the summertime.
Okay, and I want to commend your port police. I think they do a great job. When I was out, I met with Chief Boyd and some of his folks. Excellent. It's a well-run operation.
It is.
It's kind of like if you just paint it up a little bit, clear that area out where you could bring in some retail, it'll be a stellar place. But you got a great crew down there, so congratulations.
Thank you.
Most of it's been asked, but what's your current bond rating, since you run your own bond?
AA.
AA from?
All of them. All of them.
Okay. And have there been any notices that there are concerns or anything like that? You just remain solid?
And we've been solid.
Can we borrow some of your credit?
No, we're strong financially. We're trying to stay that way.
Good for you. That's good. One other thing, I had suggested a number of years ago that when the USS Los Angeles, the United States Navy's attack submarine, which the entire class of submarines were named after Los Angeles, would be retired, that somehow Los Angeles would get a chance to have it in our port, like Seattle has and other cities have. San Diego has the Midway, etc. Has there been any discussions with the Navy about either getting that ship or some elements of it to keep in our port?
No. The nuclear Palestine? Yeah, my understanding is because it's a nuclear sub that it was going to be dismantled. They were going to take the power plant out of it. So.
In that event, could we? Would you? Let me ask you. Would you send a letter to the Secretary of the Navy and asking if we could at least get the conning tower or something to go along with the old Los Angeles guns that you have out there currently from the original Los Angeles?
Okay.
It'd be a shame to lose that ship since it was named after Los Angeles, and it's a historic ship.
Okay, I'll do that.
Just something. We need something for that museum just to say there was a Los Angeles-class submarine and that we had the very first one. So I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
I'll turn it over to our August Chair, Mr. Parks.
Let me see. Oh, they may have asked this, I'll step outside. Has there been any real emphasis or success in looking at the issue of merging some of your support efforts like tree trimming and a number of things with city forces and city resources?
Yeah, about 2 years ago, we switched from outside tree trimmers to having our own employees as tree trimmers. And we're in the process right now, as part of a request from this council, we've been asked to look at about 40 contracts for different types of work and we're working with the other departments now on what ones that they can pick up for us.
Okay. And then the other question I had is that Mr. Hahn and Mr. Weezer put forth a motion regarding putting your budget on your website. Has that occurred?
Yeah, we pretty much put everything up on the website, so I believe the budget is already there because we had a full audit committee of our board review it.
Very good. We have no other members here. Thank you very much for coming down. Appreciate the information and keep up the good work.
This is the water cheat sheet used, all the increases in their budget. Here's proper.
Remember, one of the most important report backs is how we're taking general service folks and moving them into that and all of those other 40 things you were talking about.
Entire budget. Down here. And the last page you gave you. Is the actual pitch of the
Okay. All right. Thank you. Our last proprietary department is Department of Water and Power.
We'll just keep this. Just let us know in the morning.
No, we're going to, tomorrow, if we go through... We have some public comments while the staff is coming up. Ankor Patel, Dr. Clyde Williams, the only two cards we have on DWP.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Williams, if you come on up. Okay, thank you. Okay, go ahead.
I'd just like to say the information, the public budget information that the DWP puts on their website is not acceptable. I think Councilman Smith's motions will receive a lot of support from everyone that's come across them. Very good motions, and go at them.
Thank you.
Do I get his time too? Dr. Clyde Williams, 4115 Barrett Road, Northeast LA, great district of El Sereno. I'm also a DWP liaison from the LA 32 Neighborhood Council. However, the budget and DWP, I think the past month or so has shown that transparency and shell games and bait and switch and snow jobs are kind of the usual situation with DWP. Again, one of the commissioners once said, how can I explain it to my people if I can't understand it? And we say the same thing in neighborhood council. They ask me, what happened in DWP? I said, I don't know. We can't get the numbers. We can't get real numbers. And the vacillation during the last 2 weeks kind of shows that. So, adjustment factors. Well, I don't know what adjustment factors are anymore because they've really changed. The interim manager. What did we get for the last one, and what are we going to get for this one? So, we don't know. We're quite concerned that he's from Wall Street. Maybe he's another Goldman Sachs, Spatial Venture Fund. I don't know. We don't know, but we do know that he has some experience with mergers and acquisitions. Hey, DWP is also doing wastewater recycling and stormwater. So why don't you take the Public Works Department and take those sections out of Public Works and give them over to DWP, which has a large financial pocket. So we're quite concerned about these things. We're also concerned about the 3 years it's taken to do a strategic plan, and we don't even have a, quotes, acceptable draft of it. Bait and switch.
Thank you very much, sir. We have all the staff.
I believe our general manager, Austin Buechner, is on his way down. He was here earlier, but we do have our assistant general managers from Water, Power, and Joint Systems.
Well, let's have the whole staff up here so that they could be around the horseshoe there. And then, because there may be questions of all of you. Do you have any idea when your general manager will be here? Because Ms. Perry's going to start the questioning. But we'd like to make sure that everyone's here so that we can, yes.
If I could just add, I understand tomorrow the general manager is going to be here before council, for the full council on that matter, and that if this is going to be restricted to the budget issues, and tomorrow we're going to ask questions pertinent to running the operations?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, this is strictly budget.
Okay, thank you.
We've never strayed.
Tomorrow, Mr. Zine, Mr. Buechner will come and talk about his background, his qualifications, his interim status in council. Okay.
Things between what we're doing tomorrow, and what we're going to be doing this afternoon with the budget.
Right.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for your assistance.
Absolutely. So, do you want me to?
Okay, so if you just come up to the table. No, right here. Let's see with the flame under.
That's the big center chair.
You guys might have like a hammock here. Look below you, make sure there's not a trap door. Ms. Perry, you can start off the questioning. Thank you.
I think that, Mr. Dieter, did you want to make some opening remarks before we get into the questions?
Yes, just briefly, and thank you. First, I want to thank you for having me today, and I appreciate the chance to begin this dialogue. As most of you know, I've been the general manager of the Department of Water and Power for 10 days. A little better? Perfect. For 10 days. And in those 10 days, I've tried to make clear that our priorities include becoming more transparent and increasing the communication with council. So I'm here today to start that. I'll preface my response to what may be quite a volume of questions in that I am 10 days into this and am still studying the budget as you are. This is not our final budget. Our final budget will be due to our commission sometime in the month of June, and it is my commitment to you to make sure that you've seen it in its full and had a chance to ask questions or make comments prior to the commission adopting it. So with that context, I appreciate your having me and look forward to this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, and just for the edification of those who may be listening, Mr. Buettner will be in City Council meeting tomorrow to talk about his background, his interim status, how he's running the department along with 12 other departments at the same time, how long that's going to last, and when we're going to get a permanent general manager. So today I wanted to put my question, which is the same, into two categories, one for water appropriations and the other one for power revenue. And let's start with water. The underlying question is this. Do estimates in water assume any rate increases that are not already approved by the Department of Water and Power or the Los Angeles City Council? And I want to put this in the following categories. From fiscal year 09 to 10, from fiscal year 2010 to 2011. In materials and supplies, the budget is projected to increase $40 million. In contracts for construction work, the budget is projected to increase $18 million. For outside services, the increase is slated to be $49 million. For professional services, the increase is projected to be $14 million. Reimbursement of power services increases is projected to be $24 million. So the total appropriations from 09-10 to 10-11 is projected to be $180 million. And the unappropriated balance is projected to be increased by $97 million. Now, I'm wondering if somebody, and Mr. Buettner, I know this is not fair to you since you've only been there for 10 days, but you have some expertise there at the table, and one on the bench. It's good to see you. You can always come up. Don't be shy. To tell us about these increases. And then this is under water, and then we'll go to power. So, okay, don't all talk at once.
Let me come with that? Please. Okay, I'm Greg Black. I'm the Director of Budget, Rates, and Planning. And hopefully I can remember all of your questions.
I can go through it for you again.
Oh, no, I'll try to go through each one of them.
Okay.
And I think I may have it all covered. Okay, I think the first question was the sales?
That was, the first question is this. Let me go over it again. These appropriations from fiscal year 09 to 2010 and then 2010 to 2011, I've just listed all of these increases in these categories: material supplies, contracts for construction work, outside services, professional services, and it totals $180 million in increases. So the really important question in all this is, do these increases, are they based on rate increases that we haven't approved yet? Are you making assumptions that you're going to get more rate increases to support these increases? Or did you calculate these increases based on what you just received and what you already have with respect to a base rate increase and an ECAF?
Okay, for the water system, first of all, there are no base rate increases for fiscal year 2010-2011. The financial plan shows a base rate increase in fiscal year of 3% for 2011-12, 2012-13, 2013-14, and 2014-15. Now, there are two increases that are built in, well, they are increases that are built into the financial plan, which are modifications that we are requesting to the pass-throughs. One was one that was submitted last year, which was the Tier 2 fix, where we wanted to fix the second tier rate by adding purchased water to the second tier rather than it being embedded in the first tier. That is anticipated to go into effect sometime in January of 2011, if possible. Secondly would be a modification to the water quality cap.
Just for the public, for their edification, again, has that one gone through the dispositive legislative process, or is there more to be done to obtain that increase?
There is more to be done.
And why don't you tell us what that is?
Well, at this point, that particular, the Tier 2 fix, was approved by our board, and I think that's awaiting to be scheduled for the Energy and Environment Committee.
Okay. And what would be the proposed percentage of increase on that Tier 2 fix?
The increase would be about somewhere between 50 to 70 cents per billing unit for only second-tier water. So 70% of our customers would see no increase at all because 70% of our customers only have first-tier usage. For customers that have Tier 2 usage, they would see a 50 to 80 cent increase for the water usage above their Tier 1 usage, depending on what their zone is and the number of people in their household and their lot size.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Now, let's switch over to power.
Okay, but there was one other thing. I don't want to get away from that water quality cap as well. Mm-hmm. We have a number of water regulatory projects that need to be done, and our water quality cap is not recovering enough revenue to account for those projects. Pretty much at this point, we can't even pay for the O&M. It depends on the priority of payment. So what we'll be coming back for in January would be an increase in that cap from 50 cents to $1. But keep in mind, that particular increase does not increase from 50 cents to $1 in one shot. It has a cap on it, and then I guess we're all familiar with caps around here now, of 6 cents per quarter. So that still remains to be discussed. It has not been brought to our board. It has not been vetted by our new general manager. So that's something that is still on the table because we're still in the middle of the budget process.
I appreciate your being so forthright about it. I appreciate you laying that out for us. Now, let me go back to my underlying question. These proposed increases, are they based on increases that you already have in hand, or are they based on projected increases that you hope to obtain?
The only projected increases that we hope to obtain within the next fiscal year in 2010 and 11 are the modifications to the caps. For the fiscal year 2010-2011, there are no base rate increases included in the financial plan.
Okay, so then what I'm looking at here for fiscal year 09 to 10 and then 2010 to 2011, these proposed increases are only based on your current rate structure as it is now as of, what is this, May 3rd, 2010?
Yes.
Okay, so there's nothing here is based on speculation.
Well, the speculation...
With one exception.
Two. Speculation would be the Tier 2 fix
Yes.
and the water quality cap adjustment. Those are the two items that are speculative, or basically that
Because they
have
haven't
not
been
approved.
obtained yet?
Yes.
Okay. And then what, if you are not successful in obtaining the Tier 2 fix and the additional rate adjustment, what does this do to your projected appropriations?
As far as, well, basically what it would do is we'd have to go back and review our budget and our financial plan and work out a plan that would actually, where we would be able to move forward with what we're required to do within the constraints that we have.
And before I go on to the power side, Mr. Buettner, and I appreciate your being very honest and forthright, and it's a pleasure. This is actually a pretty good example of the kind of thing that we've been talking about for a couple of years now, but where the department has rolled back its operating costs, its expenses, and its programs, and we've never been able to get a very clear, straightforward answer under the previous leadership. And this is something that I hope that you'll be able to help us, as we go through this exercise in shared sacrifice. It's been very difficult to get the department to work in a similar fashion.
I'm not sure the question, but the notion that we have to make sure we're sharing information, that we have to make sure this department runs as efficiently as possible with the resources it has and ratepayers can afford to pay, we're in 100% agreement on, I think.
Yeah, thank you. No, and it's not just sharing the information, it's sharing and the cutting back, too, which goes to the efficiency issue. Okay, on the power side. Estimate receipts and power, does that assume any rate increases that are not already approved by the board or council? And again, I'm looking at fiscal year 09 to 10 versus fiscal year 2010 to 2011. Now, one thing that's very interesting in this comparison, salaries are projected to go down by $16 million.
Yes, that's correct.
That's a good sign. And then the materials and supplies and equipment go up $42 million. Purchased energy and fuel for generation goes up $44. Now, contracts and construction increased by $300 million. I'm not sure what that's due to unless they're... We'll have to talk about that in greater depth. Then under contracts for operations and maintenance, that goes up by $3 million. Rentals and leases increased by $1 million. Now, payments to other utilities for proportionate share of construction go down $66 million. Outside services and regulatory fees increased by $90 million. Professional services increased by $44 million. Reimbursement to water for proportionate share of interdepartmental facilities goes down by $6. Bond redemption and interest electric plant revenue bond increases $80 million. Healthcare increases by $8 million. Retirement, disability, and death benefit insurance plan is going to increase by $32 million. And, I need to understand the interrelationship with that, and this may require some reporting back. So, appropriations increased by $604 million. The unappropriated balance decreases by $177 million. So the total power revenue fund increases by $427 million. So I don't know if you can interpret this for me. If you want, do you want me to give you this page so you can look at it?
No.
Okay, great. And again, wrap this all into whether these numbers are based on the rate increases you have now, or are they premised on rate increases you have not yet obtained?
Okay, first of all, for the fiscal year 2010-2011, there are no base rate increases that are in our financial plan for the power system. What we have included in our financial plan is the 0.6, the one-time 0.6 increase that we had to the energy cost adjustment factor with subsequent 0.1 increases going forward. That's what's included as far as revenue increases. Once you go past 2010, 2011, we have 3% rate increases over the next, base rate increases over the next 4 years. Those are all the increases that are included in our financial
So that's
plan.
2011 to 2012, 2012, 2013, 2013 to
3% in 2011, 2012, 3% in 2012, 2013, 3% in 2013, 14, and 3% in 2014, 15.
Okay. Is that everything?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I would like to ask the CAO and the CLA to do, I'm going to give these pages to them, and to do an analysis for me so that we can make it very straightforward. And I have to thank you again for being straightforward. It's very helpful so that the public understands what is projected on the water side, what is projected on the power side, the fact that these numbers are premised on rate increases that the department already has. I want to put this on the record so that we are locked in on this information, and that it's clear that at least on the water side there are still two outstanding issues, the Tier 2 and
Water quality.
water quality rate increase cap. Still two outstanding issues, and it gives us two additional opportunities as a council to create an intervention if necessary. The other thing I want to note is the transfer is scheduled for the commission on tomorrow, is it?
May 4th.
May 4th. Now, that transfer is for what fiscal year? Does anybody? Okay. And then from, this is for 08 to 09. Transfer tomorrow is for, once you grab the mic, say it into the mic.
Bill Koenig, CAO's office. The item on the water and power agenda for tomorrow is the remainder of the power transfer that was envisioned in the current fiscal year.
And then just for the purposes of the public so they can hear, fiscal year.
The current fiscal year,
That would be-
09-10.
Thank you.
But let me just clarify. It's transferred in 09-10, but it's based on 08-09.
The gross revenues for the preceding fiscal year, correct.
Thank you.
And then would that be standard practice that the transfer would be based on the previous fiscal year's collections?
Audited gross receipts.
Okay, audited gross receipts. Okay, so then if we're fortunate enough to have a transfer in the subsequent fiscal year 2010 to 2011, that will be based on 09 to 010.
Correct.
Okay, all right. I don't have any further questions right now, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Smith?
On that calculation, on the calculation of the transfers, it goes back a year, but it's predicated on your saying that you have the money to pay that. Is that correct?
Water and power would have to make that statement.
Yeah, that's what I said. Well, the department has to certify that you have the money to transfer based on the formula based on the previous year.
Correct.
Now, have you changed that formula and not told us about that in recent years?
The percentage has changed over the past couple of years. The current amount for the year is 8%. It was previously 7%, and then preceding years had been 5%. So over the past roughly 5 years, it has adjusted.
And then the criteria that your department places on the ability to make that payment seems to have changed too.
I'm not with Water and Power. Water and Power would have to make that statement.
Ann Santilli, DWP. We have two things in our bond covenant saying that it can't go beyond net income, and then also look at our debt-to-equity ratio. We also have to look at our cash on hand. As part of our 9-10 budget process, we set some financial metrics that were approved by our board, one of them being our cash on hand for power was $300 million. And we couldn't make that transfer until we had a financial plan in place that showed we would have that cash reserve.
Yeah. And you changed that on your own volition.
Well, what we did was, we have quite a bit of variable rate debt outstanding, and we also have a large capital improvement program, and we're aware of other utilities that have been downgraded, and we saw the crisis in the financial market, and we knew it would be detrimental to our customers if we allowed that AA rating to slip.
And see, there's a lot of controversy over that, and I know Mr. Parks wants to get in it, so I'm going to save that for Mr. Parks. But the point is that your board made a choice to change the rules midway on whether or not you could transfer the money or not without notifying the council. Is that correct?
I believe it was part of our budget that was adopted as part of the 2009-2010 budget, which was vetted in within our commission and would have been notified by the council of that change.
How do you, okay, to the CLA, were we notified of that change?
I don't recall, but we can certainly check into that. If it was adopted pursuant to the 09-10 budget discussions, there should be some record of that.
Yeah, and that seems to be what's lost in the mix here is we expected a transfer based on what you told us, based on a formula, based on all those pre-existing agreements, and then you change the rules on and say, well, we can't give you the money now. That is the problem. So as I look at this year's budget, and one of the biggest problems we have is we look at just a couple pages in our budget that kind of allude to your budget. We never really see your budget. That's something your commission does, and I hope to have that changed. But for now, that is the way it's done. It's stating there a $257 million transfer for next year based on the formula, but we don't ever know that you're going to come through with it. So how do we know that that's a real number that we should be basing our formula, our budget on? The transfer you're telling us you're going to get when you had to fight with you this year for it, and we didn't even get all that was supposed to be transferred under the old formula even.
I think we do work with the CAO's office if we see dips in that as part of our prior fiscal year. We actually thought we were going to transfer $230 million, and as it was prior stated, it's based on audited gross revenues. We had two reductions to our ECAF revenue. One was a reduction of our IPP costs of $40 million, and the other one was a reduction of natural gas because of refunds we received of $67 million. So I think we do our part to try to communicate with you on that. It's just that this last fiscal year didn't operate the way we usually do. I think our cash reserves, we're getting very weak. We haven't issued any bonds, but we're on track to issue those later this month.
Tell me how you would want us to proceed in counting on what you say you're going to give us based on the formulas. If you think it's changing during the course of the year when just a month and a half before it was supposed to be transferred, you're telling us everything's okay, you're going to get the money, and then you change the whole. It couldn't have changed that much within a month and a half or 2 months.
Yes, and that was because we were not able to go out and issue bonds without a financial plan that was strong enough to show we had a cash position going forward. We had originally went out, we believed that with the PA report we were going to get a 0.8. We went to our 3 rating agencies with that plan, and then that was rejected. So then we only had the 0.1 case showing that we could only have that type of rate increase going forward. And we are working with the City Controller's Office right now under audit by Crow Harwath on this very issue as to our cash position at that time.
Okay, and again, I'm going to let Mr. Parks take that one issue, but the question I'm asking you is, how do you expect us to budget in a very tough budget environment based on promises you can't keep or you say you won't keep based on rules you changed during the course of the year?
I think our best bet is open communications with the CAO's office, who monitors the department and also has the authority to put together the budget and try to identify those shortfalls. Maybe more frequent communications on that effort.
That would be very refreshing. And Mr. Buehner, we'll have this discussion tomorrow in depth about the over 100-year history with the Department of Water and Power in the City of Los Angeles, and it has not been particularly an open discussion for a century. So we'll have that discussion tomorrow. That's all I have for now, Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Let me start off. One of the things we asked for this meeting, because we've heard so much about your bond rating and so much about what you couldn't do, would you bring us documents that you were relying on to make these decisions through very recently up until today? And the only thing you brought us was a document by the Gardner that's dated May 2009. And so
are you using that document as a basis for all the decisions you've made recently about your bond rating, in the sense that you cannot move forward on your commitment? Or are there other documents?
Well, actually, we brought 4 documents.
Okay, well...
There was the Gardner document, the Prague document.
But these are all 2009.
No, then there's a PA Consulting document from the PA Consulting third-party review, and plus our cash flow statements.
Okay, let me just say this. We've seen the PA report.
Yes.
Okay, and that's the one that says you had like $1 billion in reserve. The thing that we kept hearing from you is that you couldn't do certain things because your bond people were telling you that you were putting yourself in jeopardy, and those are the documents we want to see what that jeopardy was. And the only thing I can see on that narrow subject is your May and April 2009 documents. We've seen the PA report. That's not the report I think you're referencing that says that you couldn't go forward because your bond rating was in jeopardy. We want to see the documents where you were advised that your bond rating was in jeopardy. The reason I asked this question, Mr. Buettner, you the first-hand view, is that up until May 2009, you had roughly about $150 million that you kept in reserve, and you had an outstanding bond rating. On your own volition, you went to your commission and moved it to $300 million, which doubled it, and had an outstanding bond rating. The day you told us you couldn't move forward because your bond rating was jeopardy, you had over $450 million in that one fund, which means it's 200% over a year ago. And you're telling us that your bond rating's in jeopardy while you're sitting on 200% more reserve than what you had a year ago. And we're not even going to get into the other account that had $500 million in it that was unallocated and that you classified as untouchable even though it's unallocated. The PA report lumped it together and said there's $1 billion worth of liquid cash, that you had something like I think it was 6 months of operating capital. Now, the fact that you put a different label on it doesn't mean it's unavailable, and the fact that you are now 200% over where you were on your bond rating, I don't know how you'd be in more jeopardy today with 200% more cash in one fund than you were a year ago in May. That's what makes it difficult to have confidence in what you tell us about your current financial condition. So if I misrepresented, let me know.
Okay, over the past 5 to 10 years, our capital borrowing has increased by, I would say, 5 to 7 times of what it was in the past, which when you borrow more money, there's more stability that
we understand that.
In your financial...
We probably borrow as much as you do. We do it. We understand that. The issue is, get back to the point of $150 million as of May of last year. That was your historical cash balance. You moved it to 300 for 1 year, and then you went up to 450 plus, 200% more, and you're telling us that you're in worse shape than you were in 2010 than you were prior to a year ago. You were at 150. How do you get worse by having 200% more cash money?
Okay. If I go through the documents that we turned over to you, to your office, on May 11th, we got a letter from Gardner, which you referred to initially, that talks about our bond rating and talks about our debt service coverage and how we fit within other utilities that are in the same peer group that we're in. And when you look at that actual letter that we received from Gardner, it'll show that the utilities that are actually our size has about the same amount of cash on hand that we have.
And that was what, 150?
Well, actually, no. There are some the utilities.
No, what was yours at the time the letter came in?
At the time that letter came out was 8 days before we adopted the new cash policy of $300
So it was
million.
it was 150.
It was 150, and it went up to 300 million.
So this letter is based on their knowledge that you were 150.
This letter was based on our assumption that we wanted to ensure that with the amount of borrowing that we were trying to
The
achieve.
letter was based on their awareness that you were 150, and they're giving you guidance on that 150. Now, you had plans to move to 300, right?
Yes.
Okay. And going to 300, it didn't increase nor decrease your bond rating.
Going to 300, that would actually ensure that we would be able to maintain our bond rating.
Okay. And then what did 450 do?
Well, our cash fluctuates throughout the year.
I understand that.
So at some point in time during the year, we could be at 600 million, but at some time we could be maybe end up less than 300.
But don't forget the account, there's 500 million that is unallocated.
Well, that account serves as a hedge against our variable rate debt.
Yeah, I understand that, but it's unallocated. And if you have no hedge to hedge, it's real money. It's liquid dollars.
Well, I think that goes into the analysis that the rating agencies use to evaluate our financial stability.
On that fund, there's 500 million that you said is a hedge. What's your annual allocation into that fund?
I don't think we put anything into that fund, no.
So historically, you kept 500 million in it?
We just maintain that fund, yes.
You never reach into that fund and use it?
Okay, we used 25 million in January.
What was it?
We used 25 million in January.
And for what purpose?
For bonds.
Okay, but historically, you keep 500 million and you never use it other than this recent 25 million.
Are you aware of me?
If I may. Previously, probably several years ago, we did tap into this debt reduction fund when the cash position was tight. And what we do is we have to go in there, and it can only be used for debt service. So we had to plan in advance, but from time to time, if
But who
necessary,
labeled it as debt service? The department, right?
Yes, the department.
And the department decided how much goes in there.
Correct, but we have stopped funding that for probably a good, I want to say, 7 years.
So you didn't put anything in for 7 years, you just rode with 500 million.
That funding primarily came in the early days.
I know, but it's 500 million.
Correct.
Okay, and if you don't use 500 million over 7 years and it just stays there...
Oh, no, it has been growing. I mean, right now, we keep rounding it off and we say 500 million, but it has been...
I know, but how does it grow? By interest?
Correct.
Okay.
For example, in January, we did tap into the fund to redeem $25 million of one of our series bonds because there were present value savings. So we did...
But what I'm getting at is that you rarely use it or it goes below a certain level, it just keeps growing. And so it's great to have that kind of hedge and never have to reach into it. But the key is that you're basically separating your reserve fund into two parts, and you're saying this is untouchable because one day we may have to hedge against our debt service. That hasn't happened in your recent history. At the same time, you raised your other revenue, which you call debt service. You've gone up 200%. And then you're going to tell us after declaring after June 2009, or 2000 and I guess it's 2009, you declared $240 million for a transfer. You later changed it to $220 million, and it wasn't until it was transferred that you came and said, "Oh, it's going to be 147." Is that what it was? 147.
Yes, it was 147.
And we said, and at the meeting, when you brought it to us, we said to the DWP that was sitting at the table, "Where's the other 73?" And we were told, in 2 months, it's coming. Never said in 2 months after we get our rate increase, in 2 months after we protect our bond rating, in 2 months after all of this other reassessment. It just said it's coming in 2 months. After we accepted the 147, then we get this whole issue that the rate increase is mandatory, because if you don't get the rate increase, you can't give the 73. Now, in my prior life, we call that extortion. I mean, you could label it anything you want, but that's called extortion. And the thing is that the money has always been there. It's been in 2 different files, in 2 different forms and funds, and to tell us, and as I said before, it insults our intelligence to believe that you can declare it in June or July of 1 year, and then all of a sudden find out later in the year it dissipated from 240 to 220, and then when you wrote your own report, you said, by the way, if you accept our rate increase, we can actually give you 92 million. Now, how do you go from 0 to 93 to 73 and say our bond rating is in jeopardy? That makes no sense.
Well, first of all, this goes back to Councilmember Perry's point about our financial plan and the openness and transparency of our financial plan. Back in May 19th of 2009, we presented a financial plan that showed the rate increases, that talked about the rate increases that we plan going forward. And it's quite evident at this point that there is some breakdown of communication between us and...
But let me ask you this, if you plan a rate increase, if you plan one, doesn't it have to go before your board to get approved?
Yes.
And then the city council gets to then decide whether they want to take jurisdiction? Or do you just decide amongst yourself, we're going to rate increase and it's done?
No, we actually put forth the financial plan back in May. We went before our board, I believe, in August with the proposal to increase the ECAF. That was August of 2009, which was subsequently 245'd by the council and rejected.
That's right.
So at that point in time, we continued to try to work through the process to see if we could get the basically to proceed with the financial plan the way that we had it in place. So we came back with the revised version of the ECAF at a half a cent per quarter for 4 quarters. That came down. That was basically 245'd. A third-party review was requested, and the third-party review came back at 2.7, which was actually more than what we had requested initially. So as we've worked through this process, we've continually had to modify our financial plan. And we've been doing this on an ongoing basis.
But your financial plan isn't final until when? Either your commission approves it and we don't take jurisdiction, right? That's when it's final?
Our financial plan is...
When your rate increase, when is that final? Is when your commission approves it and we don't take jurisdiction. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. So the issue is, other than that, it's just a plan. It's just paperwork.
Absolutely.
Okay. And so the other thing that makes even less sense as we go forward, on the plan that you are asking for an increase now that was approved recently by your board, when does that go in effect?
The ECAF?
Yes.
July 1st.
July 1st. So before you get a penny of that ECAF, on your board agenda this week, you've found and discovered 73 million that you can transfer without 1 penny added to either one of your reserve funds. Now, how did that happen? Because you're several months away from getting any money from the increased ECAF.
Well, actually, we will have our bond issue prior to the end of the fiscal year.
Okay, but where did the 73 come from? You didn't have it 2 weeks ago. Didn't have it 3 weeks ago.
Well, actually, without the bond issue, our cash level would drop down below $100 million.
Okay. And then let me ask you the $1 million question.
Which is below.
When is the other 20 coming?
That is not. I'm not.
So you reneged on that now? You said if they got an increase, it'd be 93 instead of 73. So now that's not coming?
When we originally looked at our financial plan, based on the the 2 cents increase to the ECAF, we probably could have made an additional $20 million transfer. But with the one-time increase, and based on our financial plan and the cuts that we've made, the $20 million is not in the plan at this time.
But now, what you just got approved in July, isn't that going forward, that is permanent?
Yes, the 0.6 is permanent, yes.
Okay. All right, so that's permanent. That was a better deal than what was that was taken jurisdiction from and sent back to you before.
No, it's not. The original deal that we originally proposed was a half a cent per quarter over 4 quarters.
No, the one that the council sent back with a direction that said this is what we'll approve was for 3 months. What was it, 5 and 1?
The original one was just for 1 quarter. That's my assumption.
Okay, that's it. But the issue, you got a better deal on this one because now it's permanent. And it's, right?
Well, my assumption is that it was always permanent.
No. It was 5 and 1 for 3 months. That's the one we took jurisdiction and then sent back and said, if you approve this, the council would support it. Well, some of us said that.
I actually read the motion, and my interpretation of what was in the motion was a increase in the ECAF cap of 0.5 with 0.1 trust fund that would go into effect on July 1st and remain in effect.
Let me ask Sharon, tell us what did we send back over when we took jurisdiction?
When you took jurisdiction on the matter, the question was whether, it actually had to do with two things. It was with regard to the cap and with regard to the rate. This was actually heard in Energy Committee last week. It came back to council on Tuesday.
Well, the previous one, not what the council did recently, the one before that when we sent back.
The one before, originally, the council had taken action on a 0.5 increase plus a 0.1 increase.
All right, that was for how long?
That one, the way we understand it, that was intended to go on a go-forward basis. That rate increase was permanent. It was the cap that was a one-time increase in the cap.
Okay.
A one-time increase in the sense that since the ECAF can only go up 0.1 per quarter by ordinance, this was a one-time adjustment in the cap.
Okay.
And so subsequent to that, the board sent back a proposal to go from a 0.0 to 0.7. In a late night meeting, the council rejected that concept. And then it came back to a council motion, which was introduced indicating that the council would be amenable to a 0.6. Of course, the council does not set the rate. Only the commission can. When the council adopted that motion, that was sent forward back to the commission. The commission, within the next day or so, if I remember correctly, actually took action to approve, consistent with what the council had adopted in their motion. I think that there was some confusion with regard to the cap and the rate. So if I could reiterate, the intent was the cap would be a one-time cap on the increase, but the rate increase would remain consistent. And actually that would somewhat make sense because if it was only for a 3-month period, that 0.6 would have only generated $36 million next year. And that $36 million, I don't think that would have made the difference in the financial statements for Water and Power to make the necessary findings with regard to cash flow and debt coverage.
Okay. Let me just ask, because I don't want to burn up all my questions for tomorrow, but let me just ask you, when will we get the documents that you've relied on for 2010 that specifically advised you that your bond rating was in jeopardy if you took action as to the transfer? When will we get those?
There are no specific documents that say that our bond rating is in jeopardy.
Okay. Well, where did that come from then?
It comes from the documents that I submitted to you today.
So you're going back to the 2009 document?
The Gardner document that's dated May 11, 2009.
But let me ask you this.
The Craig document that's dated April 3rd, 2009.
All right. But hasn't significant changes occurred since 2009? 2009, you were sitting there with a $150 million fund as far as your reserve fund. You then went to 300, you then went to 450, and so you, in that interim, you declared the 240 as it relates to the surplus. Hasn't a lot of things changed that if you're going to use these reports as a basis of being in jeopardy, wouldn't you get something more current, such as 2010, that would dictate the advice you're giving us? Because when you read the 2009 report, the circumstances are very dissimilar to what we're confronted with today.
The PA report from February of 2010 basically supports the documents that we got in 2009.
But did the PA report give you any information about your bond rating being in jeopardy if you transferred the funds?
The PA report basically states that minimizing the interest costs and increased borrowing will restrict the attention to key financial ratios, and losing the AA bond rating will increase the cost from $40 to $60 million over the next 5 years.
But they're telling you what would happen if it dropped.
And they actually compared the department to our peers in the same class, which basically shows that our cash levels are below our peer medians. It shows that our debt service coverage ratio would be below our peer medians, and it shows that our capitalization ratio would be somewhere in the same line.
Okay, but they also said you had $1 billion liquid cash. And they also later agreed that the overall increase should be less than their original report.
No, what they stated in their report was that we were basically on the margins with what we were requesting, and that if we had any
Didn't they come in with a higher number and then later agree with the council at 5.1?
No, we originally came in at 2 cents. 2 cents over 4
What did PA originally come up with?
2.7.
Okay.
Cents over 4 quarters.
And then you then interpret that to come up with what, the 7?
We came up with 2 cents.
Okay.
And then there was the Renewable Trust Fund that added an additional 0.7 cents.
Okay. But the thing is, when they sit here, I understood they supported the council's 5+1, which was different than what the department had recommended.
If I can step in, I think that what originally was intended was Water and Power had put forward a 2-cent increase back in August of last year. It was a 2-cent increase in the ECAF over a period of time, and I believe it was 4 quarters as well.
Yes.
What PA Consulting came forward with was actually a 2.7, up to a 2.7. They said that a 2.7, there was certain things included in there that actually provided some flexibility. It didn't actually say it will be 2.7, but there was some flexibility in that, depending upon what the department did with regard to a number of the programs within that are funded from ECAF. During questioning by the council with regard to whether the entire 2.7 or something of that amount should go forward yet, there was a specific question that was posed by, I believe, Councilwoman Perry to the PA Consulting. And PA Consulting was specifically asked, well, if we only were to do a portion of this for a short period of time so that we had more time to actually review the ECAF for greater transparency and breaking it down into the various pieces, what would that increase be? And I think that PA Consulting at that time had indicated that somewhere about a 0.5, I'm looking around, a .5 would be adequate for a short period of time, but that always the intention was that within that short period of time, that the entire ECAF would be broken down, and that any further changes in the ECAF would actually come forward through the commission back to council for approval.
Okay. Before Ms. Perry asks the question, let me just say, if we were to properly interpret, if you use the Gardner report and the Prague report from 2009, then that was the department's internal interpretation of the jeopardy towards their bond rating. That wasn't, as what we were told, it was being given to you by your your current financial advisor. That's at least how I interpret it. So you're saying you're interpreting 2009 documents that gave that advice as to why you thought you were in jeopardy.
Well, I think another example would be that when Fitch came back and pulled their affirmation of our bond rating back after the increase in the cap was disapproved. That's another affirmation that our criteria is correct and that it's solid in that they expect to see a revenue stream that's basically commensurate with what our expenditures are, and they weren't seeing that from the cap being disapproved. So at this point, what we've done is we've gone back, we've looked at our financial plan based on what we've had, and we've adjusted our expenditures to be in line with the revenues that we have coming in to be able to manage our bond rating and
This may
keep
be
our
a play
costs
on
down.
words, but didn't they do that after you pulled back your issuance of the bonds?
No, they did that after the ECAF was disapproved.
Didn't you pull back the issuance of the bonds?
No, we haven't pulled it back.
We'll be issuing them this month, once we've had a rate increase.
No, let's go back. Didn't you have them out on the street and pull them back?
No.
No.
You never put them out.
No.
So what did you do then?
When we thought we had the point rate increase, we met with all the rating agencies, went through our financial plan, and then they gave us the positive ratings. That was about March 18th. And then on March 31st, they were pulled back.
But you gave them information that had not been approved.
Well, we have the PA report. We were relying on
No, I
that.
said, but you gave them information that the council or your
Correct.
commission hadn't approved.
We were relying on the PA report that had not been fully vetted by all agencies. But I think we were under the impression, since we were complying with the requirements of how we were going to go ahead and determine what the appropriate rate increase would be, that it would move forward.
So I disagree a little bit. It's not from what the council did. It's that you gave them information that they found later they couldn't rely on, which was your assumption that was what was in the PA report was going to be approved.
That's correct.
Okay? So it wasn't what the council did, it's what they reacted to what they believed you gave them information they couldn't rely on.
We gave them information based on an assumption, yes.
Okay, that's what I wanted to find. Dennis?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The 3% you mentioned a number of years or a number of months. Is that already scheduled in 3%, 3%, 3%? Because when you were responding to Ms. Perry, you mentioned continuous 3%. Are those already plugged in for additional increases on the water side?
They're plugged into the financial plan, but keep in mind our board only approves the program year, which is the upcoming year. So the increases that you see are merely projections in the financial plan.
So it's projected the next few years that there'd be increases of 3% down the road for a number of years, but it'll go to the Water and Power Board prior to that actually taking place. That's part of the overall plan?
Yes.
Okay. Now, exemptions. I read in the newspaper that the school district, with the power rate, is going to have an $11 million increase. Are there exemptions being brought about for the new increase that's taking effect in July?
Not at this time.
Is it being considered by the board for nonprofits, governmental agencies, such as that?
That's not something that we've considered at this point. It would be a policy decision, as if we provide discounts to one set of customers, the cost would be borne by other customers. So it's not something that we've considered yet, and I think that's something that our interim general manager would have to, if you can respond.
They're not, as you acknowledged, this is the preliminary financial plan. Our final financial plan will speak clearly and directly to those issues.
Okay. The reason I brought it up is it was in the paper that they're $11 million hit for them, and I think the county's $9 million.
I've read the same article you did. As a department, we're looking at all those requests.
Okay, thank you. And also, money raised in this 3% that's going to take effect, not 3%, the 0.6 is going to take effect July 1st. How much money will that raise? Additional money for the department?
About $36 million.
36 per year?
Yes.
36 million per year?
Per quarter, I'm sorry.
Per quarter?
Yeah.
36 million a quarter. Okay, and if we get a lot of snow and we get additional water, will the rate go down?
That would have no effect because that's the power rates.
I understand it. Well, we generate power from the water too with the hydroelectric, but let me ask you this, in your term, how long have you been there, water and power?
29 years.
Okay, in your 29-year history there, has it ever gone down, any of the rates?
No. Not that I'm aware of. I think they've gone down.
Then, with the water pipes that have burst, and there was some concern about the old pipes and the Tuesday, Thursday, etc., is there any money put aside in this next year's budget to address that issue?
Yes, Councilman Jim McDaniel, Senior Assistant General Manager of the Water System. We will be able to, we'd begun a ramp-up of mainline replacement under the existing plan. We will be doing 95,000 feet this current year, or we've done 95,000 to date. We'll be up to 110,000 in the current year. With the existing staffing that we're in the process of getting trained, this year we'll be able to get that up to 155,000 feet next year.
And how many feet do we have to the system of Los Angeles?
There's about 7,200 miles of pipe, so it's
going to be a long time.
It's a lot, yes.
Do we find the mains coming in from Owens and those other areas, are they in need of replacement, or is it just in the metropolitan areas?
On the aqueduct, we actually have part of our capital infrastructure program is we go through and replace a little bit of the aqueduct every year. It's kind of a long-term replacement program. We're also doing that on the large pipelines that we have, for instance, going across the San Fernando Valley as part of our water quality improvement projects, where we need to replace and upsize some of the big trunk lines so that we can take these reservoirs out of service. We're replacing old trunk lines at the same time, kind of getting a double duty out of them.
And for the water and the power side, there's a lot of commercial that's vacant, a lot of for lease signs around in commercial buildings. With those operations, those businesses not in operation, what kind of loss are we taking in the water and power side when it comes to revenue that's not being generated, whether it be the power side or the water side on vacant buildings, whether it be a large industrial or a storefront? Have we calculated any of that into it?
No, we have not. I couldn't tell you that number right now, but we can report back to you on that.
But the revenue down, is the revenue down from previous years due to reduced, not conservation, but reduced use since no occupancy?
Actually, when we look at our load forecast, we can see our revenues are down 1 to 2%.
Well, it's down 1 or 2% on the power side?
Yes.
The water side? And with conservation, it may be difficult to determine, but you see so many vacancies, so many for lease signs on buildings, and analyzing to say how much of that is not being used, which obviously is a savings for them, but then again, it's not a revenue for us.
Yeah. On the water side, two-thirds of our consumption is residential, both single-family and multifamily residential. We haven't seen, outside of the conservation programs, due to vacant buildings, we haven't seen that huge of a factor, and our commercial is holding steady. It's not
a very large segment of the water use on the commercial side. I think overall, the changes in consumption patterns we've seen as a result of the emergency water conservation ordinance have outweighed any changes due to the economy.
Okay. And delinquent accounts, when it comes to the revenue, delinquent accounts, is there a status on the delinquent accounts that haven't paid their water or power or both?
We normally have a 0.3% delinquency, and that's been running more closer to 0.6 on the water side and 0.7 on the power side.
And what is our recourse when they're not paying their bills?
We have collection agencies. If the bill is under $5,000, if it's over $5,000, we send it to the city attorney's office for collection.
And what does the city attorney's office do?
They have a process where they'll go after the customer to see if they can pay, and to the extent we can have payment arrangements, we'll work those things out as well.
So if you get your bill up to $5,000, that's a considerable chunk of change.
Correct.
If people are having difficulties financially, is it ever to the point where they shut it off, the water, the power? Does it get to that point?
Yes, they will.
Are you the representative for that? Can you respond to that?
John Shen, Department of Water and Power oversees the customer service operations. Yes, we do have shut-off policies, and we do have collection agents that help us to collect if the bill is in excess of a certain period established by the Board of Water Commissioners, Power Commissioners. In addition to that, we do take accounts as delinquent to court. That's $5,000 or less, and also $5,000 above, like Ann had indicated before, is to file court cases against them for collection.
And you mentioned percentages. How much are we talking about that's delinquent? How many millions of dollars?
There has been increase about, I would say about 20-30%, especially for the residential side of it, because our policy for low income has been relaxed due to the economic condition. We actually increase the amount that's going to be triggering the collection procedure to $250 and also to up to 6 months. So we don't go do a full-blown collection process until past those two thresholds.
But I think to let it go to $5,000 is, if someone's having financial difficulties, you're probably not going to collect anything if it gets to that point.
Sometimes we still collect. We still be able to collect because, again, water and power is a very critical, essential part of the...
So how much is outstanding on both sides?
I would say somewhere around, total combined with commercial, residential, and multifamily, is somewhere between 60 to 70 million. We track it for arrears, 3 months, 6 months, and 9 months.
60 to 70 million dollars?
That's correct.
Behind?
That's correct.
And last year...
60 to 70 million dollars owed to the city of Los Angeles.
In the arrear, and that doesn't mean that...
No, in the arrears. Yeah. That's a lot of money.
And last year, for the water system, we wrote off $5 million, and on the power system, we wrote off $16 million. And that's $5 million over $783 million of revenue for the water side, and $16 million on $2.7 billion on the power side. So I think we do have an aggressive collection.
So if we're writing it off...
We just record it for our accounting purposes as written off, but we'll still pursue it. But for our books and records, we don't say we have, we're not, the receivable is in question.
No, I understand. I'm not faulting you for the fact that people aren't paying their bill, but it's really a disservice to those that are paying their bills, and it drives up the prices of everyone else. But if you look at that type of money that's not being collected, that's a lot of money to operate the system, to repair the pipes, and to pay the crews that do the work. I mean, I knew it was expensive. I didn't know it was that much in the rears. So could we get a report back from the city attorney's office on this to see what they're doing as far as pursuing collections and what we can do to lower that dollar value for people who aren't paying the water and the power side? I know they've got programs for the seniors, the rate reduction, et cetera. So with all that, if someone's having financial difficulties, I understand, but to get to that degree where people aren't paying, it affects the entire system, millions of dollars.
Mr. Zion, let me just comment, and I think one of the things we need to ask the city attorney in that report, when you get it as a lump of money, it looks like a lot of money, but when you're dealing with individual bills that may be 1,000 here, 1,500 there, they find that that is cost prohibitive to go after these individual bills at low cost. It may be hundreds of them that then accumulate to large dollars, but that's why some of those become uncollectible, because they're not going to go in the small claims for dollar values that are not significant.
The $60 to $70 million is a tremendous amount of money.
It's a lot of money, but I think you find cumulatively it's a lot of money, but if you go back individually, you'll find that there's several thousand small bills.
Thank you.
Yes, if I could. Oh, yep. Okay. First of all, good afternoon and welcome, Mr. Buettner. One challenge I'd like to give to you is, things change year after year. There was a committee that had DWP on it that also had the airport and the harbor. It was called, proprietary departments. And in my first meeting in that, and then my last meeting in that, and then they took DWP out and put it somewhere else, I asked for a full report on all of our assets at DWP and all agreements with various land and projects. My last day on the committee, a big report was handed to me like this, and I walked the gentleman to the elevator. I'm just being anecdotal. And he said, there's at least, Councilman, $100 million lying there, I like to use the phrase gold in the gutter, that just needs to be gathered by renegotiating some of these different deals that we have all over the western part of the United States. And I just challenge you to take a look at that old report, see what status it's at, and see if there is indeed today, 3 years later, a revenue stream that we haven't realized that we could realize. This is a throw to you. Second, I'd like to know right now the rates of Edison for the similar type stuff versus the rates for LA customers.
Our rates are about 15 to 20% below Edison's.
And that has remained constant over the last few years, or is the difference decreased or increased, or what?
It's actually been decreasing over the past few years, but it's been remaining relatively constant. There hasn't been any significant
What about renewables? Are they at a higher level of renewables and clean energy than us, or the same?
I am not sure what their renewable mix is at this time.
Please.
Councilman, they're about around 16%.
And what are we?
Today we stand around 19 point something. But
so we're ahead of them on that?
Today, yes.
Very good. But tomorrow's another day. No, I understand. Now let me talk about infrastructure plans. Mr. Zine started asking that question. I'm told that our water system could be as much as 100 years old, a lot of the major pipes. We saw on one of the news shows that when we stopped the use of water at different points and then turned it on again, pipes, allegedly, according to these media reports, fell apart because they were old, and that kind of pressure change had an impact. So basic question is, how old is our infrastructure, our water infrastructure? Where are we in capitalizing it and rebuilding?
You're correct in that there are many parts of the water system that are over 100 years old. We've got about 500,000 feet of pipe that's over 100 years old right now, and in 10 years that'll probably increase to about 1.5 million feet of pipe. Interestingly enough, I just got the numbers back on water leaks for the month of April, and we actually ended up, April is an all-time low in the last 7 years that I have the data at my fingertips. These things do work in cycles. We find that you always get more breaks in the cold when the weather's changing to cold in the winter, and then when it's changing to heat in the summer. There is an expert panel report out there that was presented to the E&E committee. The expert panel did find a correlation between the watering schedule and pipe breaks, likely due to pressure fluctuations, according to the expert panel report. In our own analysis of water and power, we concur with that, although we think the pressure fluctuations from operating valves after the big break on coal water were probably more significant than the watering schedule. We are working with the expert panel at this point. We'll be presenting our report to our board tomorrow.
Very good. Appreciate that. And on the power side, I know there was an effort to move a scattergood, Olympic scattergood redundancy into it on the west side. We also know that, when the hot weather comes, we sometimes have outages based on the old infrastructure of the power grid. Where are we with the power grid citywide? How is the basic infrastructure in it? And what's our timetable to bring it up to date?
Councilman, on the cable, the Scattergood Olympic Line 1, we're going through the environmental impact report and we're having the comment period, and we are going to replace that. That's a critical infrastructure. It's a high voltage underground transmission line that we need to get it done. On the rest of the infrastructure, as you recall, the power reliability program that we put in place had targeted the causes of the outages and the reliability issue in our systems, and so I'm glad to report that every component of that program, the transformers, the cables, the poles, we have hit our annual targets on replacement. That, for example, our transformer replacement rate is about close to 2,900 transformers that we replace every year. It's about 2,600 poles, the deteriorated poles that we replace. And next year, we're going to hit about 58 cable miles that we're going to replace. And this is tremendously above and beyond what we used to do on the replacement programs.
Great. One of the issues, of course, is the EMF, or, what is that all about? And are we feeling comfortable we're addressing that issue?
That's always been an issue that, it comes on our public comment and concerns, and we do comply with all the rules and regulation, to make sure we shield the cables, and we make sure the distances and the clearances and all the school districts and everything is taken care of. So that's part of the EIR process that we're going through right now on that specific cable, but we also do it on every other projects that we go through.
Very good, and I appreciate the work you've been doing on that too as well. Has DWP received any stimulus money? Have we applied for it with the greening and the new this and that? Are we getting any federal bucks?
I can speak, maybe Greg, if you have a total LEDWP, but for the power side, we have that $60 million smart grid stimulus fund, which we're partnering with the local universities on, UCLA, USC, and also Jet Propulsion Lab.
And on the water side, we've received $35 million in ARA grants for water quality improvement projects, and we've applied those to 3 big projects, 2 pipeline projects, and the covering of San Ynez Reservoir in your district, Councilman.
So that's roughly $95 million altogether, federal stimulus money?
In aggregate, we have $105 million. We're also part of the city block grant for energy efficiency.
Are we up for more stimulus money?
We're monitoring the programs as they come through, and to the extent they meet our objectives, we were applying, but we haven't been awarded anything additional yet.
Joe, you got your head up. You want to say something to that real quickly?
Great personal risk, Councilman. Yes, we actually were awarded $131 million.
$131 million.
In bond monies today.
Today?
Yeah, today. But we'll send you more details to the ad hoc committee in, I guess, the next time you guys have one scheduled.
Well, congratulations.
But so far, 105. Yes, sir.
Appreciate that. Okay, switching gears to a more problematic potential. Do you have concerns regarding the long-term sustainability of the Water and Power Retirement Fund? For instance, investment losses were estimated at $317 million in 2008-2009 and $216 million in FY 2009-2010. We talk about part of our structural deficit in the city is the retirement and health issues that need to be dealt with. Are they getting larger, our commitment to the retirement funds? Our investments are been having some risk. Where are we with the retirement fund of DWP workers?
Right now, after our last actuarial study, based on the actuarial numbers, we were 90% funded. Our annual required contribution for this year was $210 million. We're expecting that to go up at least $45 million. Our board, our retirement board, is actually having an experience study conducted right now to determine if our metrics and our assumptions are reasonable. And once that's adopted by the board, likely in June or July, it will go into the basis for our next actuarial study. So it is something we're keeping our eye on. It's part of the reason you saw as one of our line items was our retirement disability death benefit. That's $47 million higher than last year, and that's an estimate based on what the actuary comes back, and that report is likely to be available in September.
Okay, we'd like a report back on that. Could I get something in writing on it? My last question has to do with employees of other parts of the city family. We've been making a huge effort to special funded or proprietary departments to take on some responsibilities that the city services can no longer do. For instance, tree trimming is one. DWP has contracted out tree trimming in the past. Have they now worked with the city departments to take it in-house and take city workers from other departments on that?
Council member, we did, our board approved the substitute positions for the three surgeon assistants and the 3 surgeons. So we're taking 3 surgeons and 20 tree surgeons assistant, in order for us to incorporate in our training and get them into our crews.
Mm-hmm. And other activities of the department that you contract out, how many other aspects do you contract out? How many different contracts do you have that are non-city workers, that are contracted workers of different ilk?
We do have several contracts right now. For example, we have contractors working side by side with our crews when we do replacement, pole replacement and the transformers and the cable replacement. We do have contractors in our power plants that do the repowering, the upgrades that we're going through. We have contractors at our Castaic power plant that help our crews, do the major upgrades. So it's, we can give you...
Well, what I would like is a report back on what you have of other contracted workers, and then tie that into the city family and see where other contracted working situations could be replaced with city employees being shifted over that could give them, A, their job, and B, provide services that maybe you haven't provided before. Just want to know the creative synergy play that the department can play with the rest of these issues we're dealing with in the city.
Yes, my name is Cecilia Weldon, and one of the groups under me is Supply Chain Services, and so we had the request, like the other city departments, to take a look at all of our contracts and to identify those, to see if there were a percent of those or which ones could actually be performed by city employees. So we've gone through all of our service contracts, and we've turned that report in. The piece we're looking at now are professional services, and I think the total number of contracts was something like 300. So we're going through all of those. And whenever we do have a service coming up, we take a look at, a contract coming up that we think we're going to need to contract out, we do take a look to see if the city can perform that work first. So we're doing that very diligently now.
And you talk with the coalition of the unions, and you talk with other city... Do you do any conversations with the unions about this?
There is a process in place now. We have a clearinghouse at Water and Power, so before we contract out, if it's something the city can do, and they have points of contact, so those are sent over. And it works both ways.
Right.
Our clearinghouse is also contacted by other city departments, and sometimes we can do it, we can't, and it works both ways.
I really appreciate that. That's the kind of energy I want. Could we have a report back on that, on the specifics of that?
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir.
Just to give you 2 more examples, Councilman, on street paving, we had a very large contract to do the repair of the pavement after we do water main replacements. We're now working with Bureau of Street Services, and they've taken on a substantial amount of that work for us going forwards, and we hope to have them do more. We're also working with the Department of Transportation on the traffic plans that have to be developed. Formerly, we would go out and hire consultants on the outside. DOT is now working with us to do those plans within the city family. So those are a couple of examples.
Yeah, and I like more of those examples and more strategies going forward, because if we can show that kind of collective cooperation, believe me, it'll make a huge difference for a lot of people. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Harry?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One follow-up correction. On the power side, I want to correct that $66 million reduction. It's 6.6. So that was under the category of payments to other utilities for proportionate share of construction, operations and maintenance of jointly owned facilities. That should be corrected to read a $6.6 million decrease. Now, just one final round. According to your preliminary budget for fiscal year 2010 to 2011 for the Power Revenue Fund, $337 million will be appropriated for outside services and regulatory fees. What I need to know is the transfer to the City of Los Angeles included in this figure.
Which figure are you referring to?
In the preliminary budget, and pull the mic closer, it's fiscal year 2010 to 2011, Power Revenue Fund,
Okay.
$337 million will be appropriated in the categories outside services and regulatory fees.
Let's see. I'll tell you.
You might want to pull the mic closer.
Okay, I'm just checking my notes to see if it's included there. No, I do not see it included in that particular item.
So, if it's not included, then my next question is it looks like DWP is paying outside agencies more than what it actually should intend to transfer to the City of Los Angeles. So you're positive it's not in there, right?
Well, what I'm showing is public benefits is about 86 million. Purchase energy is 28. That's 100 million. Solar is 25. 125. SCAPA 145. DSM about 160.
Well, let me tell you what...
It may be in there, and they're just not showing it.
On the Power Revenue Fund proposed preliminary budget fiscal year 2010 to 2011, in the second row, it says less payments to the City of Los Angeles, and it's approximately $257 million. And I just wanted to confirm that that is
Major FIs are in there, and then
appropriated to transfer to the City of Los Angeles.
Okay, what's your last question? I missed it.
If you look at the Power Revenue Fund, proposed preliminary budget,
Right.
fiscal year 2010 to 2011, and the second line down, less payments to the City of Los Angeles. If you round up just a little bit, there is a payment to the City of Los Angeles for approximately $257 million.
Yes.
Now, roll back to what I said. In the preliminary budget for the Power Revenue Fund, $337 million will be appropriated for outside services and regulatory fees. Okay?
Yes.
Then we have this $257 million figure to the City of Los Angeles. Is that inclusive in that $337 million?
I cannot tell you for sure. I'm not sure.
It's on the front page. The transfer is actually on the front page of the receipts. It shows the cash balance, and then it shows the reduction of the city transfer for $257. And that is our estimate right now based on our projected 2010
So your estimated transfer
gross operating.
Okay, so tell us the figure for your estimated transfer.
Right now, we believe our audited gross revenues are going to be approximately $3.2 billion for the power system, and 8% of that is how we get the $256.6 million.
Yeah. Okay, but again, you're paying $337 million for outside services on top of the $257 million transfer, or exclusive? I want to clarify that. That's on top of.
Councilwoman, if I can add to that, I think that the power revenue transfer is taken off the top. So it's not budgeted in that second page that you're referring to, where it has the appropriations of roughly $4.8 billion. So the power revenue transfer, as shown on the first page of their preliminary budget, actually removes that amount before they actually do their budget.
Okay, what I'd like from the CLA and the CAO is an analysis, a written analysis, and a breakdown of the $337 million, and a report back and how that's to be appropriated for outside service and regulatory fees.
Okay, could I state that that's not all contracts? It's other things other than that.
We will,
yes.
I just want a breakdown. I just want a written form so we can have it on the record. So, Mr. Chair, if that's okay, can we get a report back on that from the CLA and the CAO?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay.
You have CAO at the table there. Oh, yeah, okay. Gail's got it. Any other questions from the committee? Mr. Brett?
Well, I don't really have a question. I almost don't know how to say this, but so I don't want to be too harsh, but I would probably ask questions if I actually had any confidence in the credibility of the response. And I've watched the behavior of this agency and all the shenanigans around the rate increases. I've listened to the exchange between Mr. Parks and other folks here about how the agency has hundreds of millions of dollars in surplus and yet attempted to justify not making a $73 million transfer, along with the promise of a $20 million transfer that was out there, then it wasn't, along with a document that we got threatening not to hire city employees and stop doing those transfers. I think it was all kind of a holdup. So I guess my question would be for the new interim director of the DWP, how do you restore the confidence that at least some council members, and maybe all of us, lack to varying degrees in the DWP? And how do we work with you in terms of budgeting and everything else going forward when we've seen all these things happen and it's really diminished our confidence in the transparency and veracity of the agency?
Councilman Kortz, I'd seize on your word, go forward. That's why I'm here. I'm not particularly interested in the who shot John of how we got here. I don't view that as constructive. I don't view that as problem solving. You'll hear in my remarks tomorrow, and you'll hear in all my future presentations what we can do, how we can work forward, how we can go forward, and how we can collaborate to get things done. You will see in our final budget transparency, accountability, and hopefully it will be presented in a informative manner in which all of you, your questions will be answered. We'll be back and be delighted to answer any further questions. But I think, to seize on your own words, Councilman, it is about going forward. To my observation, there are almost 10,000 people who work in the department. Everyone I've met works very hard. They put in long hours, just as people around council do. There clearly have been some miscommunications along the way, for which I wasn't responsible. But going forward, you have my commitment to make sure that the council is informed, as is the mayor, as is the commission of the DWP, as are constituents who actually pay the bills, to make sure they're looking at the same set of facts. And I think that we can avoid some of the conflagration that's occurred to date, but we have to go forward. And I think go forward in the spirit of collaboration and trust, and I think we can solve some of these issues.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
I might also add that the other day you were in Mar Vista, and Chuck Ray, one of the coalition group of homeowners and renters who have formed the DWP oversight, asked for a meeting, and you're setting up that meeting, a meeting with these advocates and going to have a good discussion. I look forward to that.
Absolutely, Councilman Rosendahl. It's part of my job, part of our team's job, is to make sure that we communicate with all our constituents, including those who pay the bills.
Yep. And somebody handed me a note talking about the solar project and also the spending on the gas turbines projects. And they put a lot of money next to both of them. Can somebody give me an update on the solar project? The DWP-run solar project?
The solar projects that we have is part of an ongoing, installation program that we have in place. That's the RFP that we had out several months ago. We're going to assign tasks for the city-owned buildings that we have, design, permit, procure, and install solar. And we have several other solar projects that, we're under negotiations, to move forward on once things clear out, the IRP comes out. The other issue, the gas turbines, probably what you're referring to is our major repowering that's going to go on at our Haynes facility. That's about 600 megawatts of repowering that we're going to do. These old supercritical units that we're going to replace them with efficient and fast-starting units to support the system.
Excellent. And as you know, and you guys played a major role, the other day the Sidewalk Cafe in Venice Beach put the solar panels up. City handed a check for its aspect of that. The Obama administration's been talking about all kinds of tax credits and all kinds of stuff. A group of Mar Vista citizens came to me over the weekend and said, we got a whole group of homeowners who want to go solar now on top of the other. Your department's been great in working with us. Are you increasing the staff on that so we can reach a point where every flat roof in our system, has a solar panel on it?
We are making a lot of efforts to make sure we streamline our process. We met with major contractors several weeks ago. We asked for their input as far as how we can improve our process. We're not there yet. We're trying to make sure, we're very responsive when the decision is made that we do the inspection, the appropriation of the refunds and all those things, and we will get there. I mean, we are putting a lot of IT infrastructure in place to respond and give status on these things.
I'd like a report back on that side of it. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much. That concludes the hearing on DWP, and we'll move on to the next department is the CAO.
Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry.
There is one card.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Mr. Hold on just a minute. DWP, Mr. McQuiston, come to the table, please. I'm not table, the podium. Just hold on for a second. I let you go before public comment was finished. Hold on, right there at the podium. Yes. Go ahead. 2 minutes.
Yeah, Jim McQuiston. Listening to the DWP response, I just hope that the U.S. Attorney was not listening. My memory is a little short now, but I'd say it's Section 1346 of Title U.S. 18, or Title 18 U.S. Code says you're supposed to give honest services. And I think that testimony doesn't quite fit the bill. I would suggest make sure your passport's in order. Brazil doesn't have an extradition treaty with the United States. It's a nice place to be. I've been there, especially during Carnival.
Thank you, Mr. McQuiston. Next is CAO. Mr. McQuiston, you can come on up. CAO is coming up, and you have a card for them also. Brazil. You can start. You got 2 minutes dealing with the CAO.
You better get out of the room quick, because otherwise there's a corner. Yeah, but you're not supposed to be in the room.
Good. We have one public comment.
Go for it, Jim. And there's one person.
Jim McQuiston.
As you know, I work with the CAO very closely, and I'm very impressed with the CAO people. However, when you go and look at the overhead and compare it with the city clerk, which I did in my statement, I can't reconcile the large number of about $4 million extra in overhead for the CAO, and I think it ought to be explained. It might be explainable, but I think it does need explanation.
Ms. McQuiston, you said $4 million in what now?
It's in the overhead. If you take the ratio of your overhead expenses to your direct expenses, I look at that and I say it shouldn't be over about 35%. And if you look at the city clerks, it's right on the money. It's a little under that, and most of the departments are. But unfortunately, the overhead, and some of those may have been incorrectly put into overhead. They could possibly be put into direct and get the percentage down, but what that means is our accounting needs to be fixed.
Okay, thank you. I'm sure that Miguel will comment on that during his presentation.
Specific to that point, I guess it depends on how you define overhead. Some people would argue my entire office is overhead. In terms of the administrative costs at the management level, we have been vacant one assistant CAO for the last year and a half, almost 2 years, and we intend to continue keeping it vacant for the next fiscal year. So there's been a significant reduction in that area. Our budget is being reduced almost 9% to $11.1 million from the current year of $12.1 million, and we are eliminating 5 positions within our budget. We have several other positions that have been vacated through transfers from, all departments, from our general fund positions to special funds, and it's our intention not to have those positions filled this next fiscal year.
Let me just comment on 3 things, and Ray may have heard these before, but there's a couple of things that we'd like to see. I mean, I realize short funds and a lot of other things, but grants. It's something that this committee has asked for the last several years, that we have a centralized oversight of grants, and where we fall short are the issues of people applying for grants. We don't find out about it until it's pretty well a done deal. Well, then we are obligated to front-loading. Then we're obligated often to where the grant is significantly less than what we have to put into it to match. And then the final issue is there's such a delay in departments getting their reimbursements that it creates the cash flow. Those are issues to where it appears in some instances some grants are just applied for because it's a grant. And there's really no clear understanding of how it's going to positively impact the city's overall operation. And then when in the final analysis, some of them, you really get a sense that they are not worth applying or accepting. And we do need to get a handle on not only how many grants, but clearly, I think we give the departments the ability to apply for grants without approval. And then we're somewhat in a bind that once they get the grant, then it's almost a foregone conclusion. They then are seeking approval. And then and what we find often is that the policy committees might look at it and like the grant, but they often do not look at it from the financial standpoint. And we really need to make sure that the CAO analysts that are working those policy committees are also plugging in the financial aspect. And one of the reasons this committee asked the President of the Council to change or add a function to this committee to oversee grants that impact general fund is just because of that. And one of the things I think we often somewhat or get a misreading, often the CAO report will say no impact on the general fund, where if you continue to read, you realize we've already budgeted funds that are in that year's budget for this grant. And it probably is more accurately stated, no additional general fund impact, because it's difficult to reflect that if you're already funding bodies into a grant, that it would have no general fund impact. So those are things that we need to really address: the grant area, how do we configure it, how do we oversee it, because it's costing us literally millions of dollars in many instances, and some of which you really look at it and wonder if we should be involved. And as you know from the CAO, as soon as the grant expires, then they come to you for sub-authorities, resolution authorities to say, can we continue? Now it's on our dime totally. And so the grant issue is something that we got to find a way to address.
I completely agree with you. I think that there's two areas in which I think we've demonstrated that concern. One, our office came out and recommended against applying for a series of park grants for capital purposes at the state level. And the department obviously disagreed with us, but we felt that it was important to demonstrate that, you know, we already have a number of parks that we're obligated to build under our own bond measure, and we don't currently have the identified operational dollars for those grants, and so we recommended against applying for any new ones until we could actually afford to maintain the ones we have, and certainly those that are on their way of being built. The second area is in the area of ARA. We have 3 dedicated people on ARA alone, carefully monitoring that, everything from the COPS grants to dollars going to street service, et cetera, and wanting to make sure that we're careful about the expansion of our city government through those funds, because they are, as you pointed out, they are temporary, they will go away. But I think this is an area that, as a city, we need to focus more on. And while we certainly want to be aggressive in identifying opportunities for the city to engage in new initiatives, we also have to be mindful that these grants are often temporary, and that eventually we have to face the time that they go away. So there's a transition plan as part of the overall application as well.
But just like we had the conversation earlier when we got started, those most of those resolution authorities were temporary until they hit their 10th anniversary.
That's right.
And they just keep floating along. So I think that's the kind of thing I think that we need to clean up. And then the other item, financial policies. One of the things I think some of them have taken longer than we ever thought, but where I think we need to tighten up on is the insurance that people are complying. I know it's workload, and I know there's tough resources, but many of our CAO reports come to council with no financial analysis or CLA analysis. The only way we're going to embed the policies into our decision-making is to make sure that that section of those reports is identified as clearly showing whether we're complying with our policies or is this contrary to our policies. So we need to not only have them, but we need to ensure that they are being followed. I think we took a long step when we recently evaluated the financial policies of proprietaries, and we came up with a plan that annually we'll begin to look at them. And as we add new ones in place, I think we got to figure out whether they're going to be in the administrative code or where we're going to place them so they're easily accessible and people can rely on them, rather than they're just a report for that particular day or month. As part of that, one of the things Mr. Garcetti came forward with a motion that dealt with, at some point we need to have some analysis as to the financial impact of our decisions. Particularly upcoming are a lot of the BTAC recommendations that sound great on the surface, but the long and short-term financial impact is important for us to know before we approve merely moving, what seems nebulous at time, of 1% or 2%, and then you find it's actually real money over time. And so that's something that goes hand in hand with our financial policies, is that whole financial analysis of the impact on our operation and our general fund. And then my last one is the cap rate. We have to find a way to clean that up and come up with a much simpler way to address it. In my judgment, and it may not be legal, but it'd be simple, is that we should charge the federal government the full cap rate, but when we're dealing with internal, we should charge the salary. And that's a fairly simplistic way of saying, if somebody's on the payroll working for a department
and another department asks them to do work for them, it makes no sense to pay their cap rate when they're already on the payroll working for the department in that capacity. And so we need to find a way to make it simpler and that we are not, in fact, are basically costing ourselves out of the market when working for each other or with each other within the city family. So there's got to be some way that we come up with some clarity and simplicity in dealing with the cap rate.
We will follow up on both of those areas.
What he said.
Ditto.
Been saying it for a long time.
Mr. Corrett, Ms. Perry, Mr. Rosendahl.
Rosenthal's coming right now. Here he is. Thanks to my great staff, I've had more questions this year than all the other years combined. There is funding and self-support listed for our program support. Please explain what work is performed by your office with this federal economic stimulus funds. This is a big deal. I think we have something well over $500 million in requests that have gone in. And how are we coordinating, how are we interacting, and how are we making it work?
Well, we recently issued a communication on that very issue on April 26th, where we enumerate all the different areas that we are engaged in, from assisting with the identification of our grants opportunities, the development and maintenance of comprehensive project database, assisting the city with submission of applications, of which we did 148 of them, so provide support for the council's ad hoc committee, coordination of the submission of quarterly reports to the Federal Office of Management and Budget, prepare the city's response and inquiries from the GAO office, develop and maintain an LA Recovery website, develop and document the expedite and request expedited ARA grants application, and the development of an overall ARA grants project portfolio management strategy, as well as preparation to the council and reports. It's all those functions that my office manages as it relates to stimulus dollars.
It's very impressive, and we appreciate your work on that. When we talk about the unions and negotiating contracts and negotiating the future, we've seen the Coalition of Unions coalition report of what they think we should do. When you reflect on that and the issues going forward as we go into the next budget year, what's your general strategy of dealing with the unions?
Overall, I try to be as cooperative as possible. I'm a big believer that, we're ultimately on the same, have the same goals. We both agree on the sustainability of the city. We want to make sure that the city is solvent and that it has the ability to provide the most effective services for our community, at the same time be fair in how we treat our employees. And I think we were able to demonstrate that this fiscal year in relation to the various concessions that we're able to achieve at an unprecedented level. And the reality is that the partnership that we've developed with our labor unions really resulted in the city closing the year in the black. As we move forward, obviously we have different roles to play. We may not always agree on issues such as pension reform and health care benefits, or even in terms of the kind of cuts that we have to engage in. But I strongly believe in an open door policy, maintaining dialogue, and trying to find areas of common ground versus differences.
I appreciate that. And when it comes to volunteers and government employees, obviously I want to save as many government jobs as I can, if not all of them. If I want to do anything, it would rather be a furlough than a layoff. But realizing how our budget is created and the issues we're facing and the revenue streams we have, has there been any initial discussions with the unions about volunteers supporting core services that we do? For instance, library has 6,000 volunteers. These are good people who are committed to education and kids. Some are retired school teachers, some are seniors, some are folks who at this point in their life want to give back. It's a great collection. Rec and Park has at least 11,000 people that get engaged in issues. And when I hear a department head talk about their budget cuts, which is painful, we get a collection of folks coming here who might lose their jobs, which is, of course, extremely painful for all of us. But, for instance, why cut back necessarily on hours in a library or days in a library or use of a park at certain times? If we can take our volunteers seriously as qualified, decent, responsible people, if we need to do a little bit more checking on some of them, maybe so. But what stops us? I'm just theoretically asking you this. If a library normally had 4 people working the shift in the evening, but we were going to close down those evenings, what are the chances of several volunteers who meet the qualification assisting the employee so we don't have to cut back on library hours or cut back on use of parks? Is that out of the realm of relationships with unions, or is this something that maybe we can partner with the volunteers of the world and continue to provide those core functions?
Well, I think it's volunteers, as you pointed out, provide a huge service to the city by complementing the core staff that we have. And as you indicated, libraries and parks are 2 particular areas. I know the city attorney has talked about the fact that he has some volunteers, even in his office, that are helping litigate cases and oversee them. I haven't had this particular discussion with our bargaining units, but we can certainly address it with them. I think we just have to be careful that we're not supplanting city employees with volunteers. But outside of that, I think they would welcome the help.
Very good. And I'd like to see that explored and reported back to us in that same context of working with the unions. Thank you. That's it, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Koretz? Ms. Perry, Mr. Smith, do you have any questions of CAO? Paul? Okay. Do you want to do anything? Okay. Thank you very much. And on those 3 items I have, we can make them a early spring study instead of a summer study.
As soon as the budget's done, certainly.
Thank you. Next, we're going to go into our our administrative reports, miscellaneous reports. And we start off, the first one is GCP. You tell us. We lost interest after the first
Would you like us to provide some overall comments, or?
An overview of the general purpose fund and particularly zero in on what may be changes from last year.
Sure, we'll be happy to do that, Jennifer.
Good afternoon, Jennifer Lopez with the CAO's office. The proposed budget for 2010-11 general city purposes is proposed at approximately $89.8 million. That's $20 million less than the current year of 0910. That's primarily due to reductions in the Medicare contributions, the retirement deferral or retirement contributions account, and pension savings plans. Did you want to go through each of the items in the
Yes, let me find them.
It starts on page 788.
What is it now? 788?
I'm sorry? Volume 2, sorry.
I had it for a minute. Yeah, okay. I just want
quick question. The adult daycare center provides 13 centers that provide service for 15 age service areas in the city. Could you tell us the impact of this reduction, if any?
Sure.
And the coordination with the Department of Aging?
Currently, according to the Department of Aging proposed this reduction as part of their 10% reduction target. According to the department, they stated that the impact would be minimal, as they will be redesigning the program so that they'll create services that are more self-sufficient.
Okay. What's your take on the, well, it's important to me, I'll be candid with you. There's a day laborer site operated in West Los Angeles. It's a very vital part of the day laborer world. Can the CAO please report back on funding options for this? We'd like to see funding restored for this.
Just for your information, the Community Development Department indicated that they will use their CDBG funding, which is at $1.21 million, as well as current year savings, so that the program will continue in 2010-11. Would you like a...
Yeah, I'd like to report back, and I'll make my folks very happy that came and met with me the other day. It was not? He's kind of disagreeing with that.
Oh, is he?
Well, you'll report back to us, right?
We'll double check with CDD on
Because
that.
I'm going with your answer.
Okay. Good choice.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, let's go through it and just give us, the highlights, but also where it materially is different from previous years.
Okay, for the first 2 pages of the general city purposes, the changes there, the official visits of dignitaries. In 2008-09, the city council zeroed out this account and just had it reappropriated annually. Currently, the balance in the account is about $63,000, so the mayor's office, or the mayor's proposed budget adds an additional $20,000 for 2010-11.
Okay.
The second item is, item number 2 is Council District Community Services. The proposed budget is $1.2 million, and that's $135,000 or a 10% reduction from the current year. And that is proposed to be funded by the new Neighborhood and Community Services Fund.
Okay.
The item number 3 is the Downtown on Ice and Festival of Lights. There's a $142,000 reduction, and that's applicable to the Downtown on Ice program. The Department of Recreation and Parks indicates that the impact would be that ticket prices will rise from $8 to $12 per person. It may impact the participation in the event. They also indicated that this cut would eliminate complimentary tickets to economically disadvantaged youth and nonprofit organizations. But they also indicated that LA Live had a ice rink in 2009 as well, and if they'd increased the ticket prices, it would exceed what LA Live was charging. So we're not sure if there's going to be another ice rink at LA Live in 2010.
Do you have any concerns on that? Jan?
Are you sure you didn't mean the ice skating rink at Pershing Square?
Yes.
That LA Live that AEG used to fund, but now they have their own ice
No, I'm just saying that there was also an additional ice rink in downtown at LA Live.
Pershing Square.
Pershing Square was the one that was defunded or eliminated.
Right, yes.
Okay, so I just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah.
The one in Pershing Square, which used to receive some funding from AEG, no longer receives funding from AEG.
I'm not quite sure about that. I'd have to check with Rec and Parks, but I believe that's the case.
So there's no funding.
But does one thing I want to clarify, Jan, does AEG have a separate and independent rink?
Yeah, they have their own ice skating rink now over there in Nokia Plaza on their property. So there were 2 ice skating rinks. The Department of Recreation and Parks used to receive contribution from AEG, it was from the LA Kings. And once AEG opened up its own ice skating rink, they're directing their efforts over to the ice skating rink now, and their money towards the ice skating rink that's on their own property. With respect to, is it okay for me to talk now, Mr. Chair, or should I wait?
Yeah. No, the thing is, we're going to go through these line by line.
Okay.
So if you're going to deal with the festival, then we can come back and talk in general.
Okay, great. Just let me know.
Okay, to continue, the Festival of Lights funding at $100,000 will be continued in 2010-11, and that's funded by the Department of Water and Power.
Let me ask you, here's a department that was just in here talking about all their problems with their revenues and their not having enough money and all that. At a time we're telling people we want them to conserve and not use, and yet we have this wonderful program, as nice as it is, that uses up a lot of electricity and costs the department a lot of money. Who makes the decision whether or not we do that? Rec and Parks, this budget committee, or Water and Power?
Water and Power?
Well, since it's their funding, I would assume it would be that department. It's 100% paid for by the DWP.
So we should be asking the question of our commission, why do you continue to do this? I mean, years ago we stopped funding the Rose Parade float, which is a wonderful thing. We've been in the Rose Parade for 60 years, but nonetheless we stopped because we didn't have money. And so, here's an agency that can't send us the money they're supposed to send us, and they're still funding a wonderful parade of lights. Forgive me, Tom LaBonge, but I have to ask.
It's a fair question. Going on to page 789, the Latino Film Festival and the Pan-African Film and Arts Festival are both funded at the 2009-10 level. However, these will be, I believe it's going to change now, but it was proposed to be funded by the Arts and Cultural Facilities and Services Trust Fund.
Let me go back. Well, you said that's funded what way?
The Arts and Cultural Facilities Services Trust Fund, but I believe in the Cultural Affairs Department hearing, we were looking for general fund funding.
We're trying to unravel the triple flip.
These were two of the items that were included in the Arts and Cultural Affairs funds, about $415,000.
That's why the grants have been reduced.
Right.
Okay. All right. So that's something we've already asked for the CLACO to get together.
Yeah, we're working on that.
Okay. All right. Okay.
On page 790, the Medicare contributions account is proposed to be funded at about $34.5 million. That's a $4 million reduction from the current year, and that's primarily due to the current trends. The assumes proposed ERIP deletions and the position eliminations as proposed in the mayor's budget, and assumes zero growth in hiring and cost of living adjustments for coalition employees.
Okay. On that point, I put a motion in a couple of weeks ago asking the CEO to report back on the impact of these kind of, first of all, Medicare and other health-related charges to the city as far as the new federal health package goes. Have you got any more information on that yet? I mean, now's the time.
No, not at this time. I'll ask my staff where we're at with that. Overall, our initial assessment is that we may not necessarily come out a winner as a result of the...
Yeah, I think that's a guarantee. The question is how much. And I was reading some memos this morning. Most of it seems to be put on the back of other taxpayers' years 2011, 12 through 18. But as an employer, I haven't seen the numbers as an employer other than an estimate. It could be as much as 3.8% higher than we're currently paying, which for us would be a lot of money.
Right. Our health care, as you recall in the presentation I gave, has gone up pretty much 100% in the last 10 years. So this would be in the same direction it's been going.
Okay. So if you have your staff, if there's any information more than what you just gave us, do that as a report back. And if not, we'll just skip it for now.
Okay, the next item number 7, is retirement contributions. The proposed budget for 2010-11 is $5.9 million, and that's a $5.4 million reduction from the current year. And that's primarily due to ERIP, of course. The recent increase to those that are on deferral, their retirement contributions were increased as part of ERIP to 6%. And all the position basically based on the actuals to date.
Based on the actual ERIPs out as of this moment, or as the projected as July 1st?
Well, it assumes the ERIPs towards the end of the year, but it includes, it assumes like the projected is for the actuals for this year, to project for next year how many people are leaving. But we are estimating a very conservative amount of retirees for next year, since most of them are assumed to have left in ERIP.
And so other than ERIP, you're projecting the 750 or whatever it was additional employees?
Right.
All right.
The next item is Social Security.
Let me just ask on that item, this is different than our pension contribution that comes in July 1st.
Yes, this is laser's deferral.
This is laser. Now, before, I don't want to jump the gun, but in this GCP, will this also touch on the unemployment, which we talked about earlier in the meeting?
I'm sorry, say that again?
That's in another fund.
That's in a different, that's in the UB.
Okay, because the thing is, we were told that there could be some savings.
In the unemployment?
Yes.
Yeah, that's in the UB, it's funded for a much larger number than the 761. So when we get to that item, we can reconcile that.
Very good. All right.
Okay, I'd like to ask you a little bit more about Social Security contributions. Since the government's new to me, been in it now a little less than 5 years, the public doesn't understand that if a government employee has a pension plan that's different than Social Security,
That's correct.
the pension plan takes precedence. In other words, I've been working since I'm 14 years old. So I'm at the max end of Social Security.
Right.
Okay? But if in fact I stay in government longer and get into a better package for myself, it's possible that my retirement would be greater than my Social Security benefit. So I don't get the Social Security benefit. Question is, how many city employees end up not burdening the overall tax system for Social Security because their pension, takes precedence? So when people talk about that, they need to realize that in a general sense of overall taxing, it's not what they think it is.
Right. Well, currently the way that it works is by law, if there are not a number of lacers or the pension system, we have to pay into a retirement contribution account, which is Social Security. So it's a 12.4%, half of which is paid by the city employee and half is paid by the city. Now, these are just for the people that are like on temporary and they're not regular employees of the city, so they're not members of either pension system, which is why we're required to pay it.
Yeah.
And so I think as of the last, April 10th, there were 573 employees under this.
And that's really not my question. My question is the overall exposure to the American taxpayer to pay Social Security benefits for government workers tends not to exist at all because the government worker gets a pension, even though people like me who've been paying into Social Security all my life, the benefits are coming from the retirement plan. So the somewhat frustration of the structural deficit in the minds of our constituents should also realize that on a larger level, they're not getting double dipping Social Security at the same time as their pension.
Yeah, and I can just add to that, full-time employees contribute to the pension system, and so and the city does not pay for Social Security for them.
Right.
Now, if they, and I'm not a Social Security expert, but if employees had accrued Social Security benefits through other employment, either prior or after, then they would still be eligible for those Social Security benefits. However, a pension may decrease those or eliminate them completely.
Correct. Thank you.
Item number 9 is the pension savings plan. The proposed budget is $1.86 million, which is approximately $590,000 reduction from the current year. And that's basically due to a decline in the number of employees under this program. And includes consideration of new police hires and no new fire recruits. The next item, I believe we touched base on this briefly on the adult daycare centers. The proposed budget is approximately $733,000. That's a $183,000 reduction from the current year. As stated previously, the Department of Aging indicates that this would be a minimal impact to the program. Item number 11 is home delivered meals for seniors. That maintains the level of funding at $1.8 million. The congregate meals for seniors is also kept at the same level at $106,000 for 2010-11. Item number 13 is the East Valley Multipurpose Senior Center. This was provided for temporary lease costs for the East Valley Care Center until they were moved into a city facility. At this time, they're not sure when they're going to be moved into a facility yet, so there's funding in the UB in case we need to pay for the lease costs in the meantime until they actually move.
Revamping it.
Has Rec and Park indicated any kind of time frame? I mean, they're costing us money by not making a
Yeah,
move.
according to aging, they haven't gotten their moving date yet. They haven't heard anything, so we can check back with them again.
Okay.
We're going to try not to.
Councilmember Smith, the completion date is February 2011 for that facility, so the move-in will be sometime after that.
Yeah, good. The year, yeah, you've spent the year anyway, so, all right.
Item number 14 is LA Shares. We're maintaining funding at $300,000, and that's fully funded by the Citywide Recycling Trust Fund. El Grito is also funded at the 2009-10 level at $75,000. Again, this was formerly proposed to be funded by the Arts and Cultural Facilities Trust Fund. I believe we're going to be looking into finding general fund dollars for this. Item number 16 is the annual city audit, or the single audit. It's an increase of $124,000 from the current year, and that's based on what the city controller has provided. The ones that indicated that this is a funding they'll need for 2010-11.
Did they give us an accounting of how that kind of an increase pops up?
I believe it's part of their contract negotiations, but we can check back with the controller on that, but it's usually based on the contract. The next item is the county service massage parlor regulation, and that maintains the 2009-10 level of funding at $130,000. Item number 18 is the LASA Downtown Drop-In Center, and that funding is maintained at $500,000 for 2010-11. Item number 19 is the Local Agency Formation Commission, or LAFCO. We're maintaining the funding at the 2009-10 level of $247,000.
It may be high, but it's not going to be a lot high, so.
A lot of money there, $247,000.
Don't have a choice.
Yeah.
It's mandated.
Depends on what they invoice us, but, sometimes it'll come higher or lower.
Last year it was reduced, and I think it's going to be reduced again this year because their staff costs have been really significantly cut this year. But in the scheme of things, it's $10,000, so. Go on.
Item number 20 is the International Visitors Council. This maintains the 2009-10 level funding at $40,000. Item number 21 is Local Government Commission. This also maintains funding at $600 for 2010-11. Item number 22 is official notices, and this is also maintaining the level of funding at $850,000.
Let me just make sure, if you don't distinguish it at another source, then our assumption is general fund.
General fund, yes.
That's right, okay.
State annexation fees, item number 23 is also maintaining the level of funding at $200. Item number 24 is the City County Native American Indian Commission. This is the city share of the funding, and it maintains at $47,000 for 2010-11. Item number 25 is the Los Angeles Neighborhood Land Trust. This was funded at $50,000 for 2009-10. It is not continued for 2010-11 due to the city's fiscal constraints. Item number 26 is Feria del Libro. The proposed budget does not continue funding for this program.
Can you partner? Have we looked at partnering with the private sector on that one?
Actually, it will continue the program for next year. What GSD does, they utilize sponsorships and with nonprofit organizations and fundraising of efforts. The GSD indicates that the funding is usually used for upfront costs in setting up the event, and that's what they've indicated to us.
Actually, Councilmember, I think in this year, the event did not happen, and it wasn't intended, from what we understood, to occur next year as well. So that's why we did not
provide any additional funding.
Very good, appreciate that. 27, I'll just ask you up front, there's no money budgeted? The 75,000 is...
Yes, that is true. As part of the community development block grant funding was provided at $200,000 in addition for the Department of Disability, and I believe in their department hearing, they indicated they will earmark $75,000 for increased HIV testing.
All right, so we hear it again on the record, yes.
That's right. It came up during that hearing, and Newt indicated some interest in continuing to fund that.
Well, Mr. Parks started that off, and I certainly
CDD, I
agree with
believe,
him
had
on it.
an alternative.
And they're going to give us a report back on how they're going to use their block grant money as relates to testing.
That's right.
Okay, great.
Item number 28 is at the park after dark. The funding for this account is discontinued. It is actually being funded through the Summer Night Lights program, which is funded off budget through the Mayor's Gang Reduction and Youth Development Strategy.
Was there some alternative or some other strategy we're going to use? Because this looks to me like a preventive strategy. It's at risk, it's working with folks.
Right. The program is actually going to be continued. It's just funded off budget through the Mayor's Grid program.
I see.
The Summer Night Lights.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Item number 29 is a youth employment program. We're showing a $1.75 million reduction to this, as the funding is going to be provided by the ARA grant. Similarly, for item number 30, Learn and Earn is a $1.75 million reduction as well, and that's going to be funded by the ARA grant as well. Item 31 is the Day Labor Sites Program. Funding is discontinued for 2010-11. As indicated earlier, the CDD says they'll be able to absorb the reduction and maintain service levels. Item number 32 is the Homeless Shelter Program. This is funded at $10.2 million. However, this will be funded through the proposed Neighborhood and Community Services Fund.
The CLA and the CAO to help us identify some alternative funding for this program, because it's not clear to me that there are going to be enough funds in the NCS fund to support what is set forth in the mayor's budget.
Right. This is one of the items that had come up earlier for discussion on this.
Yes.
Let me ask, what is the fund? Is it neighborhood what?
The Neighborhood and Community Services Fund. And that's on Schedule 29.
Just want to make sure the Mike Arnold part of this is exactly what we're talking about, continuing with it.
Item number 33 is the special fund fee subsidy reimbursement. Funding is discontinued, and will just be it's going to be reappropriated the current uncommitted balance to the next year. And right now, as of April 28th, the balance in the account is $664,000.
So there's $600,000.
$664,000 is currently uncommitted in that account.
So that just roll over.
Item number 34 is the citywide special event fee subsidy, and this as well will be reappropriating the current uncommitted balance by year end to the 2010-11 budget. It should be noted that as of April 28th, the actual balance, uncommitted balance in the account is about $1.5 million.
Well, let me ask if we get because this is our first year, can we get a report back on basically on both of those on 33 and 34, what was actually used, what were the events and things of that nature, so we get a sense of, after 5 years of working on that proposal, did it actually impact one way or another, and particularly the issue of the citywide events, whether that the system, because we hired some people in street services to do this, whether that system is actually functional and people are actually getting their events. So we just need an assessment of cost and whether the new system is actually working.
Sure. Item number 35 is the Solid Waste Fee Lifeline Program. This maintains funding at the 2009-10 level at $16.6 million. And they're able to do that with the modified Lifeline program for next year.
So that's the same as last year now?
Yes.
Now,
this year is when the modifications go into effect?
Right, in 2010-11, we're going to change them.
So the 16 million 6 is the cap we put on.
Right.
Because last year we spent 24 million,
I don't know if the top,
23 and a half.
about 23 million?
Excuse me.
It was close to 7 million more than what we
Okay,
had
yeah,
budgeted.
exactly. So this reflects the cap. This is a hard number now. Okay, thanks.
Item number 36 is the solid waste fee reimbursement, and that maintains the level of funding at 5.2 million. Item number 37 is the City Volunteer Bureau, and that is reflecting a 10% reduction to $400,886. Item number 38 is LA's Best, and that reflects a 10% reduction from the current year, and that's funded at approximately $2.1 million. The Office of International Trade, item number 39, maintains the level of funding at $400,000 for 2010-11.
The way that's written, you guys don't include that.
Item number 40 is the Office of Small Business Services, and that's reflecting a 10% reduction from the current year, and is funded at $243,000. Item number 41 is the Performance Management Unit, and the proposed budget is $500,000, which is a $310,000 reduction from the current year.
Efficiency. Yeah, go ahead.
This is duplicative of what the Controller's Office does, and, if the Mayor's Office wants to have this, they should run it through their budget, not through GCP.
The PMU?
I don't know what I need to do procedurally, Mr. Chair, but I want to make that as either a motion or a directive to...
I think we should, you could add that to the list of what the CLA to equitably balance the funds.
Just for the record, Ben Staff from the Mayor's Office, we don't believe this is duplicative of what the Controller's Office has done. What the Performance Management Unit has done in the Mayor's Office is look at certain initiatives that we have been trying to pursue citywide.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. It should just come out of the mayor's budget. That's my only issue, not out of GCP.
Okay.
That's all. That's what I...
So CLA would take that into account when they do the...
And Mr. Retz wanted to ask you something.
Actually, I had the exact same thoughts.
Oh, okay.
Great minds think alike or whatever, so I'm there.
We could be twins.
Remember that?
Yes.
So the CLA has that. Okay, the next item?
Item 42 is the Green Retrofit and Workforce Program. This is a new program which adds $250,000 for 2 positions in the Mayor's Office. Item number 43, that's actually funded $75,000 by the Workforce Investment Board, $100,000 from the Community Redevelopment Agency, and $75,000 from DWP. Item number 43 is the LAPD Consent Decree Program. This funding is not continued in 2010-11, given that the LAPD has met the mandates of the consent decree.
Well, we just saved $1 million something. $1.6 million.
Item number 44 is the Domestic Abuse Response Teams, and that maintains the 2009-10 level of funding at $460,000.
Now, do we still have a footnote as to this fund is managed by a joint management of the council and the mayor?
Yes, mayor and CLA actually is at the same.
Okay. All right.
Item number 45 is the Heritage Month celebrations and special events. This reflects a 10% reduction of $35,000, so the proposed budget is $315,000 for 2010-11. Item 46 is Clean and Green Job Program, and this maintains the level of funding at $1.2 million for 2010-11.
Let me just ask just a question. On this issue, why didn't this get considered for the 10%?
The Clean and Green? I believe that they had, Public Works had additional reductions for the Clean and Green program through their own budget.
So it's funded through Public Works?
Right.
But it starts off as general fund?
There's a significant reduction made in the Board of Public Works own budget for these types of activities. The community beautification one, as an example, when looking at this particular item, we felt that there was already a significant cut made in the Board of Public Works, and we didn't want to take any additional cuts for these types of
Are these
services.
grants?
No, these are not grants.
Contracts?
These are contracts with the Conservation, Los Angeles Conservation Corps.
Okay. Let me ask CLA that, just look at that as far as adding that to our review and that be consistent with the 10% contract cuts.
Items number 47 through 55 are the various city memberships, and those all maintain the same level of funding for 2010-11. Any questions? Is there any other questions? Otherwise, this concludes general city purposes.
Let me ask the mayor's office, could you just... Pardon? Yes.
Question on 54.
54, go ahead.
I was just wondering, the logic behind putting this U.S. Conference of Mayors and GCP rather than taking it out of the mayor's budget since it deals with the U.S. Conference of Mayors.
It's the same logic as putting all these other items within the GCP.
Well, on the other one, I said put it back in the mayor's budget, so clearly we're not on the same page on that. What do you recommend, Mr. Chair?
No, I think that it's consistent with memberships that we've done across the board. So it's just as we get a SCAG, National League of Cities, it kind of fits into those same categories.
All right, well, I still want to go with 41 as I requested.
Oh, no, 41 has been noted by the CLA's office.
Okay.
Okay. Let me ask the mayor's office, could you explain to us the logic and where the, let me get the right name, the community fund that was created for this budget, how you came about with that, and then how did you come about with the rationale as to what funds would go into it?
Sure. As you know, we've been trying to maximize general fund savings. That's been one of our primary missions in putting this budget together. In so doing, we're scouring for funds that we could use, either as a bridge or just as, to bring into the mix of funds that we typically budget through the budget process. In prior years, we've looked at AB 1290 as one of those sources. We've also looked at the Real Property Trust Fund relative to the sale of surplus properties as another source. So in identifying those two sources of funds, the Real Property Trust Fund and AB 1290, our intent was, again, to maximize general fund savings, bring these to what we would be considered off-budget sources of fund, which for the most part would be considered general fund, and have the flexibility that general fund dollars have, bring them on budget, and in so doing, use those two funds as a source of funds for items that we've always felt, both the mayor and council, to be priority items, so that we could identify specific funding sources for those priority items.
Let me just say, from my perspective, I think you've put 1290 on the table 4 years in a row, and we've taken it off 4 years in a row, so it gives an impression we don't agree. The other one on real property, I think we've kind of mentioned to the mayor's office that as long as we have this issue of 3 or 4 years in a row of 100% versus 50%, the council members take it off of the ledger and we get no money. At least at 50%, you get some money. And so these are things that, in essence, by moving these funds that were within council's purview, if you count those in the sense of the council's operation, our budget cut runs more closely to about 40% compared to the mayor's office looking at by salary and moving items that legitimately should be in the
salary account into general purpose to more under 5%. And I think from that standpoint, and the fact that you have moved money that we normally have some say about into funding sources that now we have no say about, I think it gives the fact that the council offices have, after several years of trying to have at least some funds that they can administer community issues without having to get every item by name within the budget, you've pretty well limited the council to no ability to react to community issues. When we think about the issue of homelessness and we move the money out of general purpose and we take the money from block grant and others, not block grant, but 1290 to then fund it, it's moving money that legitimately that every district I don't think gets 1290 money, but you're taking it from those districts with 1290 and spreading it throughout the city to address issues within each district that may not get 1290. So I think it's an imbalance from my standpoint, and to some degree unfair when you're dealing with particularly poor communities that have 1290. Now it's spread to where you might be funding, and I'm saying this only because he's sitting here, but I may be funding Greg Smith's GCP money from my 1290 money. And that doesn't appear to be fair for the communities that are generally depressed. For the reason we have these CRA areas is that they're depressed communities. To spread them out and say, we're going to put it somewhere else and it's not going to deal with the issues that are confronting us appears to be an unfair balance. And then to look at the, programs that certainly are important to all of us, but that stayed in the funding with a 10% cut. Certainly everybody wants their school programs to go forward, but to put them in general fund, but yet move all of the things that are within council discretion into this community fund, again, appears to ignore some of the council priorities. And so that's one of the reasons I'm going to ask the CLA to look at these funds as they're currently distributed and to come back with a more equitable balance as it relates to our prior agreements of council funds versus mayor's funds, so that there's a sense that there's equity plus council officers can actually survive and serve the public that they represent.
I definitely understand your point, and I think, definitely, I don't think we saw it from like a council per council perspective. We're looking at it from a citywide perspective, which is, I know, again, with the intent of maximizing general fund dollars. But I mean, you do make some strong points when you look at it from the council perspective.
Yeah, I appreciate it. And the other thing is, where is it in general purpose funds as far as the grid money? Where does that locate? Is that
actually the grid money is within the mayor's office budget. It's within the contractual services of the mayor's office.
The thing that I didn't understand, if we put such emphasis on cutting contracts by 10%, cutting programs by 10%, why that program was off limits.
Well, in looking at the priorities of the mayor and putting together his proposed budget, we looked at what the services being provided are, what the contracts for the grid agencies, they fund gang intervention services, they fund gang prevention services. We also tap in those dollars to fund a portion of our summer night lights programs. And so, with the summer programs coming along relatively soon, and with the need to continue those services that are provided by really, many times community-based organizations that have shoestring budgets of their own, it was not an area where we felt we could take a 10% cut.
But see, that's one of the concerns I have, is that many of the council offices use their general purpose money for those same shoestring operations in the community that are barely getting by. And so therefore, those funds will not be available, but there's real sensitivity about other programs, and I think that's where the imbalance is. How much money is in the grid funding now?
There's approximately $17 million in contractual services for the...
And those are contracts that we are letting to community organizations to do prevention and intervention?
Yes.
Okay, all right. I'm going to ask when the CLA does the overview of all of these, the equity of the funds, that they would look at the grid money also in that label of 10% cut. Anyone else have any comments or concerns? What do you think? So those are the things on the general purpose money that we'd ask for that to come back, and could we look at that, for Wednesday when we get back? Okay, and so we can reevaluate what the more balanced look and redistribution of these GCP monies. Okay, so we can go to the next item would be the UB. Give me a page number. What special event they rolled it over?
Questions. The budget balancing bridge. There's $23 million set aside in the UB. We believe, God bless you, we believe this is funding that the department could access if during the year they run short in their salaries and expense accounts. But you should seek clarity. Question, please explain what this figure is for.
Elizabeth Lee of the CAO's office. The budget includes savings for position eliminations and other budgeted savings.
Yeah.
This would cover the shortages caused by implementation delays in 2010-11.
So in other words, I mean, this year, one of the things that we experienced is that there was a time delay with the number of initiatives that we adopted,
right,
including the time delay for layoffs. And so we want to make sure that we have some money targeted for the processing of layoffs. As we know, as Maggie has reported multiple times, it takes several weeks to actually achieve a layoff. So we wanted to create those funds. Wouldn't automatically go to departments. They would have to be appropriated by your council.
Okay, let me give you something else on ERIP. There's a set aside for nearly $34 million in the UB. Participants in ERIP will receive their separation payment, sick and vacation payout in 2 installments. The first half in 2010-11 and the second half in 2011-12. All of the participants are expected to retire by June of 2010. This payouts will be determined upon employees' retirement date. The amount set aside excludes payouts for proprietary department employees. Funds will be transferred from the UB to each department during the fiscal year. Here are the questions, okay? Since this amount excludes proprietary department employees, how much do we anticipate they will need? Where will that money come from? And second, does each department seek money and ask for reimbursement from this fund as they need it when their folks separate from the city?
As far as the proprietaries, it's within their respective budgets. About less than half of the ERIP participants are from the proprietaries and special funds, and so the number, we could get you the exact number as to what it is for the proprietaries, but it should be in the same neighborhood as it is for general fund. And yes, the departments would need to seek reimbursement for it. Each department was asked to identify that cost within their budgets.
Very good. Thank you.
Let me just ask a couple of questions on the UB.
did we reconcile between Department of Finance and the treasurer about their bank fees? I think did we get a report back on, can we get one on that? Because one of them was exceptionally higher than the other. Is that?
In the fourth quarter FSR, you asked for an update and a reconciliation of the funds, and that report is pending from what I understand. Office of Finance and Treasurer are both expected to report back on reconciling the savings that was generated through finance, actually activating or actually charging for this bank fee. So that was requested as part of the most recent fourth quarter FSR.
Okay, and so we will be able to incorporate that in the approval of the budget?
This is actually funding for those bank fees, and so my understanding is I think the entire amount is needed. It was just a question of where those monies were needed. Now, I don't know whether there are possible savings if additional folks are charged for these bank fees, and perhaps the CAO can address that.
The one thing I thought was that there was such a disparity in the amount that we were asking departments to work together and find out why one got a better deal than the other, and that's what I thought we were waiting for some savings.
And I think both the departments are reconciling that, and I believe you see the projected savings of 2.1. I do believe that number is going to come down, and so we'll work with finance and treasury to come up with a good number.
Working with them, we'll reconcile it for this budget.
Yes, yes.
And then the other issue on the UB is the police fire pension. We have a report back on that issue that deals with if we're going to hold back a quarter and what the cost is going to be. Is that right?
That's right. Yes.
Okay. And then the water and electricity, does this include the recent increase in power bill?
That is the increase for general fund, council control departments.
And my final one is that on the Professional Standards Bureau, that's something I think for the fire department we've been waiting now for at least a couple of years. What does it take for them to move, and does it require a report, an approval by their commission?
Sir, I think on this item, this reflects an appropriation for the possible additions to the Professional Standards Division, which are a result of a recent study that came out.
I'm just wondering, what does it take to distribute it? What does the fire department have to do to get access to that fund? Are we waiting for the commission's approval of their plan, or?
Yeah, the audit team.
From Fire.
Right in top.
Don Fraser, Fire. The Commission has asked us to report back in 30 days, responding to the assessor's report. So it's a little premature for us to say exactly what our needs would be. The assessor's recommendation was for 15 positions.
Okay.
Would be the...
I just asked you that you stated at 30 days so we can get this done. What has it been, 2 years? 3 years that we've been working on this?
So it would be 30 days that we would respond back to the Commission, and that time would be, we anticipate May 18th to come back to the Fire Commission.
And in all defense of the department, while we've been pressing for this in the council for a year or so, the special report just got done, and the analysis just got done, and if you haven't read it yet, you need to read it. It really points out what we need to do, but their commission's got to take action. We've already said, as soon as you act, my committee will take it up and hear it and bring it forward, but I think we're in the right, going in the right direction at least. And it may be not enough money, quite frankly, but for now it's the right thing to do. So.
Okay, any other questions, colleagues, on the UB? Page 189.
Thank you. Yeah, I had a question on petroleum products. This is a moving target over the years. We've had to throw a lot of money in it from time to time. Last year or so it's gone down. Now I see gas prices jumping quickly. There's some estimates that the barrel rate's going to go up into the 80s, maybe into the $100 range this year. So are we putting enough aside for petroleum products?
Like you said, over the years, this petrol has been very volatile, been going up and down. Certainly, we're going to see some savings. I think we're going to probably use about $1 million of the $4 million we have this year, if I'm not mistaken. But certainly, as you indicate, if prices keep going up, the price of oil, then we may need to make an adjustment down the road.
Was the efficiencies brought about by eliminating the credit cards last year and reduction of fleet going to equalize whatever we may see in volatility?
It's the latter. It's assumption that we're reducing the fleet by 20%.
Assumption. I love that word in doing budgets.
We have already been successful in reducing the fleet by an initial 15%. We were, I would say, successful to some degree with the additional 10% on top of that. And as you know, going forward, we're going to continue to try to right-size the fleet, especially with the number of positions being eliminated and folks taking ERIP. That's going to reduce the size of our fleet overall.
Hopefully. All right, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions on UB? All right. Next fund is the reserve fund.
We'll get to that when it gets to my committee.
Okay. That's what, page 284? I think reserve fund.
Okay, jump. Yeah, I'm going to start off. I got a few questions that what I'm saying is my incredible staff and my preparation of this. Question. According to the mayor's proposed budget, what is the amount in the reserve fund at the start of this next fiscal year?
$121.2 million.
Say it one more time. The mic now got you.
$121.2 million.
Very good. What is the amount in the reserve fund at the close of the next fiscal year?
According to the mayor's proposed budget, the target is $284 million.
Please explain what accounts for the change in amounts.
The most significant is the one-time dollars as it relates to our various strategies around our parking garages as well as our meters.
Yep. Yeah, and that's my next question. When will we know the results of the RFQ released for P3?
For the RFQ, we've already received 15 bids. We're coming to your council in the next couple of weeks to outline a series of points that we want to discuss with the various proposals to make sure that we're consistent with your policy direction. At that point in time, we'll also provide a general briefing on the concept behind maximizing the revenue from our meters. And so, our target is to have the completion of the parking garages done by the first quarter of the next fiscal year.
When you look at the 15 bids you got in, you look at the way the economy changed, it's a different day than it was a year ago when we were first talking about P3. What is your guesstimate, estimate, or thoughts of what we could get? I see a figure here, and I'm just curious.
We're reluctant to say publicly what our estimate is because we don't want people to bid to that number.
Yeah. But of course, I'd like to say 200, 300, $400 million. That's where I want to start.
Well, that would be a good place to end up.
Okay. All right. But that will happen through the process we go through.
That's correct. And the first thing we'll do is come to your council before we even start the next step of negotiations so that we know the policy direction on the major points of negotiation.
Yeah, because one of the big issues for all of us, and I know my constituents keep saying to me, don't give up any valuable assets, you'll regret it later. So I hope within the plan of this, there's a flexibility on what percentage we get, a flexibility on how we might take them back if we were, all of those issues that protect which is either going to be a partnered city asset, I guess is what we'll be looking at, correct?
Correct. I mean, we are not looking at selling either our parking garages or our meters. For the parking garages, we're looking at a long-term lease. We're hoping to also identify some revenue sharing as part of the overall arrangement. As it relates to our meters, we're proposing maximizing the revenue we receive. We're continuing to recommend that we maintain the operations of those meters and simply improve the technology, which the department has been doing aggressively, and that will result in more revenue and hopefully a better way of maximizing that revenue for the short term during this fiscal crisis.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Let me ask you, Miguel, on some of the changes that we have made early on in the budget process, and also the looking at the likelihood of approval or timing on the meters and such, that's going to alter the reserve fund somewhat.
No, a significant amount. I think that based on the discussion that we've had in this committee, we talked about a 3% reserve fund, reducing, when we were moving to the UB, the portions related to the parking garages and the meters. And so that would, for a 3%, we would need an additional $11 million. Well, that's what we concluded. And it'll bring the reserve fund just slightly above what the 121 represents. So 121 represents 2.79% of the general fund.
Okay. So the thing is, we'll get an amendment sheet on the reserve fund when the budget goes to council, so it will then incorporate all the changes that we've made.
That is correct.
All right. Thank you. Colleagues, any questions on reserve fund? Okay, we'll move that item and we go to the next one will be the... Thank you. Mr. McQuiston. Thank you.
Jim McQuiston. The problem I see, talking about the reserve fund, we've always segregated the emergency reserve fund, which is $120 million of the $121 million. That takes an act of the council to declare a massive emergency. So that means really the emergency fund is only $1 million. And when the controller came in, she was abhorring a regular reserve fund of only $28 or $30 million, saying she wouldn't have enough to pay the payroll. And I think Mr. Parks did comment on that he was shocked at that lower figure. Now, if we dismiss the emergency reserve fund, then we really have to have an act of the council saying that we're in a major emergency before we can even get into that. So I dislike using the emergency fund in our percentage there. I think we really should address that separately. I've already commented on that we may not be able to use that parking revenue and put it into the emergency reserve. So remember that. That's one I put in this morning.
Yeah. Mr. McQuiston, just for those from the public, the council several years ago set a goal of 5% on the reserve fund, of which 2.7% was for the emergency, and anything over that would be contingency. And we certainly are in support of your sentiments about starting the year with a bare $1 million over the emergency fund, but it's going to all have to be worked out in the sense of having a reserve fund that is real and stable, and then from there determining what impact it would make on the budget. And so that's exactly why we're taking the time and energy to go through each one of these lines in the budget. Okay, thank you. Next would be the MICLA.
Questions I got while we're moving around here. The first question is, there's 12 million listed on page 749 for general services, replacement, fleet equipment, and vehicles. Can you please provide more specifics on this? That's page 749.
Yes, every year, Mario Vasquez with the City Administrative Officer.
Yeah.
Every year, GSD does propose MICLA funding for fleet replacement. 2 years ago, in fiscal year 08-09, Council approved $30 million. This current fiscal year, it's 20.5. This and now it's down to $12 million. Department you may want to have the department come in and discuss that amount of money, or the mayor's office may.
Yeah, could somebody give us some insight into that?
Stephen, the Office of the Mayor. The $12 million you see there is basically for replacement of equipment that are considered to be polluting. So the California Air Resource Board, Quality Board, requires that vehicles of a certain gross weight be replaced with cleaner and more fuel-efficient vehicles.
Okay, very good. Just give us a report back on how it's being spent, okay?
Okay.
Okay, and my second question and last one is, there's $1 million listed on the same page for ITA citywide network infrastructure upgrades. Is this for the new Google program that we now have, or what is it for? That $1 million worth of upgrade. It's on the same page, 749. Well, can we get a report back? And
the $1 million actually is for various switches and routers. As you know, as part of our network, there's various routers.
Yeah, sure.
So this is basically part of a replacement program that we're trying to get started, because we have routers and switches that are good, 10, 15, 20 years old, and actually they're failing.
Okay, does this help with the Google relationship as well, or is there no relationship to that?
It would be a separate item, actually.
Okay, thank you.
Greg? The in-car video, is that still funded from this source, from MICLA?
Basically, the in-car video was being funded by IBM, part of their financing option.
Oh, financed through IBM?
IBM,
okay.
Yes. All right.
Let me just ask, recently we had a CEO report that we adopted in the council, so this year those new policies are in place about additional funding and also looking at the debt level and things of that nature?
That's correct. There were a handful of projects that we were recommending to proceed forward, but the majority of the projects we were recommending to put on hold. Most of them were capital projects throughout the city, and your council has approved that, and this budget reflects that.
Okay. And then also, did we make any assessment on those that we're putting on hold, whether we're at a point of no return? Is it more costly to get them moving again, or are they at a point in which it's basically we're not losing money by not going forward?
These were all projects. We did do the analysis, and what we determined is that they were all still at the development phase, and so we hadn't spent enough to justify moving forward, and so as a result we wouldn't be losing an investment that we've already made.
Did we assess whether that made an impact on personnel that are in that function, or it's just another task that they do amongst others?
Well, most of the projects that we were recommending to put on hold are projects that are new additions to the city. Do you want to add to that?
There's 13 projects that have been deferred that are MICLA financed. Some of those have been fully designed, and they were designed, some of them through contract employees, some of them through the Bureau of Engineering. So to the extent that the deferred projects have not been designed, I think it's going hand in hand with some of the position cutbacks in the Bureau of Engineering in their architectural division.
Okay. Let me just ask, just so as we go through the budget process, the report that we had that identified the new policies, if we can call that out and put it in a report back, so that as we talk about Nicola, we know what the new policies are. And then also, let me see. Okay. And then the other issue is if we can get a timing on the overview of Nicola that we asked for when we increased the volume to 300 million. We said we needed an overview of exactly where we stand, and we just need a timeline of when we could expect that.
Okay, we can certainly provide you that overview. Certainly, by your instruction and direction that we're supposed to come back to you when we basically utilize additional 100 million. But we can also give you an overview.
I'd like to, I think most of us wanted to see what's in the pot now before we even get close to talking about an additional usage, just to get a sense of where we are, what the debt level is, what the, the whole ball of wax. So, and I think one of the things we wanted to do as we assessed it, we wanted to change the configuration of debt regarding perishable investments, such as 6-year equipment, and get it more in line with bricks and mortar and longer-term construction. So we got upside down on that issue of buying radios, cars, and other things, as opposed to what I think the original intent. So that was why we wanted to see that report, so we can start making a concerted effort to change that percentage. Okay. Dennis?
California Air Resources Board South Coast Air Quality Management District rules regarding the replacement of vehicles. Have we tried to ask for an exemption due to the financial situation and save at least 6.1 million? I don't know if they need 42 new ambulances, how old that fleet is, but when you have to make this expenditure of $28 million and 42 ambulances in that for 6.1 million, can some of those be deferred with an exemption due to the financial crunch that we're facing?
I think we had, actually earlier this year, we had a discussion regarding ambulances, and actually it was either in the mid-year, I believe it was the mid-year report, there was a recommendation on some fire equipment, and due to the age of the fleet and the need to replace many of those, it was authorized by your council for fire to go ahead and replace those ambulances. Here again, for next year, there still is a number of vehicles in the fleet that have reached their maximum mileage, and we need to go ahead and get those vehicles replaced. Certainly the 6.1 million is a very large reduction from what was originally proposed in the current year. I think we had about 20, Mario, was it 24? But it was quite a bit more than what we're proposing for next year. I think as requested in the report back from General Services, there's a large pot of money that we had in the current year that GSD has not come back and requested utilization of, and certainly we need to address that as we look to answering your question on this 12 million for next year.
Well, can we look at, is it a mileage or is it years in service on the ambulances replacement?
Yeah, just for the committee's edification, it's a combination of factors. One, they've way exceeded the mileage of useful life. Two, the fire department keeps a reserve fleet of, I think it's 17 ambulances for emergency purposes when they break down or need service. At one point recently, they were down to just 3. And so the emergency reserve fleet has diminished greatly because of the additional services required to keep these things running. So they're just really getting to the point of breaking, and their useful life is just totally is gone. So this is a function of both mileage and the reserve fleet of ambulances is just virtually diminished to nothing.
And the other question, I know with the police department, some divisions have close proximity, some divisions have greater distance. Do they rotate them? For example, downtown 3 and 4 have a small radius to cover versus areas a larger radius to cover. Do they balance that, or does one stay out there and then get the mileage? I'm trying to stretch the dollars, what I'm trying to do.
I see Councilman Smith nodding his head, saying yes. Chair.
Not quite to the degree the police department does, but that's because they keep the reserve fleet of ambulances that they can move out to support them. So if they have a breakdown or whatever, they just move them out there. But they do that because you have some ambulances downtown that they'll have 2 ambulances in one station that run virtually 24/7 versus out in my district where they may run every other day. So they do try and rotate somewhat like the police department does.
More use out of it.
More use, yeah.
And then the other question on the fire dispatch tower, the 800 megahertz radio system, did we try to get Homeland Security funds or UASI or some other funds to pay for that, since it could be part of the city's emergency operation? Have we attempted to get those covered by some federal grant where they have dollars for emergency preparedness, et cetera?
You know, we can follow up on whether there are actually grant funds available. I believe a lot of the ones, well, the UASI and some of the other things have already been programmed, but certainly we can follow up to see whether we can scrub the numbers and then see if anything's available.
I know there was money for the 800 radio system. There was money set aside. I learned that at the National League of Cities, and there was millions set aside nationally for law enforcement on the 800 megahertz. So if we could save money here or there, I'm just trying to find a way to get what we need and still try and find another source of funding. But the fire dispatch radio tower and the radio system could be part of that emergency system where we could get, if we had UASI or some type of Homeland Security, because Homeland Security seems to be flush with money. I don't know if we get our fair share, but there's a lot of money going that way. So we can get a report on those.
Just a lot of those grants that we do get, like UASI and the JAG funds, happen to be regional grants, and so many times those funds have already been appropriated throughout the region, and
well, let's find out and see.
Sure.
Okay.
Let me just say, you finished this? Any more?
That's good. Yeah.
Okay. Let me just ask on whether we have any sense of where we are on the jobs bond.
The judgment obligation bond.
We're on target on that. I think the validation period, at least the public intervention period, has closed. We're now another 30 days out.
We're not quite there yet, but the public comment period did close. We're awaiting the court to enter the default judgment. At that point, the public has 30 days to contest that default judgment, but we are hopeful that will occur by mid-June so we can close that bond issuance by the June 30th.
Do we have any idea what the rate?
At this point, we are estimating 3.5%. Those are 10-year bonds.
And is that consistent with what we've done in the past?
Yes, for a 10-year rate, yes. Okay. However, with the city's recent downgrades, that is just an estimate at this point until we actually go to the market.
So we don't know what the downgrades impact yet?
Correct.
Okay. And then let me, although we're going to go through Schedule H, one thing that, when we get to it, we can discuss it more in depth. But one of the items on Schedule H talks about addressing cash flow via MICLA. Now, what does that mean?
That is simply a contingency effort in order to be able to utilize MICLA. In the worst case scenario, we would need to have the authorization from your council. And so, given sort of our tight situation this year, we want to be able to maximize our options. We looked at a number of different vehicles to be able to borrow in the event that we need to for,
But you'd be coming back to us before?
Of course, we would be coming back to you before we would to initiate that. But it would be the cheapest way to borrow money quickly after looking at a number of options with the treasurer.
So we're saying it's the quickest and cheapest?
The cheapest and sort of within a mechanism that we currently have.
Okay. Also, from the CAO's standpoint, are we looking at any ways to restructure our current debt? Is that a possibility?
That's part of the work that our office does on a regular basis. Mario, if you want to add anything there.
That would be correct. Our financial advisors do look at our outstanding debt and recommend any refinancings that would be possible.
Okay, so that's, what is the timeline on that? Is that ongoing?
It's ongoing, yes.
But going back to the MICLA, the whole point of putting it on Schedule H, and this was something we recommended to the mayor, is to give us the authorization to further explore it. But again, it's not to guarantee that use, and we would have to come back to your council before we actually pull it.
Because I think the issue is if there's any ability on the restructuring that we can save general fund money, that is a major goal.
All right.
So, well, one thing, and this has been asked of several times in community meetings, many citizens are saying if the bonds that we issue are low enough, everyday citizens would invest. What is the allocation or allotment when we deal with these bonds?
When the city does go out to market, the minimum price of a bond retail for an individual would be $25,000.
Does it impact our interest rate or something if they're lower?
We'd have to get back to you, but at this point, the standard industry is $25,000 bond, which obviously some individuals may not be able to cover that.
Could you just check and give us a report back on what the impact, because that was a question interesting enough, the number of people have asked me in the last month, that if you're going to do this, can regular people get involved as opposed to that higher level? Okay. And then where are we in the usage and how much on the Build America bonds? Have we taken full advantage of those? Because it gives us, a break on the interest?
Yes, with Build America bonds, the federal government subsidizes 40% of the interest cost. We did one bond issuance, general obligation bond, last July. We completed another one in December of 2009 for MICLA. And at this point, I think we are considering or will propose to you for the judgment obligation bond that will be coming up in July.
Okay. Colleagues, any other questions on the MICLA? Okay, thank you. Jane, you had something?
Okay, I got a quick one.
Go ahead.
Okay, just a couple of real quick ones. There's $12 million listed on page 749 for general service replacement, fleet, and equipment. I think I asked this one already.
Yeah, you asked it.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm ready to go.
Just making sure we're awake.
Next one will be the capital improvement expenditure program. Somebody yell out a page number. What's that? 755?
Capital finance. It's the CIP.
I got two quick questions on it, okay? In the physical plant budget, there's funding in the amount of $1,150,000 for 6 flood control projects. What are those projects?
The 6 projects, they're listed on your budget book, page 170.
What are they, real quickly?
Oh, okay. 25th Street at San Ramon Canyon, maintenance hose resetting, and then there's Mar Vista where the council district should be 11. We're making that correction.
I just wanted to make sure you're making that correct.
We will. MTA Bite Safe Grading, Riverside Avenue, Green Street, and Watts Tower Street drainage improvement.
Okay, very good. My second question and last one is there's also local transportation funding finance of $6,957,143 for the design and construction of city bikeways and pedestrian improvements. Do you have any specifics on these projects? Is any of this money for staff?
There's no specifics on the project yet. You get a separate report during the fiscal year for consideration of the projects. This is just a set aside.
Very good, and I just want our bicyclists who are enthused about it to know that we're moving in the right direction with the local transportation funding on that. Thank you.
Let me just ask, on this fund, is this a fund that would be addressing some of the issues that we're dealing with FEMA and the issue of
areas being included into flood zones?
Okay, there's two parts of FEMA. You have the stormwater, which you've seen the recent annual plan that's part of the flood zone discussion. In this budget, the second area of FEMA is the 2010 storm damage that we've had, the disaster funding. So the disaster funding for projects that are gas tax eligible under the street projects, and we've asterisked them in the listing, will be funded by gas tax, and we're expecting FEMA and FHWA reimbursements if they're eligible.
Okay. What I need to ask to see, are we having a growing issue of FEMA flood maps? And we're just fortunate enough recently that when we found that they added, without any documentation, a number of houses or residences into the new maps, they recently took them out.
Right.
But you're going through a study now which could add more housing in it, and we need to find what is the, although it seems like it's a county and a U.S. and a primary issue, we're getting the end result of it on the city streets as to how we address that issue. If it were not for Congresswoman Waters, we'd have all those new houses still in there, and then there's a mandatory insurance. So if we can get some report back on this whole FEMA flood maps.
Yeah, we'll work with the department to report back.
Okay, thank you. FEMA flood maps. Any other questions on the capital improvement? Got one? Come on.
Two questions. One, on page 169, you got $1.57 million for contaminated soil removal. Where are these funds going to? I know I had a project in my district that's been, one of the parks is contaminated, and we're waiting for the state to give us the final go that you're going to have to fix it. So is that included in there, or is there some other projects?
No. Funding for your particular project has been provided in prior years to do the analysis. We provided about $450,000.
Yeah.
And we're going to wait to fund until we get the completion of the report, hopefully by December.
That's going to be in this year, and then you have a mandated time frame you must take action. So
That's correct.
There's no contingency at all for this year?
The budget that we have right now for contaminated soil removal may probably be used. We'd be able to swap some funding, if need be, from the 15 projects that we currently have identified.
Oh, you have 15 projects already?
We have 15 projects,
wow.
yes.
Okay. And then secondly was miscellaneous street project, including storm drain slope repair. Was this these things like $12 million? Is that the slope repair that's related to the lawsuits we just settled? I think it's Mr. Is it in your district that we had those slope damage failures, or the fourth?
No, it was mine.
It was yours, okay. Was that related to those projects that we had to do something on the lawsuit settlement? Or is this something
The lawsuit we had was the funding that was this year for Hillcrest.
Yeah.
That was the $1.8 million. That's the only one I'm aware of right now.
So what's this $12 million for then?
Which $12 million are you referring to?
It's under, well, it says miscellaneous street projects, including storm damage, slope repair projects, and safety-related improvements. So,
what page of the budget book are you on?
It said 169 at the top of this. Blue Book 169. It's not on there? Okay, my notes are wrong. We'll get back to you on that. I'm going to find out what these notes are then. I think we found it. You found it. Miscellaneous street projects is the heading.
Oh. Okay.
And that includes storm drain.
In the street program, when we do projects that are related to bulkheads, slope repairs, they all go into one category of miscellaneous.
Okay, so there's not one particular project.
It's not one particular project. However, the projects are all listed in the physical plan in the budget book under 170. So when you look up the page 170, anything that's coded as W will fall under that category.
Okay.
Any other questions? Go to the trans. That'd be our last miscellaneous. Then we'll go to Exhibit H, and I think that will exhaust the activity.
Did you want a little presentation on ARA grants?
Or
the ARA grants, did you want a little presentation?
I think that's at a later time.
Okay.
For those people that have been waiting since noon, you can go.
I know our staff is ready to go.
But I think that, but let me just say, if we get with the work that we're moving forward on, the expectation is that we would recess today and not reconvene until Wednesday, which then gives the CAO an opportunity to do the memos and also gives the CLA an opportunity to look at the issue of general purpose money and other issues we've given them. So we will not convene on Tuesday, we'd convene on Wednesday after council.
Thursday, anything?
I didn't figure out what, depending on what we give them on Wednesday. Okay. The intent on Wednesday is to go through the memos, and then from there give instructions to the CAO and the CLA as to what the committee has given them directions to come back with a document, and that would be able to be presented at council on what date?
Tell me next Wednesday. We would come back to committee, I think, next Tuesday.
Next Tuesday. So we'd work over that weekend, and then Tuesday we'd reconvene to review that report, and then we present it on that Friday, and then council hearing starts on, is it Tuesday this year?
The committee report would be presented to the council on Friday, which I think is the 14th.
Okay.
And then the 18th or 19th would be the day, the Monday or... the Monday.
Understood.
I think that there Monday or some discussion of perhaps meeting in council on that Tuesday or Wednesday, but I don't think the date has been determined yet.
Okay. But the key for us in the short term is getting what we need to get done today, give opportunity for CAO, CLA, and then come back for instructions on Wednesday this week after council. Okay? The next is the trans. And let me ask, when we've already dealt with, it's kind of confusing us, we've dealt with SBRF already, right? All right. Yes, sir. Okay. All right. So now trans, and then we'll go to, yeah, once is enough. Exhibit H. So we'll go to the trans.
Halto CAO office, the TRAN debt service fund budgets for the principal and the interest payment for the TRAN that we issue. We issue TRAN for three main reasons. One reason is for the controller's cash flow management issues. At the first half of the year, the controller needs funds because they don't receive their property tax receipts till the second half of the year. This year they requested $550 million. We also use TRAN to pay our annual contributions to LACERS and pension contributions. This year we plan to pay 3/4 of the fire and police pensions and fully pay the LACERS.
Okay, let me ask you, does it affect the trans this year if the speculation is to holding back a quarter, or is that continue the trans at what you're recommending? And would that be trans money that we're paying in the last quarter of the fiscal year, or is that just general fund money, or what is the expectation?
So the expectation as proposed in the budget was basically we would fully prepay LACERS for their contribution. We would pay 3/4 of pensions. And then in the last quarter of the fiscal year, we would pay the last quarter of the pension payment with general fund money.
Okay, so but the key, the rationale is we'd have that one quarter we didn't pay would be cash flow money that would assist us through the year.
The reason why the 3/4 was removed was for basic flexibility. As the budget, as proposed, it included the $53 million from parking optimization. Because there was some uncertainty on when those proposals would come forward and could be approved, it could not be determined as far as when that payment would be made. If, for whatever reason, those deals close earlier and we can speed up the payment, then we can achieve some savings. Now, as you have mentioned earlier, you would like us to look at basically prepaying both LACERs and pensions, the full payment, and take advantage of, through the trans. I think the saving is roughly about $6 to $6.5 million if we prepay both of them, but that is contingent on finding the $90+ million in order to make that payment.
Okay, but the thing is so I understand it, if we prepaid and received the discount, and how much is the discount for prepaid?
If you fold in the pensions prepayment, that last quarter, it's roughly about $6 to $6.5 million.
Okay, but that's if we delay. But
no. That's actually if you take that last quarter
or pay it up
and move it forward. Okay. Yes, and make it part
so
of it.
So you lose a portion of that $6 million for the discount, and then you pay an additional $6 million towards the end of the year because you paid it late.
The numbers work in essence as a budget is roughly $98 million. Moving that quarterly payment out towards the end, it's roughly about $93 million if you prepay.
Okay. But then we asked for a report back if you don't prepay and you do not get the discount and then you pay additional. Is it just that you don't get the discount?
That's at $98 million as proposed in the budget.
I mean, I'm trying to figure out, is it just that you do not get the discount?
You do not get the discount.
Is it any additional interest for paying it in the last quarter? Is there any additional cost?
Or is
it just the loss of the discount?
It's primarily the loss of the discount.
Okay. All right. Okay. So I was trying to figure out whether there's a double whammy there.
Right. I think you asked for a report on this, so it'd probably be best to sort it out that way and have that in writing in a memo.
Okay. All right. Anything else on the trans?
I think just one thing we'll just note as well, the controller asked for the $550 million. We're going to work with their office to see whether or not we can utilize some special funds using some other borrowings in order to bring that number down, but we still have to do much of that work in the coming months.
Okay, and that's she's asked for that money as of July 1st?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, one thing I forgot to ask when the treasurer was here, I understood that we had some workings with the treasurer of looking at funds that are under her control about borrowing those funds and whether it's legal or what the impact on our interest rates and things of that nature. Have we explored those?
Yes, we've been discussing some of those proposals with her. And basically, what she has pursued, or basically has gone to the banks, is to secure a letter of credit of roughly about $400 million. This is, though it is borrowing, is a sort of a debt instrument. I know she's been looking at trying to basically come up with a good interest rate that would be competitive with the trans. I think with some preliminary estimates, it looked like it was still, that $400 million line of credit was still going to be higher than basically going through a traditional trans issuance. But we do have a meeting scheduled with her tomorrow, and we'll verify with her tomorrow morning.
Is she also looking at access to some of the special funds that are within her office?
Well, that goes back to whether we need to borrow the full $550 million for the controller. That is where we would like to work with the controller in trying to pursue utilization of some special funds using that borrowing authority versus going out and actually going to the market and borrow money.
So we've got 2 or 3 options that we're looking at. Does it anything legally prohibit us in the borrowing, or is it just a matter of how many funds that may be available?
It's basically based on the limitations established in the charter or by the ordinances for each specific special fund.
I think there are some specifics on it, but I think the charter or the ordinances specify at what point those borrowings could take place, and then the payment schedule on those, I believe.
Any other questions on trans?
Okay? All right. Okay.
When we downgrade the city's bond ratings, which have an impact on the interest rate, what are we looking at as an impact this year?
We really don't know until we actually go to the market. It's sort of like a credit score, and you don't really know until you actually want to access, capital, that you realize how much more you have to pay in interest. So at that point in time, we'll have a clearer sense.
Very good, thank you.
Will our first indication be the jobs bonds of just where we are?
That would be the first one.
All right, if we could go through the Schedule H, and I think that will end our day. Schedule H on page 26, 27, 28 on the budget, the blue book. This looks like a much more extensive Exhibit H than we've seen in the past.
Your committee has already given us direction to come back and clarify which one of these items are specific to the budget and which ones are not.
Okay.
We could certainly go through them now or wait until that
When will we get
report's
that? Will that
completed.
be part
That'll
of
be part of the
Wednesday?
memos that we'll be presenting on Wednesday.
Very good. Then you solved that for us. All right. Anyone have any other questions before we recess until Wednesday at 1 o'clock? Okay, thank you all.